Chapter 840. Bullying the young with your age. Alioth Hall is no longer what it used to be. The gentle voice continued. At the same time, a woman appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. She was so fast that she seemed to be able to change her position, affecting time and space. Du Xiaofu couldn't see through her. The woman's figure appeared. Her fair wrist shook slightly, and then a stream of talisman markings flashed out gently and directly descended onto Ko Jixiong's terrifying palm. Suddenly, Ko Jixiong's terrifying palm print was destroyed silently like a hot knife through butter. It was simply unparalleled. In a short instant, Ko Jixiong's body was pushed back in midair. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. The entire square was silent for no reason. This scene had happened too quickly. The sudden change caused everyone in the square to be stunned. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at her back, there weren't many fluctuations in her aura, but it was unfathomable and as calm as water. Du Xiaofu could feel that this person's aura was even more powerful than the ancient sky sect's Grand Master, the Golden Rock Reverend. All of a sudden, the gazes of everyone in the square fell on the woman who had suddenly appeared. It was a beautiful, middle-aged woman. She wore a veil and a hat, and her figure was as charming as ever. There was clearly not much aura emanating from the beautiful, middle-aged woman's body. However, when one looked at her, it was as if they were looking at the universe. It was vast, boundless, and unfathomable. It faintly caused one's soul to palpitate. She's from Alioth Hall. Someone on the high platform recognized that the beautiful middle-aged woman was from Alioth Hall. The experts of Alioth Hall and Ko Jixiong all looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in shock. There was deep fear in their eyes. They knew that the beautiful middle-aged woman was too powerful. At this moment, even the people in Alioth Hall were a little surprised. They didn't seem to know the beautiful middle-aged woman's identity. Only Elder Yun Ziqin stood up and stood on the stage, looking at the middle-aged woman with a respectful expression. When the Beta Hall's members saw Elder Yun Ziqin's reaction, they immediately rose to their feet and stood respectfully. The more they thought about the middle-aged woman's identity, the more they thought about it. "May I ask who you are, and why are you interfering in the matters of my Yuheng Hall?" The first to speak was the extraordinary elder from Alioth Hall. He looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a deep fear in them. "You are not qualified to know my identity," the beautiful middle-aged woman said to the elder, who had quite a high status. After that, she no longer paid any attention to him. She turned her head slightly and took off the veil on her head, revealing a green palace dress. Although she looked middle-aged, her temperament was refined, as if she was untainted by the mortal world, causing people to sigh in admiration. "Who is Xiahou Fenglei to you?" The beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Du Xiaofu and asked Du Xiaofu, "Xiahou Fenglei." Du Xiaofu was startled. He had never heard of this name before. "You said you are the disciple of the weapon Venerable. Don't tell me you don't even know your master's name?" The middle-aged woman frowned slightly as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes flickered slightly, but her voice remained gentle as she said, "Your skill in weapon refinement is unable to prove that you're the disciple of Xiahou Fenglei. Now, you better show me proof that you're Xiahou Fenglei's disciple. Otherwise, let alone Alioth Hall, I won't let you go either. I am the disciple of the weapon Venerable. Why do I need proof?" Du Xiaofu looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in front of him. This person's identity was not ordinary. From her tone, it seemed like her relationship with his master was not ordinary. He said, "Moreover, may I ask, Senior, why do I need to prove myself to Senior?" "My surname is Mu. 1,000 years ago, people called me Fairy Yu. Beta Hall was founded by me. If you are Xiahou Fenglei's disciple, has he ever mentioned me to you?" The beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. After these words were spoken, the entire square suddenly froze. In an instant, the gazes on the high platform trembled. The experts from the various palaces on the high platform suddenly stood up. Their bodies and gazes could not help but tremble. Fairy, she is Fairy, the palace master of Beta Hall. She still exists in this world. Fairy, is she really Fairy? Rumor has it that she was the super expert who founded Beta Hall. Around the square, people exclaimed in shock. A super expert from more than 1,000 years ago had appeared. It was unbelievable. At this moment, even many people in Beta Hall were surprised. The legendary palace master had appeared, and they couldn't tell if she was real or fake. Welcome, palace master. Under everyone's gaze, Elder Yun Ziqin bowed. There was no surprise in her eyes. Only she knew that this was the palace master of Beta Hall, the legendary super expert from more than 1,000 years ago. Greetings, palace master. Seeing this, the experts of Beta Hall immediately followed Elder Yun Ziqin and bowed. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. The legendary palace master had actually appeared today. At this moment, all the experts of Audiobook Hall looked at each other. They were stunned and didn't know what to do. Senior, are you the palace master of Beta Hall? Du Xiaofu's body trembled. His master, revered weapon, had said that only the palace master of Beta Hall could be trusted in the 7-star hall. At this moment, the legendary palace master of Beta Hall had appeared in front of him. She was an expert from more than 1,000 years ago. She still existed in this world, and she was still as charming as ever. Fairy, you looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Show me the evidence to prove your identity. Otherwise, I will have to investigate it myself." Du Xiaofu stared at the palace master of the Merak Palace before him. Despite the latter's calm aura, the latter's eyes were currently filled with an immense pressure that made it impossible for Du Xiaofu to resist. The latter's aura was far too powerful. Master did mention Senior to me. He told me to go to Beta Hall to look for Senior when necessary. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and opened the square box on his back. Then he threw it to the palace master of Beta Hall. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that if the palace master of Beta Hall was really as trustworthy as his master, revered weapon, had said, then he had to believe in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find his master's body in Audiobook Hall. He wouldn't even be able to pass this hurdle. Looking at the square box that Du Xiaofu tossed over, Yu Xianzi's eyebrows twitched slightly. With a flick of her wrist, under the gazes of countless people, she reached out and caught the square box in her hand. Then she formed a hand seal and easily removed the seal that Du Xiaofu had placed on the square box. Boom! The moment the square box was opened, a terrifying storm of evil aura swept out and soared into the sky. Roar! A shocking aura of runes whizzed out. The brilliance was dazzling, and there were faint roars of dragons and tigers that sent chills down one's spine. At the same time, Fairy Yu looked at the item in the square box. Her calm and clear eyes slowly froze. At the same time, the world seemed to have begun to freeze in the air. The square box was closed. Fairy Yu's body was like a statue. The aura on her body was fluctuating and connected with the world. The terrifying aura caused the energy of the world to surge. The world quietly froze, causing the martial royal realm and martial honorable realm cultivators to tremble. Their eyes were filled with horror, and they almost wanted to crawl. No one was able to see what was inside the square box. However, everyone could clearly sense that Yu Xianzi's heart was surging at this moment. Under the gaze of countless trembling gazes, Yu Xianzi threw the square box back to Du Xiaofu after a while. Her statue-like body relaxed slightly, and her lifeless eyes began to fluctuate. Then, she regained her calmness and looked straight at Du Xiaofu. With a soft voice, she asked Du Xiaofu, "Is your master dead or alive now?" Du Xiaofu took the square box and continued to carry it on his back. He looked at Fairy Yu and replied, "Master is still alive." Alive, that's good. That's enough. When Fairy Yu heard this, a smile appeared on her charming face like a young girl. Then she looked at the sky and said softly, "An old friend is here. Famous minister, don't you plan to come out and meet her?" "Haha. Since Fairy Yu is here, how can I not come out? It's just that Fairy Yu appeared silently, which made me neglect her. Don't you think I'm treating you as an outsider?" As Fairy Yu's voice fell, a hearty voice came from the sky. Just as the last word fell, a dazzling light fell from the sky like thunder in the square. Hula! This dazzling light released a strong light that made people unable to look directly at it. It contained a great pressure. Then, a slender figure walked out from the strong light and slowly appeared in the air. This person was over 70 years old. His hair was black and smooth, and his face was extremely rosy. However, the hair on his temples was silver. He wore a scholar's robe and had an extraordinary temperament. With the appearance of this old man, the world trembled again. His aura did not seem to be below Fairy Yu's. There was an inexplicable pressure spreading out from his body. He's not below the Merak Palace Master. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man, relying on his sharp spiritual perception. He could tell that the aura of the old man was definitely not below Yu Xianzi's. This was another super expert. Chapter 841. Could it be the Lord of Yuheng Palace? Du Xiaofu's expression changed. Only the Lord of Yuheng Palace could have such a terrifying aura and be called an old friend by the Lord of Tianqian Palace. Your Yuheng Palace is not as good as it used to be. Yu Xianzi looked at the elder and said softly, "It is not as good as it used to be. However, I want Xiao Feng." The old man glanced at Du Xiaofu with a deep look in his eyes. "Where is your master now?" Looking at the elder's eyes, Du Xiaofu felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. His heart trembled for no reason, and a feeling of extreme danger spread in his heart. "I think you should know where my master is." Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and said, his master's physical body was in the hands of the Lord of Yuheng Palace. Back then, his master was attacked by the Lord of Yuheng Palace and was severely injured. In the end, his primordial spirit was sent to the dark forest. Du Xiaofu hated the fact that his cultivation base was not strong enough to deal with the hall master of Alioth Hall. Otherwise, he would have attacked him directly. Hearing this, the elder looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Little boy, you are so stubborn. I am afraid that we will have to verify whether he is Brother Fenglei's disciple. This is a serious matter. Let him stay in my Yuheng Palace for the time being. I have already verified it. I believe that he is Xiahou Fenglei's disciple." Yu Xianzi said and looked at the elder. "Is Yu Xianzi talking about the thing in the box on the little boy's back? I am also curious about what it is. It is always good to have one more person to verify it. Let me also verify it." As the old man's voice faded, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Little kid, give me that item. If I can verify it, I won't make things difficult for you." "I am sorry. My master said that no one can see it except for the Lord of Tianqian Palace," Du Xiaofu said, looking at the old man. Back then, the old man had ambushed his master for the heavenly palace of violet gold. Now, the heavenly palace of violet gold could not fall into his hands. "Kid, the revered weapon, is my good friend. Now that he's not here, I have the right to check and find out where he is. I can't let others fish in troubled waters." The old man's voice was clear and calm. As his voice fell, the space around him froze. His figure slowly walked towards Du Xiaofu, intending to take the square box on Du Xiaofu's back. "You cannot touch him." Yu Xianzi crossed the space and blocked in front of Du Xiaofu. Her aura fluctuated. "Fairy, what do you mean by this? Brother Feng and Brother Lei's whereabouts have been unknown for a long time." The old man looked at Yu Xianzi. Although he looked calm, his aura started to become a little intimidating. "Initially, I wasn't sure and only suspected, but now I'm sure. It's been over 1,000 years. You've been in hiding for so long. Your patience is truly extraordinary. Recently, you finally couldn't bear it any longer. Yu Xianzi raised her head and looked at the old man with ripples in her eyes. Fairy, what do you mean? The old man's gaze moved. His expression was calm, but he was secretly emitting a cold aura. You should know what I mean. You are not a famous official of GMO. Who are you? Yu Xianzi looked at the old man and asked. Her aura started to fluctuate. Forgive me for not understanding Fairy's words. The old man looked at Yu Xianzi and said, It's fine, you will know in a while. I believe that the true official of GMO will be able to prove himself. Yu Xianzi looked at the old man and said, Her aura fluctuated stronger and stronger. That terrifying aura caused Du Xiaofu to feel a terrifying pressure even though he was close to her. The aura of the heavenly Jade Palace Master was even stronger than his grand teacher, honored Golden Rock. This was a terrifying expert. Fairy, are you planning to attack me? You don't seem to have any chance of winning. The old man looked at Yu Xianzi and said with a sharper voice, That's right. I do not have much chance of winning alone. However, they should be here by now. Yu Xianzi looked at the surrounding sky and said with a deep meaning. At the same time, the old man's expression fluctuated as he looked at the sky. Could it be that more experts are coming? Du Xiaofu thought to himself when he heard Yu Xianzi's words. Qi. Just as Du Xiaofu was puzzled, an aura fluctuation came from the sky. Soon after, the crowd was surprised to see two dazzling rays of light silently appear in the sky like two suns. As the two lights appeared, the world trembled. Then, a figure walked out from each of the lights. On the left, there was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He wore a purple patterned robe and his long hair was also purple. This person's facial features were like a sculpture. When he was young, he must have been extremely handsome. Even now, he had an extraordinary temperament and exuded a noble aura of a king. The other person looked to be in his 70s. He had a muscular body, and his robe was embroidered with star patterns. He looked like a living creature as he emitted a pressure. Purple Sky Sovereign, Qianxing Sovereign, you're finally here. Yu Xianzi looked at the two people with a faint smile in her clear eyes. Although she was middle-aged, she was still breathtaking. Purple Sky Sovereign, Qianxing Sovereign, those are the Hall Masters of Mazang Hall and Alcate Hall. Are they really Purple Sky Venerable and Venerable Qianxing? They are our Hall Masters. They can't be fake. Only the Hall Masters have that kind of aura. The Hall Masters have arrived. At this moment, on the high platform, Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yaoxing, and the rest were trembling. Greetings, Hall Master. On the high platform, Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yaoxing, and the rest immediately bowed in excitement. You're just in time, Yu Zichen said. High up in the sky, the purple-haired man's laughter was like thunder as he landed beside Yu Xianzi. Where are Mad Sovereign and Alchemy Sovereign? Yu Xianzi asked the purple-haired man. Have they started the plan? If the plan goes smoothly, they should be able to arrive in a while. The sturdy old man, who looked to be in his 70s, landed. His gaze then landed on Du Xiaofu, who was standing on the dragon-shaped puppet. The star patterns on his long robes seemed to be alive, emanating pressure as he said, Is this kid the disciple of that guy? There should be no mistake. He's his disciple. He's still alive. Yu Xianzi nodded and said, It's good that that guy is alive. After so many years, I thought he was dead. The purple-haired man said as he looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. Purple Sky Sovereign, Qianxing Sovereign, I didn't expect you to come too. High up in the sky, looking at Purple Sky Sovereign and Qianxing Sovereign, the old man's expression changed. His expression was no longer calm. If you're real, you should call me by my real name, Yuan Xinghai. You've made a mistake again. The sturdy old man looked at the old man of Alioth Hall and said with a thunderous voice. He was Qianxing sovereign of all Hall Yuan Qinghai. He was a famous figure in the central region more than 1,000 years ago. It seems like you've been suspecting me for a long time. For this day, you must have planned for a long time. Finally, the old man took a deep breath and looked at Yu Xianzi, Purple Sky Sovereign and Qianxing Sovereign. His gaze turned sharp as he said, I thought my plan was flawless. How did you suspect me? It's been a few hundred years. I'm only sure of it recently. Purple Sky Sovereign looked at the old man and said, You've hidden yourself well. Indeed, your plan is flawless. However, you've forgotten one thing. Who is the real GMO minister? How could he cause Audiobook Hall to deteriorate over the past few hundred years? Furthermore, with the relationship between GMO minister and Xiahou Fenglei, how could he hold himself back for so long without showing himself when Xiahou Fenglei went missing? Purple Sky Sovereign paused for a moment and looked at the old man. You've hidden yourself too well. Although we had our suspicions, we were unable to confirm it. However, for some reason, you seem to be unable to hold yourself back recently. In addition to the appearance of that child, we guessed that if you were related to the disappearance of revered weapon, you would definitely act against the child. Unexpectedly, it was as we expected. Therefore, we were certain that you're not the real GMO minister. You're a fake. The Audiobook Hall master is a fake? Du Xiaofu was stunned. After listening to the conversation between the super experts, Du Xiaofu was surprised that the Audiobook Hall master was a fake. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The dignified Audiobook Hall master was actually a fake. This news was too unbelievable. Ha 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 ha, the old man's expression darkened. He suddenly raised his head and laughed. His laughter carried a sinister sharpness. Following that, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. His clothes were torn and his hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, the old man's figure changed. He was wearing a yellow robe and his head was covered by a hood. Only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. Faintly, those deep and sharp eyes seemed to be flickering with electricity. It was especially eye-catching under the sunlight. Is the Audiobook Hall master really a fake? Everyone's expression changed. The sudden change today was beyond everyone's imagination. Jade Fairy, Purple Sky Sovereign, and Sovereign Qianxing looked at the yellow-robed man in front of them. Their gazes were secretly fluctuating. Bang, bang! Suddenly a shocking explosion came from the Audiobook Hall in the distance. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The entire mountain range was shaking. A terrifying aura swept over from afar. Runes swept across the sky like the sun. At the same time, the yellow-robed man's expression changed greatly. He looked at Jade Fairy, Purple Sky Sovereign, and Sovereign Qianxing and said in a deep voice, It seems like you guys have been planning this for a long time. I didn't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. I didn't expect that I had underestimated you guys. You guys are deliberately creating a diversion to lure the tiger away from the mountain. It seems like Sovereign Kwang and Sovereign Dan have already raided your lair. Surrender yourself. Tell us, who are you? Sovereign Qianxing looked at the yellow-robed old man and said. His aura fluctuated and froze in the sky. Today's update is complete. Chapter 842. You don't need to know my identity yet. We might meet again in the future. Trust me, you can't change anything. The world is already set in stone. The world is about to change. This is the will of the heavens. Nothing can stop it. As soon as the yellow-robed elder finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Chi. In the next moment, the space in front of Du Xiaofu suddenly fluctuated. A terrifying aura spread out, causing Du Xiaofu to feel a sense of danger that he had never felt before. His hair stood on end. Boom! A dazzling light suddenly swept out from the space, and a terrifying aura rippled in the surroundings. Then, a bolt of lightning wreaked havoc and suddenly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. It's the person who tested me last night. Under the terrifying aura, Du Xiaofu's sharp spiritual soul power. He discovered that the aura of this person was definitely related to the mysterious person who tested him last night. He could conclude that the mysterious person who tested him last night was undoubtedly the yellow-robed man in front of him. However, at this moment, under this terrifying aura, Du Xiaofu felt powerless for the first time. He couldn't even summon the will to fight back. "You can't touch him." A gentle and delicate voice sounded out as a palm-sized jade disc appeared before Du Xiaofu. It was extremely simple and covered in talisman markings that were inscribed with various ancient and unfamiliar talisman markings, and it emitted hazy mist. As soon as this jade plate appeared, an ancient and shocking aura swept across the heavens and earth. It emitted a blinding light, and an aura that could destroy everything spread out. It made people tremble in fear. Walala! As the jade plate resisted, the yellow-robed elder's thunderous attack was directly destroyed. Chila! The yellow-robed elder's expression changed. His eyes darkened. His figure once again pounced towards Du Xiaofu. It was as if he was determined to capture Du Xiaofu. A terrifying claw print attracted lightning. With the speed of lightning, it directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Chi la la! Under the claw print, the space seemed to be torn apart. Wherever the claw print passed, 5 pitch-black spatial marks appeared. This was the real tearing of space. Ka, ka, ka! The square below, which had been solidified by the talisman formation restriction, also cracked and exploded under the aftershock of the claw, revealing cracks on the ground. In the distance, a mountain peak was crushed. The yellow-robed old man's strength had reached such a terrifying level. "It's not your turn to behave atrociously." "Purple!" Tianzuan shouted. Similarly, a claw print wrapped in purple light filled the sky. Purple runes soared into the sky and swept across the sky. It was like a purple thunderbolt colliding with the yellow-robed elder's claw print. Chi la la! As the 2 claw marks collided, the sky above the square was in chaos. Numerous pitch-black spatial cracks spread out. Rumble. In the surrounding mountains, many mountain peaks cracked and exploded, revealing ravines. Dang dang! The figures of Purple Sky Sovereign and the yellow-robed elder retreated at the same time. It seemed that the strength of the 2 was about the same. So strong, this is a true expert. Du Xiaofu was right in front of him. His eyes trembled under the mask, and his heart was in turmoil. Just the aftershock of the energy that swept out between the 2 could destroy everything. It could suppress mountains and rivers and tear apart mountains. That kind of strength was beyond imagination. It was too strong. Boom! Venerable Qianxing's figure stepped out. The pressure from his body swept out in all directions, and the energy of heaven and earth surged. "Let me see who you are." The mysterious handprint condensed. Venerable Qianxing's arm shook, and there were many blurry afterimages. A vast amount of rune energy suddenly roared out. The runes flickered faintly, and a wave of energy swept out and blasted towards the yellow-robed elder. The yellow-robed elder's expression changed. In his deep, gloomy eyes, there was a flash of lightning. It made people tremble when they looked at him. With a wave of his hand, a fist wrapped in lightning blasted out. Rumble! A terrifying aura erupted. It was as if the sky was about to be destroyed, revealing a large area of the void. When that terrifying aura erupted, everyone's heartbeat quickened. They felt a great pressure, and their minds and souls were about to explode. That terrifying aura was unbearable. Just looking at it and feeling the aftershock of the energy was unbearable. It was so terrifying. In the midst of the violent energy, the yellow-robed elder stared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Finally, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. He drew a line in the void in front of him, and a thunderous force exploded. It was as if the space had been torn apart, and a void passage appeared in the space. The surrounding lightning flashed, and it was extremely terrifying. Chila! The yellow-robed elder's figure disappeared into the lightning void passage. Where do you think you're going? Amethyst Venerable, Yuxianzi, and Venerable Qianxing attacked almost at the same time. 3 terrifying attacks swept out and finally slammed into the lightning void passage, creating a tsunami-like energy storm that shook the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, there was the sound of wind breaking. 2 dazzling rays of light broke through the sky and appeared in the sky in a flash. Dongjian, Peng Hongyi, why didn't you two come a little later? You scared that guy away. Amethyst Venerable's voice was like thunder, and his expression was gloomy. In the end, the yellow-robed elder still ran away. The 2 rays of light in the sky turned into countless specks of light and collapsed. In the end, a burly and wild old man appeared. There was also an old man who looked to be in his 60s and was dressed as an alchemy talisman master. With the arrival of these 2 people, there was not much fluctuation in their aura. However, the invisible aura was exactly the same as Amethyst Venerable, Yuxianzi, and Venerable Qianxing. They were all super experts of the same level. It's the Hall Master, Kuang Zun. It's the Hall Master, Dan Zun. Looking at the burly old man and the old man dressed as an alchemy talisman master, Elder Chui Fu of Dubhi Hall and Elder Yin Xuanlong of Tianji Hall immediately bowed respectfully, and their eyes trembled with excitement. I didn't expect the Hall Master of 7th Star Hall to come. Those legendary super experts are still alive. Mad Venerable, Pill Venerable, Yuxianzi, Amethyst Venerable, and Venerable Qianxing. They are all supreme experts of the spirit domain. They are the real guardians of the spirit domain. They are terrifying existences that the 3 sects and 3 schools are afraid of. With the appearance of these legendary super experts, the surrounding atmosphere gradually turned from shock to excitement. They are still alive. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was on the back of the dragon-shaped puppet, was also shocked. Those super experts who existed together with his master, Weapon Venerable, were still alive in the world. That person ran away. We will deal with him later. In his lair, we found something very important. It is related to Ming Chen and Feng Lei. You'd better come and take a look. The old man dressed as an alchemy talisman master said to Amethyst Venerable, Yuxianzi, and Venerable Qianxing. He was the Hall Master of Tianji Hall. The name of Pill Venerable had been known in the Central State for more than 1,000 years. It is related to your master. Come with us and take a look. Yu Xianzi turned back and said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and put away the dragon-shaped puppet. Then he flew away with Yu Xianzi and the others. Those super powerhouses are still alive. The Hall Master of Yuhing Hall is actually a fake. Around the square, countless gazes were shocked. Everything that happened today was unbelievable. The elders and Ko Jixiong of Yuhing Hall were all stunned in midair. Some of them still could not come back to their senses. They did not know what had happened at all. At this moment, it was already dusk. A large cloud with a golden edge covered half of the sky. Dusk silently began to descend on the Tianheng mountain range, in the depths of Yuheng Hall. The mountain peaks were continuous and towered into the clouds. Clouds and mist lingered in the surroundings. Strange flowers and herbs, spirit beasts shuttled back and forth, and spirit birds chirped. In the secret chamber of the mountain peak, inside a huge cave, the stone walls were inlaid with runes. They were as smooth as jade and were fluctuating with energy. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the cave, there were already several old men waiting nervously at the entrance. They seemed to be people from Yuheng Hall. What shocked Du Xiaofu was that the auras of these old men all surpassed that of a ruler. Among them, one of the old men made Du Xiaofu feel that his aura was not much different from that of his master, Gu Qingyang. Inside the cave, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged. One of them had the appearance of the yellow-robed man. He looked to be in his 70s and had a head of smooth black hair. The hair at his temples was silver, and he wore a Confucian robe. He had an extraordinary temperament, but his face was as pale as ash, and no aura could be felt from his body. When he saw the other person, Du Xiaofu's face froze. That figure sat cross-legged and looked to be in his 50s. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, and a red robe covered his body. He had a wide forehead and a square face, but at this moment his entire body seemed to be lifeless. Only a rune between his eyebrows was not destroyed. There seemed to be lightning flashing faintly, maintaining the last bit of vitality. Master! Du Xiaofu was shocked. That was the body of his master, the revered equipment master. Ming Qin is fine. His technique is special, and he used his own strength as the price to place a nirvana seal within this secret cave. It also protected Feng Lei's body, preventing that fella from approaching. Otherwise, they would have perished together. I have the Yuan spirit imprint left behind by Ming Qin, so I can break this nirvana seal. Pill, Venerate entered the cave and looked at GMO Ming Qin, who was sitting cross-legged, and said to everyone, "Take a closer look at this fella." Everyone looked at him. Du Xiaofu also looked curiously. When he looked carefully, he saw 3 faint rings of light above GMO Ming Qin's head. They looked like divine flames. Nirvana divine flame. This fella is about to take the final step. Jian Zhuang, Jade Fairy, Purple Sky Sovereign, and Honorable Qianxing's expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. If my guess is correct, this fella has profited from his misfortune and will most likely be able to take the final step. Pill, Venerate, Peng Hong, Sua nodded. He then looked at revered equipment master's body with a serious expression and said, Feng Lei's problem is more serious. His Yuan spirit is missing, and he is relying on a strand of lightning essence to maintain his vitality. Chapter 843. Little guy, do you know where your master's primordial spirit is? Yu Xianzi asked Du Xiaofu as she looked at the body of the revered weapon with a solemn expression. Is this little guy Feng Lei's disciple? Alchemy Venerate and Mad Venerate looked at Du Xiaofu. Under their gazes, Du Xiaofu felt as though he had fallen into a black hole and his soul was trembling. It should be. This little guy has Xiahou Feng Lei's divine weapon. Fairy Yu nodded at Alchemy Venerate and Mad Venerate. Du Xiaofu looked at Fairy Yu. His intuition told him that Fairy Yu, the Hall Master of Heavenly Jade Hall, should be a trustworthy person. Du Xiaofu also felt that the palace masters in front of him were trustworthy. Looking at his master's body, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and said to Fairy Yu, Senior, my master's primordial spirit is in the purple gold heavenly palace. As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu untied the square box. Then he briefly told Fairy Yu, Purple Tianzuan, and the others about how he had met his master's revered weapon and the soul of the murderous weapon, as well as how the Hall Master of Yuhing Hall had launched a sneak attack on his master's revered weapon. Boom! When the purple gold heavenly palace came out, a murderous aura surged and there were faint roars of dragons and tigers. Chi! Alchemy Venerate formed a hand seal and a strong spiritual energy wrapped around the purple gold heavenly palace, causing the entire cave to rumble. Dang! After a while, Alchemy Venerate's feet shook and he withdrew his hand seal. He looked at the purple gold heavenly palace in shock and said, What a strong, murderous aura. How did Feng Lei refine such a terrifying item? Peng, is Xiahou Feng Lei's primordial spirit inside? Mad Venerate stared at Alchemy Venerate and asked. He was also shocked when he saw the purple gold heavenly palace. That guy's primordial spirit is indeed suppressing the murderous spirit inside. Alchemy Venerate nodded at Mad Venerate. He looked at the purple gold heavenly palace and was also shocked. He then said with doubt, If I'm not wrong, that mysterious person should be the one who secretly dealt with GMO and disguised himself as GMO, Xiahou Feng Lei's primordial spirit. When Xiahou Feng Lei's primordial spirit, GMO used the Nirvana seal to protect Xiahou Feng Lei's body, was sealed Nirvana seal to protect Xiahou Fenglei's GMO, Xiahou Fenglei's primordial spirit escaped GMO, used the Nirvana seal to protect Xiahou Fenglei seal, used Nirvana. Nirvana realm sealed Xiahou Ji. As for that mysterious person, we can slowly investigate further. GMO is fine and in fact benefited from the disaster. The most important thing now is to find a way to help Xiahou Fenglei's primordial spirit return. I'm afraid his body will not be able to hold on for much longer, Venerable Qianxing said with a worried expression. His primordial spirit is suppressing the murderous spirit. If it is affected, I'm afraid it will result in both him and the murderous spirit suffering heavy injuries, or even his primordial spirit being destroyed. Feiyu frowned and said with a serious expression, with our strength, suppressing that murderous spirit should not be a problem, Mad Venerate Dongjian said. If we work together, it should not be a problem. However, even if we managed to suppress the murderous spirit, the purple gold heavenly palace would be damaged or even destroyed. We can only strengthen this little fella's new artifact spirit and allow it to devour the murderous spirit. Feiyu frowned and said to Mad Venerate, Purple Heavenly Venerate, Pill Venerate, and Venerable Qianxing. Most importantly, even if we manage to suppress the murderous spirit and allow his primordial spirit to escape, his primordial spirit would be greatly damaged after 1,000 years. When that happens, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. This is indeed troublesome. Pill Venerate nodded. As an alchemy talisman master, he naturally knew that it was not a small matter for the primordial spirit to leave the body after 1,000 years. When the primordial spirit recovers, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. What should we do then? Mad Venerate asked as he stared at Pill Venerate and Feiyu. It's not that we don't have a way. All of this seems to be the will of the heavens. It all depends on this little fella, Feiyu said as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Fuck me, Du Xiaofu was stunned. After listening to the words of the experts, he understood that it would not be easy for his master, Weapon Venerate, to recover his primordial spirit. Fuck this little fella? Mad Venerate, Purple Heavenly Venerate, and the others immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. The invisible aura caused Du Xiaofu to shiver. This little fella seems to be at the complete 6-star realm. He seems to be cultivating both martial Dao and talisman Dao. He is at the peak of the complete martial king realm. Mad Venerate looked at Du Xiaofu and sized him up. Under his gaze, Du Xiaofu seemed to be unable to hide. Then he said in surprise, his state of mind is not bad. It's rare to see such a thing. He is the champion of this year's Assembly of the Seven Palaces. Even a girl from your Dubhe Palace called Lin Weiqi, a peak human king who has just reached the martial emperor stage, was easily defeated by him, Yu Xinzi said looking at Guangzun. What? Mad Venerate was surprised when he heard this. He looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. A peak of the complete martial king realm could defeat a peak of the martial king realm. With Mad Venerate's cultivation, he naturally knew what this meant. According to the rules, this little fellow will represent the 7 Stars Hall and head to the Central Plains to participate in the grand event. If I'm not wrong, when that place opened 500 years ago, there was news of the existence of the Yin's spiritual crystal. However, no one was fated to obtain it. Feiyu's eyes flickered and said, if we can find the Yin's spiritual crystal, it will be enough for Xiahou Fenglei to recover safely. That's right. How could I forget about the Yin's spiritual crystal? If we can obtain such a treasure, it will naturally be no problem. Hearing this, Pill Venerate was delighted. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, however, with this little fella's strength, even if he can obtain the Yin's spiritual crystal in the conference, I'm afraid he won't be able to protect it. That's not necessarily true. I think this little fella has a chance. Moreover, there is still some time. If this little fella can truly step into the martial emperor realm, it will be more secure. Fairy Yu looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "Little fella, listen carefully. When the time comes, you must obtain the Yin spiritual crystal. Otherwise, your master will not be able to recover. This little fella will do his best." Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at Fairy Yu and said, "However, this little fella still doesn't know what the grand event in Zhongzhou is." Du Xiaofu was a little stunned. He had heard several people mention the grand event in Zhongzhou, but he knew nothing about it. "I'll tell you about that grand event a little later. You still have 2 months' time. According to the rules of the Assembly of the Seven Palaces, after you obtain the championship, you will be able to head to the Alpha Hall to obtain some benefits. I hope that these 2 months' time, in addition to the benefits you will obtain, will allow you to take another step forward." Fairy Yu told Du Xiaofu, "Since this little fella has obtained the benefits, I'll also bring this little fella to the Alpha Hall. I hope that this little fella can improve further in these 2 months. When the time comes, besides obtaining the Yin spiritual crystal, he can also show off there and suppress the arrogance of the one valley, 2 churches, 3 sects, and 3 factions." Kuang Zun sized up Du Xiaofu. His muscular body seemed wild and rough. "I won't be at ease if you bring him there. I'll go to the Alpha Hall with you," Fairy Yu said to Kuang Zun. "Fairy Yu, do you not believe in me?" Kuang Zun suddenly stared at Fairy Yu and said, "You think too much." Fairy Yu shook her head at Kuang Zun and said softly, "After the mysterious man was exposed today, he was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he insisted on capturing this little fella. Don't you think it's strange?" "It's indeed a little strange. If the mysterious man was Tu Yuhing Hall or Xiahou Fenglei, he wouldn't be in a hurry to escape after being exposed. Instead, he would take the risk to attack this little fella." Venerable Qian Xing recalled the previous battle and frowned slightly. He said, "I feel that the mysterious man is not wholeheartedly focused on the divine weapon. Perhaps he is not after Tu Yuhing Hall or Xiahou Fenglei's divine weapon, but has other intentions. What his intentions are, we will find out in the future." Fairy Yu slightly raised her head and looked at everyone. "This matter is definitely not simple. That mysterious man has been plotting for so long. I'm afraid he will not give up so easily. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I will bring Xiahou Fenglei's body and this little fella along with Kuang Zun to the Alpha Hall. Even if the mysterious man still has other intentions, he would not expect me to leave Xiahou Fenglei's body in the Alpha Hall. Furthermore, Kuang Zun and I will be there to take care of him. As for Gmo Chen, Venerable Qian Xing will be in charge of guarding him. Your Alcade Hall is close to this place, so it will be convenient. Purple Sky Sovereign, you and Senior Pill will be in charge of investigating that fella's background. I believe that fella will eventually leave behind some traces." "Good, it's decided then. That fella dared to provoke our 7-star hall. We will naturally not let him go so easily." Purple Sky Sovereign nodded. She had no objections to Fairy Yu's arrangement. After that, Venerable Qian Xing, Senior Pill, and Kuang Zun also nodded in agreement. When night fell, Du Xiaofu, Bailey Su, and Elder Zhu Xiu hurriedly bid farewell and followed Fairy Yu and Kuang Zun to the Alpha Hall. The 7-hall conference had ended, and the events that happened during the 7-hall conference had spread like a storm. Everywhere it passed, it was like a bomb had exploded, causing countless factions to be shocked and shocked. Earlier, it was mentioned twice that the 7-hall conference is held once every 50 years. That was due to Little Yu's mistake. The 7-hall conference and the grand event of the Central Region are both held once every 30 years. The 2 places in the previous paragraph have been amended, causing inconvenience. Chapter 844. The Hall Masters of the 7-star Hall, who had not appeared for thousands of years, had all appeared in the 7-star Hall conference. The Hall Master of the Alioth Hall was a fake. The news of the Artifact Emperor Qiao Feng winning the Myriad Artifact Conference and defeating Lin Weiqi, and Dong Li Jiao in the 7-star Hall Conference and killing official Qin also spread. The name of the Artifact Emperor Qiao Feng spread throughout the spirit realm. The Alpha Hall of the Seven-Star Hall was the head of the Seven-Star Hall. It was located in the Alpha Mountain Range, opposite the Alpha Star of the Big Dipper. At night, the mountains around the Alpha Hall were covered by the faint moonlight. The mountains were covered in green pines and cypresses, and there were large buildings stretching out in the night. There were 7 tall mountains in total, and they were shaped like the Big Dipper. Every mountain peak was exceptionally lush and green, towering into the clouds. The 7 mountains were covered in clouds from the waist up, and the energy of heaven and earth was dense. Among the 7 mountain peaks, there was a deep canyon that was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It was boundless and deep. Whoosh, whoosh! Under the moonlight, 3 figures landed on the head of the 7 mountains. It was the Alpha Hall Master, Kuang Zun, the Alpha Hall Master, Yu Xianzi, and Du Xiaofu. Do you know why the 7-Star Hall is called the 7-Star Hall? On the mountain, Yu Xianzi asked Du Xiaofu gently. Her clear eyes were looking at Du Xiaofu with some consolation. Du Xiaofu shook his head and smiled bitterly at Yu Xianzi. Senior, I don't know. You are your master's disciple, so you can call me second martial uncle. I am the second in the 7-Star Hall. Yu Xianzi said to Du Xiaofu, the 7-Star Hall is called the 7-Star Hall because of this place. More than 1,000 years ago, your master and I found this place and built the 7-Star Hall together. Yu Xianzi paused and continued to say to Du Xiaofu, the 7 peaks here form a natural formation that is opposite to the Big Dipper. What is even more strange is that there are 7 places in the spirit realm that are opposite to the Big Dipper. That is where the 7-Star Hall is. These 7 places have extraordinarily rich heaven and earth energy. The place you are looking at now is the 7-Star Light Pool. This natural formation can attract the light of the stars and form star energy. It can allow cultivators to purify their spiritual altar and cleanse their body. The benefits of absorbing the light of the stars are enormous. Back then, we made some arrangements to allow the 7-Star Light Pool to absorb the light of the stars. However, the amount of light of the stars that can be absorbed is limited. It can only support one person's baptism every few decades. Therefore, only the winners of the 7 Palace Conference can enter the 7-Star Light Pool to absorb the light of the stars. I see. Du Xiaofu was shocked when he heard this. It was unexpected that there were such benefits in the 7 Palace Conference. Little guy, you are called Qiao Feng? Mad, revered Dongjian looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. He looked like he was in his 70s, but his temperament was wild and rough. It was really strange to look at him. Replying to Senior, I am just a pseudonym. Du Xiaofu is my real name. Because I have many enemies, I have no choice but to hide my identity. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Little guy, you have guts, daring to enter Alioth Hall alone. You respect your elders and your master. You have guts. Mad Revered looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. In the future, call me First Martial Uncle. I am the leader of the 7-Star Hall. If you have any enemies in the future, you don't have to be afraid. Your martial uncles are here. If anyone dares to bully you, they will help you. You don't have to be afraid of the 3 sects, 3 groups, 1 valley, and 2 schools. However, if you are in the same generation, you have to deal with it yourself. Many thanks, First Martial Uncle. Du Xiaofu smiled, but then his heart sank. That clan was too strong. Not to mention the 7-Star Hall. Even the Ancient Heaven sect was no match for them. Oh, right, Xiaofu. You better break through to the Emperor realm in 2 months. Then, in addition to getting the Een Spirit Crystals, you can also represent the 7-Star Hall and show them that the 7-Star Hall is not to be trifled with. Mad, Revered told Du Xiaofu, I will do my best. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. He wasn't too sure about the grand event. But breaking through to the Emperor realm required an opportunity that could only be found by chance. It would be best if he could break through to the Emperor realm. Let's begin. Fairy, you gestured to Mad Revered. Yes. Kuang Zu nodded and waved his hand. Talismans flew out, and light shot up into the sky from the 7 mountains. Rumble! The 7 peaks trembled, and a rumbling sound seemed to come from underground. Night clouds surged high up in the sky. Dazzling runes gathered on the 7 peaks and soared into the sky as if they were parting the clouds. Whoosh! The night clouds dispersed, and stars twinkled in the sky. The Big Dipper shone as if it was about to fall. Suddenly, 7 rays of light shot down from the Big Dipper. The 7 rays of light were like colorful energy tides, descending directly above the vast canyon in the middle of the 7 mountain peaks. Finally, it seemed to have turned into a colorful vortex that slowly rotated above the canyon. The dazzling starlight illuminated the canyon. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could feel that the starlight contained an extremely rich energy. Nang Na's rich energy wasn't violent, but it was extremely vigorous. More and more energy was still converging toward him. As the energy gathered, the energy in the area became more intense. In the sky, the surrounding starlight seemed to be attracted as well. Streaks of starlight fell from the sky and gathered in the vortex, causing the colorful vortex of starlight to spin faster and faster. The colorful vortex was like a river of stars, dazzling and dazzling. The energy became more and more vigorous. It was as if the energy in the world was being drawn and devoured. Crackle! Suddenly, the vortex of starlight exploded, and dazzling rays of light shot out. In the end, all of them sprinkled down into the boundless and deep gorge like a rain of light. At the same time, the vast canyon suddenly began to flicker. It was as if a torch had been lit in the darkness, and it began to emit light. Then, the light became brighter and brighter. In the end, it turned into a dazzling starlight that illuminated the bottomless valley. It was as if the deep river of stars had fallen from the sky. Everything was like a dream, making people exclaim in amazement. The originally vast and boundless canyon was now filled with dreamy starlight, and vigorous energy rippled through the air. It made one feel relaxed and refreshed, and one's spirit was clear. Xiaofu, kid, quickly enter the 7-star luminous pool, Kuang Zun said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. After nodding, Xian Qi gushed out from under his feet. He stamped his feet slightly, and his figure turned into a ray of light that flew straight into the 7-star luminous pool. His body swooped down and entered the valley. Du Xiaofu immediately felt that he was wrapped in a dazzling starlight. The dazzling starlight surged like a tide. It was clearly invisible, but at this moment, it felt as if it had entered a lake. There was a clear feeling of waves, accompanied by a vigorous and rich energy fluctuation. What a mystical place! Du Xiaofu exclaimed in his heart. This place was mystical and rich in energy. As soon as he entered, he felt a vigorous energy that could purify his spiritual altar and cleanse his body. Du Xiaofu's figure entered the 7-star luminous pool and was wrapped in starlight. The deeper he went, the more he felt an enormous pressure blocking him. But obviously, the deeper he went, the denser the accumulated starlight energy was, and the stronger the effect was. Du Xiaofu rushed into the 7-star luminous pool, and after a brief observation, he went deeper. Inside the starlight energy, Du Xiaofu felt his heartbeat quicken. The starlight energy in Du Xiaofu's body, which had come from Qi Yishi's blood essence, was now invisibly attracted by the starlight energy in the 7-star luminous pool. A moment later, as Du Xiaofu ventured deeper, he could already feel the star energy within his body fluctuating. Starlight radiated from within his body. This kid is very strange. On the mountain peak, watching Du Xiaofu's figure enter the 7-star luminous pool, Kuang Zun's eyes emitted a dazzling light, like shining stars in the starry sky. He has a lot of secrets. Don't be fooled by his honest appearance. He's very cunning. Yu Xianzi's eyes flickered as she said, but his nature is good. That guy didn't choose the wrong person. Honest people aren't suitable for cultivation at all. I don't like honest fools the most. I like this kid. Kwang Zun laughed and said, I just don't know if this kid can break through to the Emperor realm in 2 months. If he can, our 7-star hall will be able to show the 1 valley, 2 religions, and 3 sects and 3 schools how powerful we are. The starlight energy is no small matter. It can purify one's spiritual altar and cleanse one's body. He's already at the peak of the Martial King realm and the peak of the 6-star Talisman Master realm. He's only 1 step away from breaking through. With his talent, he has at least a 60% chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Yu Xianzi said in a low voice, breaking through to the Emperor realm will increase the chances of obtaining Yin spirit crystals. If he misses this chance, he'll have to wait another 30 years. Kid, don't let me down. Break through to the Emperor realm. When the time comes, you'll bring glory to the 7-star hall. Kwang Zun looked at the 7-star luminous pool and murmured, Today's update ends. Chapter 845. Deep inside the starlight, the pressure was getting stronger. Du Xiaofu couldn't go any further. His body was covered by the 5-colored starlight. Vigorous energy rippled around him. Du Xiaofu's body was filled with starlight. It shone with the starlight around him, creating a marvelous scene. It seems like there's a connection. Du Xiaofu could feel the star power Upanishad in his body moving. It was connected to the starlight inside the 7-star luminous pond. Purify the spiritual platform. Cleanse the body. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. Starlight entered his nose. This was a precious land. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged inside the 5-colored starlight. He floated in the air and made a hand seal. He used the power of the star power Upanishad to connect with the starlight around him. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The starlight fluctuated. After a while, it seemed to connect with Du Xiaofu. It smoothly flooded into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, the star power Upanishad in Du Xiaofu's body seemed to contain a bottomless devouring power. It expanded from his body and continuously sucked in the starlight inside the 7-star luminous pond. Swoosh, following this devouring power, the starlight inside the 7-star luminous pond spun, creating a whirlpool. Vigorous energy unceasingly flooded Du Xiaofu's body. It was like a 5-colored ribbon entering Du Xiaofu's body. The starlight energy entered Du Xiaofu's body. As soon as it touched Du Xiaofu's body, it fused with the starlight energy inside Du Xiaofu's body. That vigorous energy made Du Xiaofu's body shiver. Vaguely, they could see wisps of smoke emitting from Du Xiaofu's body. That smoke was a kind of impurity that was hard to detect. It had fused with Du Xiaofu's marrow. Even if Du Xiaofu's thunder and lightning power and the gold-winged great rock had cleansed his marrow, they couldn't expel it completely. This kind of impurity couldn't be cleansed without gentle energy. Du Xiaofu's thunder and lightning power and the gold-winged great rock's cultivation technique were extremely domineering. They were too masculine. At this moment, after being cleansed by the starlight, they could be cleansed. The 5-colored starlight, Upanishad, great rock, great rock, great rock. Du Xiaofu's star power, the star power Upanishads in his body. The 5-colored starlight energy followed the star power into Du Xiaofu's body and was absorbed by his meridians, bones, cells, internal organs, and muscles. At the same time, the impurities that were hard to detect were cleansed. Du Xiaofu could sense that there was a mysterious energy in the 7-star luminous pool. It could give birth to a new kind of energy in his body. Du Xiaofu's body was originally too masculine. Now, under the starlight energy, there was no doubt that it had the effect of balancing yin and yang. It made everything in Du Xiaofu's body sublimate. It gained a kind of flexibility, and his body was climbing to a new level. This feeling made Du Xiaofu overflow with joy. The benefits were self-evident and enormous. There were still 2 months left. Du Xiaofu also hoped that the energy of the spiritual altar essence in the starlight could give him an opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, he could go to the revered Weapon Master's grand event to obtain the Een Spirit Crystal. It would also improve his strength. Strength was the most important thing. It was also what Du Xiaofu yearned for the most at the moment. The starlight whistled and poured into Du Xiaofu's body. If someone from Dubhe Hall saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. No one had ever been like Du Xiaofu in the 7-star luminous pool. Others were cleansing their impurities in the 7-star luminous pool. But Du Xiaofu was purely absorbing the energy in the 7-star luminous pool. At this rate, although he needed a lot of energy to break through to the martial Emperor realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for Du Xiaofu to gather the energy needed to break through to the martial Emperor realm at the speed he was absorbing the starlight energy. The starlight energy in the 7-star luminous pool could be absorbed by Du Xiaofu without restraint. It could also be used to cleanse his impurities. Of course, energy was one thing. If he wanted to break through to the martial Emperor realm, it was more important to have an opportunity. Only by seizing that opportunity could he successfully break through. Just like that, Du Xiaofu was wrapped in the starlight. The starlight vortex around him spun like a divine light, continuously connecting with Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to have transformed into a star, absorbing all the surrounding starlight energy into his body. In the quiet 7-star luminous pool, Du Xiaofu seemed to have lost track of time as he was immersed in it. Sitting cross-legged like a star, Du Xiaofu's aura was unknowingly rising at this moment. It was constantly growing. Although the growth of the aura was not fast, it continued to grow endlessly. More importantly, the aura was climbing towards the gap between the martial king realm and the martial emperor realm. The growth of the aura wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. It wouldn't take long for him to cross the martial king realm and finally reach the martial emperor realm. Martial emperor was a synonym for a true expert in the entire Central Plains. It was the divide between a true expert and an ordinary expert. It was a gap that countless martial king realm experts couldn't cross in their lifetime. If Du Xiaofu could break through, he would be a martial emperor under the age of 20. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire Central Plains. More importantly, Du Xiaofu had only been cultivating for a few years. He hadn't become a martial emperor before the age of 20, but he had already killed one. Time passed slowly like this. In the spirit realm, the news that the 7-star Hall Master had appeared and that the Hall Master of Alioth Hall was fake had spread. The entire spirit realm was in an uproar. Even the countless forces in the Central Plains were alarmed. The name of Artifact Emperor Qiao Feng also resounded throughout the Central Plains. There were rumors that the rise of Artifact Emperor Qiao Feng in this grand event in the Central Plains would put great pressure on the disciples of the One Valley, 2 religions, and the 3 sects and 3 schools. In the Ancient Heaven sect, in the quiet study of the continuous mountains, Sima Taxing pondered for a moment. Then his glass-like eyes rippled a little. He said, "The terrifying existences of the 7-star Hall are indeed still in the world. It's been more than 1,000 years. Those terrifying existences have really lived for a long time." Protector Hao's eyes were also quite shocked. Sima Taxing smiled and said, 1,000 years is actually nothing. The path of cultivation is to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Those extraordinary people are fighting with the heavens every time they enter a new level. The ancestors of our Ancient Heaven sect, who don't care about the world and have seen through everything, should have lived for more than 1,000 years. In the forbidden area in the back of the mountain, there may be existences that I don't know about. Maybe it won't be long before I enter that place to cultivate. The sect master is still young. The Ancient Heaven sect still needs the sect master. Protector Hao smiled. As long as the people in the forbidden area in the back of the mountain still exist, the Ancient Heaven sect will never have a real big event. That is the most important foundation of the Ancient Heaven sect. compared with Tao enlightenment and those otherworldly people in this world. The position of the sect master of the ancient heaven sect is really not worth mentioning. Sima Taxing's eyes moved and he frowned slightly. He said, "However, someone dares to make a move against the 7-star hall. This matter is unusual. In these years, there has been a faint existence of a huge force, but it is difficult to detect. Could it be that that person is also from that force? Is the sect master worried about the fake Yuheng Hall master?" Protector Hao frowned, and his expression became serious. "The last time Muhan came back, he mentioned to me that Muhan's grandmother wanted me to inquire about it. They said that there is a mysterious force in this world that is extremely huge. It seems that this matter is most likely true." Sima Taxing said, "I will send people to investigate thoroughly. If that force exists, there will always be clues left behind." Protector Hao said. Sima Taxing nodded and then shook his long sleeves slightly. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said softly, "It's about to be that grand event. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years have passed. Time really flies. 30 years ago, I didn't even know Muhan's mother. 30 years ago, the sect master's name shook the world. He was the emperor of all emperors and was bestowed the title of Heaven's Pride. How disdainful that was." Protector Hao smiled. Thinking back to 30 years ago, he was still excited. 30 years ago, that was luck. At that time, there were a few people who were injured. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to win. Those people were not under me at that time. I was just lucky. Sima Taxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. 30 years ago, he knew very well that there were a few people whose strength was definitely not under him. It was just that his luck was better. However, at that time he also had absolute strength. That place was definitely not a place that could be walked out of by luck. The cruelty inside could only be supported by absolute strength. That place is definitely not something that can be walked out of by luck. Protector Hao smiled and then said, "This time our ancient sky sect also has hope. The eldest miss lived up to everyone's expectations and easily broke through to the martial emperor realm. Together with the 2 monstrous existences that we have been hiding, as well as Inmachin and the others, this time our ancient sky sect will definitely be able to suppress everyone like 30 years ago. Muhan broke through to the martial emperor realm and the existence of those 2 guys. They do indeed have the power to fight. There shouldn't be too many people who can shake the 3 of them. However, how could the other forces not be prepared? It is said that this time the 1 valley, the 2 sects, and the other 3 sects and 2 sects have also surged out of the top experts." Sima Taxing Xing's voice paused slightly and then said softly, "Even in the spirit domain, the weapon emperor Qiao Feng has appeared this time. He is young, and it is said that he is a martial artist and talisman cultivator. Before becoming an emperor, he has already killed an emperor. Even the mysterious Emperor Chu Jiang of the martial emperor realm was killed by him. Once such a young man breaks through to the martial emperor realm with the support of the 7-star hall, he will definitely be a terrible dark horse." Chapter 846. Killing an Emperor Before Becoming One. Rumor has it that the artifact Emperor Qiao Feng is domineering and fierce. Sect Master, why do I feel that guy is somewhat familiar? Protector Hao frowned slightly. As the person in charge of the ancient sky sect, he naturally knew about the news when it was sent back to the ancient sky sect. From the description of the news sent back from the spirit domain, the temperament of the artifact Emperor Qiao Feng gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "You're talking about Du Xiaofu, aren't you? It's indeed somewhat similar." Sima Taxing smiled bitterly. If Du Xiaofu was there, I'm afraid there would be a wonderful battle when he meets the artifact Emperor Qiao Feng. Elder Qingyang returned to the sect and brought news that something has happened in the Stone City. Before Protector Hao finished speaking, Sima Taxing looked at Protector Hao and said, "This matter can't be leaked out. It absolutely can't be leaked out." "Understood. I'll go and do other things." I'll investigate the mysterious person in Yuhing Hall. Protector Hao understood and nodded. Then he seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, Sect Master, the saint of the Great Luan sect will be engaged in 2 days. What should we prepare?" "The saint of the Great Luan sect? It's Dongli Chihuang, right?" Sima Taxing's glazed eyes moved slightly. It said that this boy is unfathomable. I don't know how far he has reincarnated. The Great Luan sect's secret reincarnation method can't be underestimated. The grand event is about to begin. It's a little puzzling that the Great Luan sect would do this at this time. It said that Dongli Chihuang is engaged to a female disciple of the Divine Light Court called Cheng Xingnan. Although this girl's talent is not weak in the Divine Light Court, it's not particularly outstanding. But not long ago, according to the news we received, this girl has obtained the inheritance left behind by the Light Ancestor. Protector Hao said to Sima Taxing, "Coincidentally, this Cheng Xingnan is also the princess of the Stone Dragon Empire. The Stone Dragon Empire is not far from Stone City, right?" Sima Taxing's eyes moved. He had some impression of the Stone Dragon Empire. "That's right. However, Stone City and Dark Forest are now desolate countries. There should be some estrangement between them and the Stone Dragon Empire. Du Xiaofu used to be the brave god king of the Stone Dragon Empire. He's quite close to Cheng Xingnan," said Enforcer Hao. "From the looks of it, the Stone Dragon Empire has abandoned that brat for Dongli Chihuang. That brat's death has brought the Stone Dragon Empire closer to the Great Luan sect. In addition, with Cheng Xingnan's status in the Divine Radiance Court, he has found himself a backer." Sima Taxing smiled and did not take it seriously. Then he said, "It seems that the relationship between the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court is much closer. I'm afraid that the so-called backer of the Stone Dragon Empire is also unreliable. Even the Divine Light Court is looking for a backer. The Great Will sect and the Immeasurable sect have been at odds all these years." Protector Hao smiled. "If you rely on a backer, the backer will collapse. If you rely on someone, they will run away. Only by relying on oneself can you truly rely on yourself." Sima Taxing flicked his sleeves, and a fierce glint flashed across his glass-like eyes. He said to Protector Hao, "Pay attention to the Stone Dragon Empire. Something has happened in Stone City. Martial Uncle Qingyang brought back news that the grass of immortality and dark insight grass have appeared in Stone City. If the Stone Dragon Empire wants to rely on the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court to encroach on it, then destroy the Stone Dragon Empire with a thunderous force. I'd like to see what the Divine Light Court and the Great Luan sect will do to my ancient Heaven sect. I don't like the Stone Dragon Empire. Since when did a small Stone Dragon Empire have the right to abandon my junior brother? As for the engagement of Dongli Chihuang from the Great Luan sect, since the invitation hasn't arrived, my ancient Heaven sect doesn't need to send any gifts. Just pretend that we don't know." Sima Taxing's eyes flashed, and he continued to say to Protector Hao, "That brat has fallen for some time. Since the Stone Dragon Empire is going to get engaged, then let's make it even more lively. On that day, the ancient Heaven sect will go to Stone City and hold a ceremony. The more lively, the better." "I understand. Everything will be arranged properly." Protector Hao nodded in understanding. After he finished speaking, he bowed and left. After Protector Hao left, Sima Taxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His glass-like eyes flickered as he murmured, "Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, proficient in refining weapons and integrating beast energy. He also cultivates in both talisman and martial arts. He's related to the Weapon Sovereign and is fierce and domineering. Brat, could it be you? Are you really still alive, Stone Dragon Empire? After the Tianhu Empire and the other 2 empires were defeated, the Stone Dragon Empire had been recuperating. With the deterrence of the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court, no one in the vicinity dared to provoke the Stone Dragon Empire. Moreover, the the Stone Dragon Empire was separated from the Central Plains by millions of mountains. The strongest empires in the vicinity were the Tianhu Empire and a few other empires. Now that the Tianhu Empire and the other two empires had been defeated, there were no other forces in the area that could contend with the Stone Dragon Empire. However, everyone knew that the relationship between the Stone Dragon Empire and the Desolate Country was extremely mysterious. The Stone Dragon Empire could be said to be the dominant force in the vicinity, while the Desolate Country's younger generation was formidable. The Great Luin Sect and the Divine Light Court were behind the Stone Dragon Empire, while the Desolate Country had the Ancient Heaven Sect behind it. It was rumored that the Desolate Country had traces of the Profound Talisman Sect behind it. In addition, many forces in the Central Plains were related to the former Tianwu Academy. Now that almost all the remaining disciples of the Tianwu Academy had fallen to the Desolate Country, they were definitely a huge force that couldn't be ignored. In addition, the Desolate Country was now filled with experts and countless kings. The Medicine Emperor was also present. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot live on one mountain. Now that the 2 countries were together and had a mysterious relationship, no one knew when the balance would be broken. The Desolate Country, the main capital of the Stone City. Following the death of an emperor, the Ancient Heaven Sect was intimidated. Although the news of the treasures in the Stone City spread, no one dared to covet the treasures in the Stone City. This allowed the Desolate Country to be at peace for quite some time. However, the peace in the Stone Dragon Empire and the Desolate Country had been broken recently. The news that the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, Cheng Xingnan, was going to be engaged to the saint of the Great Luin Sect, Dongli Chihuang, caused the entire capital of the Stone Dragon Empire to be in an uproar. When the news spread, it shook the entire empire. This news naturally caused the entire Stone Dragon Empire to rejoice. Many citizens who didn't know about the news naturally thought that the first princess, Cheng Xingnan, and the saint of the Great Luin Sect, Dongli Chihuang, were a match made in heaven. However, some people who knew about the situation were gloomy and silent. In particular, some of the kings in the capital of the Dragon Empire were gloomy and missed the brave young man from the past. There was also a huge commotion in the Desolate Country. The entire country was paying respects to the founding Rock Emperor. The Ancient Heaven Sect also participated. The founding emperor of the Desolate Country, the founding Rock Emperor, Du Xiaofu, was the junior brother of the Ancient Heaven Sect's master, Sima Taxing. This news spread completely. Many people now knew that the founding Rock Emperor of the Desolate Country actually had such a high status in the Ancient Heaven Sect. At night, the stars twinkled and the sky was blue and serene. The Golden Dragon Palace of the Stone Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace was grand and magnificent. The eaves were blue, and the glazed tiles on the roof sparkled under the reflection of the stars and the moon. The bright moon cascaded down and streaked across the exquisite eaves, sprinkling a hazy yellow light all around. From afar, the magnificent Golden Dragon Palace towered in the night sky like a golden palace. It appeared mysterious and quiet. "Father!" The imperial palace was filled with dragon chi. A woman gently walked into the majestic palace. Her orange clothes set off her long and slender legs. Her elegant temperament was somewhat cold. The woman was Cheng Xingnan. She was no longer the same as before. At this moment, her temperament had changed, making people tremble just by looking at her. "Xingnan, tomorrow is the day of your engagement. I hope you've found the right person. You've already grown up. I'm deeply gratified." Emperor Cheng looked at Cheng Shengnan. His rather fat body made his belly look small, but he had an absolute majesty that made people feel intimidated. "Father, thank you for raising me." Cheng Shengnan bowed slightly, thanking her father for raising her. "Silly child, when you were born, I named you Shengnan because I wanted you to be stronger than men. These years, you've indeed done it. Even now, you're still so extraordinary. You've done so much for the family. Emperor Chung helped his beloved daughter up. His beloved daughter in front of him was his pride and the pride of the entire Stone Dragon Empire. I'll definitely bring the Chung family and the Stone Dragon Empire to new heights in the future. I'll protect the entire family. Chang Xingnan's pearly white teeth parted slightly. There were some complicated emotions in her eyes. I believe you'll be able to do it. Emperor Qing nodded with gratification. He said to Chang Xingnan, prepare early. Tomorrow is your engagement. It's one of the most important days of your life. I hope I can see my most beautiful daughter tomorrow. Well, father, you should rest early too. Chang Xingnan nodded. She bowed slightly and turned to leave. By the way, Xingnan, have you heard about him? Suddenly, Emperor Cheng raised his head and looked at Chang Xingnan, who had just turned around, and said, I only recently learned that his position in the Ancient Heaven sect is extraordinary. Unfortunately, Emperor Cheng sighed. He paused for a moment and said, regretfully, it would be great if he were still alive. But now, with the barren country, if he were still alive. I've also learned about his position in the Ancient Heaven sect after my last visit to the Divine Court. He's envied by the heavens and met with great misfortune. Father, don't think too much about it. Qing Xingnan's beautiful figure paused for a moment. Then she walked away with light steps. At night, stars shrouded the palace. In the palace pavilion, Chang Xingnan looked at the bright moon in the sky and stood still for a long time. Chapter 847. Some things have passed and can only be hidden in your heart. Just like some memories, you can only reminisce about them occasionally or forget them silently. In this world, there will always be some people who will gradually drift apart. There will always be some words that can never be said. Looking at the moon, Chang Xingnan frowned slightly. Under the night sky, her sparkling eyes became a little moist. She brushed her sleeves and wiped the tears off her cheeks. She muttered softly, I said that as long as there is a chance, I will help you take revenge. Consider it the last thing I can do for you. Who is it? Suddenly, Qing Xingnan turned around. Her sparkling eyes were filled with coldness, and the aura around her spread out. Elder sister, it's me. A beautiful figure walked over from the corridor, far away from the pavilion. She was delicate and beautiful. Under her slender eyelashes, her big eyes sparkled like black gemstones under the night sky. She was the second princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, Chang Yan. When she was studying in Tianwu Academy, her round and cute figure was extremely attractive now. Her short braids had now become long hair. They were black and shiny and hung down to her slender waist. After all these years, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman. She was extremely attractive. The daughters of the royal family had already grown up. Second sister, why are you here? Looking at the girl in front of her, the coldness in Chang Xingnan's eyes disappeared. Her eyes were filled with a smile. A slight breeze blew over, and her hair fluttered gently behind her head. It was breathtaking. Elder sister, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Chang Yan raised her eyelashes and looked at her elder sister with clear eyes. She felt that her elder sister's aura was different from before. She was so noble that people couldn't get close to her. You little girl, you are becoming more and more beautiful in these years. Chang Xingnan smiled. The second sister in front of her was indeed becoming more and more beautiful. She was as beautiful as Han Ran. Elder sister, you are getting engaged tomorrow. That person is the saint of the Great Wheel sect. Now, all the women in Zhong province are probably envious of you. Chang Yan looked at her elder sister and said, upon hearing this, Chang Shengnan raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful eyes slightly tilted, and then she smiled slightly, revealing her shallow dimples. She smiled sweetly and said softly, is that so? Looking at her elder sister, Chang Yan looked at her quietly and said, elder sister, do you know? Ever since I was young, I've always felt that you were different. How is it different? Chung Xingnan looked at Cheng Yan and asked with a curious smile. You've always been a lily of the valley in my heart, Cheng Yan said softly. Ling Lan, Chung Xingnan Huaguang's eyes trembled slightly. She knew about the lily of the valley. It was a noble flower that represented pride and loneliness, but it also meant that one was helpless. You are a lily of the valley in full bloom, Cheng Yan said with a smile. Chung Xingnan smiled bitterly and looked at Cheng Yan. She raised her hand and stroked her second sister's black hair. She pursed her lips slightly, as if there was a trace of sadness that could not be revealed. Then she said softly, I am still me. I am still the old me. I will always be your elder sister. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan became serious and said, Elder sister, do you really love the saint and Dongli Qi Huang? Chung Xingnan was slightly taken aback. Her cheeks moved slightly and her eyes trembled slightly. However, there was a kind of power that could take one's heart and soul away. It made people look very ethereal and very far away. After a while, Chung Xingnan said, He's not bad. He's not bad to me and the Chung family. I hope I didn't misjudge him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan's clear eyes were filled with emotions. She looked at Chung Xingnan quietly and continued to ask, Elder sister, if Senior Du is still alive and he appears in front of you tomorrow, would you choose Dongli Qi Huang or Senior Du? Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, Chung Xingnan's delicate body trembled. That was from the bottom of her heart. Then, in her gentle demeanor, there was a subtle complexity that was difficult to detect. Chung Xingnan then smiled slightly. Her bright eyes were blurred and covered with an elegant shadow. She replied to Cheng Yan, Some things can only be accepted after they have happened. Some paths can't be turned back once you have chosen them. I heard people say that some people, once you meet them, you will be in love with them for 10,000 years. Some people are moved, but once you start, it's hard to take back the spilled water. Cheng Yan looked at Chung Xingnan and asked, Elder sister, have you ever been moved by Senior Du? When it's time to let go, let go. Some pain can be tolerated and it will pass. Some love can be tolerated and stopped. Chung Xingnan looked at Cheng Yan and sighed lightly. She said, Some things should be picked up and some things should be given up. Let the end be the end and the beginning be the beginning. As soon as she finished speaking, Chung Xingnan turned around. The corners of her eyes were moist. With a light tap of her feet, her lithe figure immediately drew a seductive arc in the air. Then, she left the pavilion and disappeared. Her voice drifted over from afar. Second sister, the most important thing is not where you are, but the direction you are facing. Big sister will take this direction. You and third brother should stay in your positions. The world is unpredictable and life is impermanent. Many things can only be understood after experiencing them. We all need to grow up and bid farewell to our immaturity. Maybe in the future, you will understand what I said. Rest early. Remember, I will always be your elder sister. The voice slowly disappeared, leaving Cheng Yan standing quietly under the moonlight. After a long time, she murmured, The royal family is a trap. Being in the royal family is also a kind of misfortune. I only regret that there are some things that I didn't do when I had the chance. Those who can be together, please cherish them. Some people want to be together, but can't. Night, spirit realm, Alpha. In the mountain range, the stars were bright and the moon was dim. The vast starlight fell from the sky like a waterfall and landed in the 7-star light pool. It illuminated the mountain range and was mysterious and unpredictable. Inside the 7-star light pool, inside the colorful whirlpool of starlight, there was a silent energy, fluctuation. There was only one figure sitting cross-legged. It was Du Xiaofu, who was being baptized by the starlight. At this time, Du Xiaofu had entered that strange state, like an old monk sitting in meditation. His body did not move at all. He was like a boulder in the whirlpool of starlight, constantly absorbing the starlight energy to cleanse his body and purify his spirit. At this time, Du Xiaofu's skin was crystal clear like jade. The starlight seeped into every inch of his body. Even Du Xiaofu's face was covered by the starlight, making him look like a crystal. It was as if all the impurities in his body had been cleansed. Calculating the time, Du Xiaofu had been in the 7-star luminous pool for a total of 45 days. In these 45 days, Du Xiaofu had been absorbing the rich starlight energy to cleanse his body. The aura of his physical body had become much stronger. The starlight energy flowed through the cells in his body and his meridians, cleansing all impurities. Inside Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace, starlight shone and purified his spiritual altar. His entire being was immersed in a miraculous state of being reborn. Therefore, he did not appear to be bored at all. Instead, he was intoxicated. At this time, after 45 days, the aura that spread out of Du Xiaofu's body was more than 2 or 3 times stronger than before Du Xiaofu's aura. That aura was very terrifying. It was like a suppressed volcano that would erupt at any time. Perhaps such a terrifying aura would erupt tomorrow. Qi. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was intoxicated and did not know that Little Star, who was in his arms, had also entered the whirlpool. At this time, little Xingxing's body was flickering with starlight runes. He was devouring the starlight energy. His entire body was connected to the starlight, and his aura was also rising. If the current Du Xiaofu could feel the aura on little Xingxing's body, he would be dumbfounded. Because the aura on little Xingxing's body was definitely not inferior to his. It's not normal. It's too abnormal. On the mountain peak, under the beautiful starlight, Kuang Zun looked at the movements around the 7-starlight pool with a strange expression. He softly said, "This kind of phenomenon has never happened before. Is that kid cleansing his body, or is he devouring the starlight energy?" "His aura has been rising smoothly," Jade Fairy said softly. "On the mountain peak," Fairy Yu said softly, "under the illumination of the stars, she was like an immortal, extraordinary and refined." The next day, the entire Stone Dragon Empire was celebrating the engagement between Cheng Shengnan and the Great Wheel Sect. Such a grand occasion filled the imperial capital, Dragon City, with a sea of people. The hustle and bustle of the event resounded through the clouds. Inside and outside the imperial capital, Dragon City, there was a joyous atmosphere. Countless imperial guards stood orderly. They were in high spirits. Roar! Early in the morning, demonic beasts roared in the imperial capital. Countless ferocious demonic beast mounts flew across the sky. The aura of countless experts descended on Dragon City. Roar! For 3-headed golden lions roared as they pulled the phoenix carriage. The thunderous sound echoed throughout the imperial capital. A terrifying aura swept across the sky. The entire sky trembled for no reason. An invisible pressure was faintly discernible. It made even martial kings tremble in fear. That's the saint of the Great Wheel Sect. Looking at the phoenix carriage in the sky, hundreds of millions of people in the imperial capital were shocked. Countless girls screamed. In the imperial palace, the old lord, Cheng Fanshi, personally welcomed the saint while many nobles lined up on both sides. However, those with keen eyes would notice that the 3 most respected nobles, North Vanquishing King, South Vanquishing King, and East Vanquishing King, were not present today. Only the other nobles were present. Today's update is complete. Chapter 848. Inside the palace, First Princess Cheng Shengnan walked out with Second Princess Chengyan and a few outstanding female disciples of the Divine Light Court. She wore a long dress today, and her black hair was tied up in a princess bun with tassels. She walked over gracefully as the tassels swayed in the wind. It was a woman. Her tall and slender figure was less hot today, but more dignified, noble, quiet, and elegant. Her face was delicate and beautiful, so refined. She was like a lotus bud that had just emerged from the water, untainted by even a speck of dust. Dongli Chihuang's hair fluttered behind his head as he looked at the woman walking over. He was also in a daze. This was an engagement ceremony held in the Stone Dragon Empire to show respect to the Stone Dragon Empire. this was only an engagement ceremony, so the Great Lewin sect didn't invite the other major forces to attend. But with the Great Lewin sect's status and identity, it was enough to show respect to the Stone Dragon Empire. There were super strong cultivators from the Great Lewin sect who appeared at the engagement ceremony. It was rumored that they were the elders of the Great Lewin sect with high cultivation. Today, countless strong cultivators from the Great Lewin sect came to the imperial capital, Dragon City. Stone City was a different scene in the desolate country today. It was the complete opposite of the Stone Dragon Empire's jubilant and joyful atmosphere. The desolate country's Stone City was black and white. Everyone's eyes were dim and their hearts were heavy. Some old people even shed tears. Today, the desolate country held a memorial ceremony for the founding Rock Emperor. The strong cultivators of the Ancient Heaven sect and many other forces came to Stone City. Countless people poured into Stone City as the disciples of the World Alliance gathered there. Stone City was no longer the same as before. The energy of heaven and earth was dense. Everywhere was lush and full of spiritual chi. The people who lived in Stone City could feel great benefits. They could stay away from all evil and could be full of vitality. Their cultivation had increased greatly. The great Pung Emperor's tomb was a place where multicolored light soared into the sky from time to time. The dense multicolored light enveloped the place, appearing extremely mystical. The people of the desolate country called it a miracle. After the Rock Emperor died, he turned into a treasure to protect Stone City. In front of the tomb, an enormous stone platform was erected. Offerings were piled up, and there were Ancient Heaven sect experts offering sacrifices, chanting sacrificial texts. The barren nation held a national ceremony. During this period of time, after becoming citizens of the barren nation, everyone received benefits. Everyone was grateful for the protection of the Rock Emperor. Among the countless people in Stone City, there were old people who shed tears as they missed the Rock Emperor. In the Stone Dragon Empire, today was the day of the first princess engagement. But only in Enlightenment City, there were no lanterns or decorations anywhere. Instead, it was black and white and solemn. Even the soldiers of Enlightenment City, who knew that today was the day of the first princess engagement, did not stop the people of Enlightenment City. Instead, some people secretly joined in the ceremony, in honor of the Rock Emperor. In Enlightenment City, countless civilians walked out spontaneously, and there were elderly abbot with high status who held a memorial service. They had received news that today was the day of the barren nation's grand ceremony for the Rock Emperor. So the citizens of Enlightenment City had spontaneously organized a grand ceremony. An altar was built in the city, and billions of citizens of Enlightenment City poured out. There were old people, women, children, and young adults. But everyone had a heavy expression, and there were also old people, women, and children who shed tears. During the calamity of Enlightenment City, all the old people knelt and begged for mercy. They prayed sincerely, hoping that the heavens would pity them. And at that time, billions of citizens of Enlightenment City saw with their own eyes that it was the brave God King, who is now the Rock Emperor. It was him who led many experts like a god. It was the brave God King, the Rock Emperor, who slaughtered many experts of the three empires. For the sake of Enlightenment City, he fought against the enemy and protected the entire city. As for the holy son of the Great Lewin sect, he had only arrived later. In the end, the entire nation celebrated without the brave God King, and all the citizens of Enlightenment City felt that the Rock Emperor was unfair to the brave God King. Today, in the grand ceremony, Enlightenment City chose to worship the brave God King, the Rock Emperor. There were old people who read the memorial service with tears in their eyes. The whole city was heavy, and the women and children sobbed. The grand ceremony was so emotional that it could move the heavens. Spirit Realm, Alpha Hall, 7-star luminous pool. Time flowed like water. The next morning, the morning sun was high in the sky. But in this world, the morning sun did not enter. In the sky, stars were faintly hanging, but the daytime covered their radiance. In the seven-star luminous pool, the starlight rippled. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and did not cause any ripples. ZZZT. Suddenly, the aura around the cross-legged figure that was like a volcano finally began to tremble. The aura began to erupt, and the starlight whirlpool trembled. The energy exploded out of nowhere. Rumble. In this world, the energy in the world began to fluctuate violently. The energy in the world seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and began to gather crazily above the canyon. In the end, it gathered above the canyon and formed a huge energy whirlpool. The terrifying energy whirlpool seemed to want to devour this world. In the end, the terrifying energy surged into the starlight whirlpool in the canyon. Rumble. In the entire mountain range, the wind and clouds surged. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Dark clouds gathered and lightning flashed in the sky. In the darkness, stars fell. In the daytime, starlight appeared, and the Big Dipper was even more dazzling. Accompanied by a terrifying pressure, it spread out in all directions like a tide. Roar. Under this terrifying aura, all the beasts in the surrounding mountains screamed and crawled, not daring to move. Why is there such a big commotion? Quan Zun's figure appeared on the top of the 7 peaks. He looked at the crazy energy in the sky that was pouring into the 7-star luminous pool. The oppressive aura that spread out was definitely extraordinary. It was actually accompanied by a heavenly might. Xiaofu is breaking through. Yu Xianzi's dress fluttered and her eyes rippled. She was surprised by the aura that spread out from the 7-star luminous pool. That kid is breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Why is there such a big commotion? I'm afraid that even those martial emperors at the Nirvana realm would not be able to cause such a commotion. There's even lightning energy. Quan Zun was surprised. The aura that spread out was comparable to the Nirvana realm martial emperors. Most importantly, the heavenly might that was spreading out was extremely oppressive. In addition, there was also lightning energy that appeared in the sky. This was too shocking. Lightning energy. Have you forgotten about Xiao Fenglei? It's not surprising that his disciple has cultivated the lightning ultimacy. Yu Xianzi said softly. She looked around and said, the commotion caused by this guy's breakthrough is not small. I'm afraid that some of the experts nearby will sense it. It doesn't matter if they sense it. It seems that after this kid breaks through, he will really have the chance to stun the 9 major forces in the grand event. Quan Zun laughed. As Quan Zun's voice fell, the energy fluctuation in this area became more and more intense. Crash! The rich energy of heaven and earth spread out and endlessly fell into the canyon. Looking from afar, along with the starlight, the colorful energy illuminated the surroundings of the canyon, making it look like a miracle. This frightening commotion naturally attracted the attention of the entire Alpha Hall. In the Alpha Hall, countless disciples rushed out and looked in the direction of the 7-star luminous pool. The terrifying energy fell from the 9 heavens and poured into the sky. The heavenly aura spread out, making people tremble in fear. Is he breaking through to the martial emperor realm? What a terrifying aura. He's really stronger than me. On a mountain peak, Lin Weiqi's graceful figure stood. Her red dress was like fire, looking clean and neat, but also hot and moving. As the crazy energy of heaven and earth poured into the 7-star luminous pool, a majestic aura finally erupted like a suppressed volcano. It could no longer be suppressed and began to erupt. It was as if a peerless, ferocious beast had awakened from within. Boom! As this aura erupted, the 7-star luminous pool suddenly shot up into the sky like a bomb. The colorful energy was like a sun soaring into the sky, releasing the energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the stars in the sky rotated and countless colorful streams surged. The starlight shone brightly and a miracle appeared in the sky. Chi, chi, chi! In the 7-starlight pool, in a short period of time, there was an endless and dazzling golden talisman secret inscription light that burst out like a waterfall. The golden talisman light was dazzling like a sun in the sky. Its power caused the entire space to tremble, as if it wanted to suppress and destroy this space. In a short moment, the golden talisman, light, began to arrange in midair, condensing into a golden phantom of a 5-fingered mountain. The golden phantom of the mountain was born and evolved in midair as if it had been given life. Dense spiritual energy spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth, and a terrifying power spread out. That's, at this moment, even with Kuang Zun and Yu Xianzi's composure and knowledge. Their faces suddenly changed. The golden mountain was born and evolved. At this moment, it seemed to be giving birth to a spirit, as if it was about to come to life. Pressure rolled out, and the surrounding light exploded. Is that the kid's pulse spirit? How can it be so tyrannical? Even the top earth pulse spirit doesn't have such power. Kuang Zun was shocked, and he carefully looked at the golden phantom of the mountain. That thing is extraordinary. Perhaps it's not something an ordinary earth pulse spirit can compare to. Yu Xianzi said softly. The shock in her eyes was no less than Kuang Zun's. At the martial king level, one's meridian soul is nourished by the divine watchtower, which is known as spirit raising. Only then can one's meridian soul communicate with one's fleshly body and become one with the body. This kid's meridian soul is on the verge of a breakthrough. Mad, Sovereign exclaimed in delight. Chapter 849. Walala. The talismans on the 5-finger mountain started to form, and a powerful life force started to grow in the energy of heaven and earth. Then the talismans on the 5-finger mountain started to change, turning into a golden ape that was half the size of a human. Roar! The golden ape that was half the size of a human roared, and its body was wrapped in light as it roared at the sky. The golden talismans on the surface of the golden ape started to form, communicating with heaven and earth, giving people a feeling that it was the beginning of heaven and earth. The golden ape was exactly the same as Du Xiaoyao's original body. The golden talismans around its body kept surging into its body, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Redbone horse monkey, that's a redbone horse monkey. Looking at the golden ape that was half the size of a human in the sky, Yu Xianzi's shocked expression finally calmed down after a while. Yu Xianzi, do you recognize this thing? Kuang Zun asked. At this moment, the supreme aura on the golden ape made him feel fearful. Yu Xianzi looked at the golden ape and exclaimed to Kuang Zun, in the universe there are 5 spirits: heaven, earth, deity, human, and ghost. There are also 5 insects: Ao, scale, hair, feather, and Kuan. That monkey is not heaven, earth, deity, human, or ghost. It is also not an Ao, scale, hair, feather, or Kuan. It is one of the 4 monkeys of heaven and earth. As a red-bone horse monkey, its origin is even more extraordinary. It understands yin and yang, knows how to enter and exit the mortal world. It is a natural-born venerated creature that has surpassed the earth-vain soul. I wonder where Xiaofu got this great opportunity from. The golden ape was psychic, and its aura that was like the beginning of heaven and earth rippled through the entire Alpha Hall. Inside the Dubhe Hall, countless disciples trembled in fear. In the sky, a mysterious white light spread out from the dazzling starlight and golden light at the same time. The white light was like a divine light that was rippling, exuding a pressure that bathed the surroundings in the white divine light, and a wave of pressure spread out. At this moment, it was not difficult for people to notice that within the energy fluctuations, there was another oppressive aura that was rapidly increasing. He has also begun to make a breakthrough in Talisman Dao. He is still breaking through to become a 7-star Talisman Master. Yu Xianzi's beautiful eyes were moved. Even with her cultivation level and mental state, her eyes were still rippling. In a short period of time, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rippled within the starlight, and a powerful aura suddenly surged out once again. Boom! In an instant, white divine light surged. In an extremely short period of time, the aura surged and broke through an invisible bottleneck. An ancient aura instantly reached a new height. Walala! In the sky, the dazzling white divine light suddenly erupted like a volcano. The white divine light changed, and a terrifying aura rippled. Finally, under the shocked gazes of many in the distance, it directly condensed into an illusory body. This illusory body was dressed in a purple robe. It looked to be 19 or 20 years old, with a resolute face and thick eyebrows that were like swords. It looked more resolute and determined than its peers. The illusory body's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light shot out like lightning. His eyes contained golden lightning and starlight. An ancient aura swept out from the thin illusory body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. On the mountain peak, Yu Xianzi's eyes rippled as she said, "That's his Yuan spirit. His spiritual soul force has condensed into a Yuan spirit. This kid's Yuan spirit is so powerful. It's impossible to be a match for him in the same cultivation level. It's too terrifying. Fourth brother has taken in an abnormal disciple this time." Quang Zun couldn't help but exclaim. He could clearly feel the terrifying Yuan spirit contained in the body of the Yuan spirit. It should be impossible to be a match for him in the same cultivation level. He also has a spiritual root. His Yuan spirit contains a spiritual root, and that spiritual root is not an ordinary spiritual root. It's very strong. Yu Xianzi said again. The aura of the spiritual root in the body of the Yuan spirit made her feel a little afraid and oppressed. Judging from the Yuan spirit, that kid is at most 20 years old. He has stepped into the realm of a martial emperor and a 7-star spiritual talisman master. His aura and Yuan spirit are abnormally strong. This time, the 7-star hall has profited. Fourth brother has a successor. Quang Zun's shocked expression gradually turned into joy, and then he laughed excitedly, as if the one who had broken through was his disciple. In the sky, the illusory body of the Yuan spirit stood in the air, and a strong Yuan spirit spread out, causing the souls of the disciples in the Dubhe Hall to throb. Many people felt their legs go soft under the Yuan spirit, condensed Yuan spirit. That's his original appearance. He's still so young. I'm far inferior to him. On a mountain peak, Lin Weiqi murmured softly. The shock on her beautiful face gradually subsided after a long time. Then she smiled bitterly, and her heart was filled with complicated feelings. Before the conference of the 7 palaces, she was not even afraid of Dongli Diao. She had dreamed of going to the central state and competing with her peers in the 9 great forces. Among her peers, she had always been the number 1 in the spirit domain. She was not a proud person, but she had a sense of pride. Because she was Lin Weiqi, she should have this kind of pride. However, after the conference of the 7 palaces, she began to doubt her talent. Was she really worthy of being called a genius? If she was a genius, then what was the young man in front of her? He could only be a monster and a pervert. The golden ape roared, and the body of the young man's Yuan spirit floated in the air. The terrifying energy of heaven and earth rumbled and reverberated in all directions. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, a dazzling and vast star energy suddenly shot up into the sky from the 7-star luminous pool. Boom! The dazzling starlight exploded, and a vast aura spread out from the 7-star luminous pool like a tide. The light was so dazzling that the disciples of Sky Pivot Hall in the distance closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at it. After a while, they opened their eyes. Then, everyone saw that in the distance, between the illusory body of the Yuan spirit and the roaring golden ape, there was a young man wearing purple soft armor and a purple mask. An ancient and domineering aura spread out from the young man's body, causing the surrounding space to distort. Initial martial royal realm. Initial 7-star spirit talisman master. Countless people exclaimed. They could feel the 2 terrifying auras. The young man cultivated both martial arts and talisman skills, and he was breaking through at the same time. That is Weapon Sovereign Xiaofeng, the disciple of Weapon Sovereign. In Sky Pivot Hall, a young man said, his eyes full of shock, "Rumble!" Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, and the seven-star luminous pool below him exploded. The surrounding mountains shook, and the golden ape turned into a golden beam of light, and the body of the Yuan spirit turned into a white divine light, and rushed into Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! At that moment, lightning flashed in the sky, and the stars rotated. A terrifying lightning and dazzling starlight almost distorted the space, and they turned into a lightning and starlight pillar that was dozens of feet tall. It fell from the 9 heavens, passed through the space, and heavily covered Du Xiaofu's body. The space shook, and the surrounding sky changed color. At that moment, the young man's aura rose to its peak. The mighty aura on his body swept through the 9 heavens, and it was surrounded by lightning and thunder. It caused lightning to flash and thunder to rumble and the wind to surge. Too powerful. He is just an initial martial royal realm and a 7-star spirit talisman master. The terrifying aura rippled out, and the elders in Sky Pivot Hall were shocked. Even some of the ordinary elders in Sky Pivot Hall could not resist such an aura. What a powerful aura! Weapon Sovereign Xiaofeng, you really live up to your reputation. That aura is too powerful. That is Weapon Sovereign Xiaofeng. I did not expect his cultivation to have reached such a terrifying level at such a young age. We are far behind him. At that moment, many young disciples in Sky Pivot Hall broke out into whispers, and their eyes were filled with shock. To be able to become a disciple of Sky Pivot Hall, they were not ordinary people, and they had their own pride. However, at that moment, they knew that they were not worth mentioning in front of the young man in purple soft armor, who had just broken through. This young man has broken through. He has broken through both Talisman Dao and Martial Dao at the same time. He is abnormally strong. On the mountain peak, Kuang Zun looked at the young man in purple soft armor, hovering in midair with a fiery gaze. He was pleasantly surprised. In the Stone Dragon Empire, the imperial palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and there was an astonishing sound wave. The holy son of the Great Wheel sect, Dongli Chihuang, and the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, Cheng Xingnan, are getting engaged today. The whole empire is celebrating. Roar! As the sound wave fell, the imperial palace was filled with golden light, as if a sun had jumped out. A golden dragon shadow rushed to the top of the main hall, and it occupied the sky above the imperial palace, releasing a dazzling golden light. Countless people in the imperial capital raised their heads to look at the sky. The pressure was so great that it made people tremble and want to crawl. In the main hall of the imperial palace, the first princess, Cheng Xingnan, and the holy son of the Great Wheel sect, Dongli Chihuang, stood together. They were like dragons and phoenixes among men, making people envious. The third prince, Qing Chao, had a smile on his face. With a brother-in-law like the holy son of the Great Wheel sect, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire central continent. Sacrifice. In the desolate country's stone city, after the ceremony, the ancient sky sect's experts on the altar were shouting, "Sacrifice to the Emperor Cao Tao!" The desolate country's grand ceremony was held, and people were kowtowing. There were women, children, and the elderly who were sobbing, and their hearts were filled with sorrow. The desolate country was shaken by the entire country's grand ceremony. Amidst the crowd, there was an invisible chi field, and at this moment, there was a strong aura that soared into the sky. Chapter 850. This aura was extremely mysterious and could only be gathered when the people were united. It was rumored that in ancient times, this power was called faith. It was a mysterious power that could only be produced when the people were united. This power was very similar to the Imperial Palace's dragon aura, but it was more powerful. The Imperial Palace's dragon aura could not directly obtain this power of faith, so it could only be gathered through the Empire's dragon veins and finally formed into Imperial Palace's dragon aura. The power of faith was too difficult to form. It was rumored that only the ancient powerhouses could unite the people and form the power of faith to add to themselves and obtain great benefits. In the divine pivot hall of the spirit realm, the lightning and starlight disappeared and the surroundings returned to normal. Why isn't that kid reacting? What's wrong? On the mountain peak, Kwang Zun was puzzled as he looked at the figure in the sky. Something's not right. Something's not right. Shinzi frowned. She felt an inexplicable aura coming from afar and was about to approach. Something's not right. Kwang Zun's expression changed and his aura surged. He was on guard. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled, the 9 heavens shook, and the world changed color. In an instant, a golden brilliance seemed to have come from the depths of the sky. It was like a divine radiance that directly enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! Almost at the same time, the sky shook and a second golden light surged out. It merged with the first and also enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Golden light enveloped Du Xiaofu. At this moment, a pressure that seemed to come from the heavens and earth spread out around him. This pressure was special and endless. Under the pressure, the people in the divine pivot hall couldn't help but tremble in fear. The weaker disciples of the divine pivot hall couldn't help but prostrate on the ground. In the mountains, thousands of beasts roared and looked up with reverence. In Enlightenment City, hundreds of millions of people worshipped the Rock Emperor and knelt down. The mysterious aura in the city soared into the sky. Faith, that's the power of faith. Xiaofu is absorbing the power of faith. On the mountain peak, Fairy Yu was truly shocked. She looked at the young man who was shrouded in golden light at this moment. It was as if a heavenly deity had descended. That was the legendary power of faith. Those who could obtain the power of faith were all almighty beings in ancient times. And now, the power of faith had actually appeared on that young man. Faith power, the legendary faith power. Where did Xiaofu get the faith power from? Even Sovereign Kwang was stunned, and his eyes were filled with shock. Legend has it that when the power of faith is added to one's body, one would be able to obtain the protection of the heavens, suppress all evil, and increase one's luck. The power of faith is something that only the Almighty of the heavens and earth can obtain. Fairy Yu said softly, and her eyes were unable to calm down for a long time. Extraordinary, this kid is extraordinary. Our 7-star hall is in luck this time. Ha 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 ha, Mad Sovereign laughed heartily. How could he not know what faith power represented? This was the kid's luck and also the 7-star hall's luck. That kid was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the almighty beings in ancient times. There was no need to worry that the 7-star hall wouldn't prosper in the world. That guy has been stubborn all his life. His eyes are on the top of his head, and he has never accepted a direct disciple. This time, he has indeed accepted a good disciple. Fairy Yu said softly, and a smile appeared on her face. This disciple belongs to our 4th brother, and also to our 7-star hall. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mad Sovereign turned around and looked at Fairy Yu, and said mysteriously, "Second brother, do you still remember the agreement between the 7 of us?" Fairy Yu raised her hand and smiled faintly. At that time, the 7 of us didn't want to submit to each other. After establishing the 7-star hall, we agreed that in the future, if there was someone who could stand out among the younger generation of the 7-star hall and be qualified to be recognized by us, then the 7-star hall would be under the management of the 7-star hall. This way, the 9 major powers of the central continent would be afraid of us. Mad Sovereign looked at the young man who was shrouded in golden brilliance and said to Fairy Yu, "Do you think that kid Xiaofu is qualified?" Fairy Yu raised her head and looked at the young man in the sky. After a while she said, "My Tianqian Hall can be handed over to him. Tianqian Hall will also be his in the future," Mad Sovereign said. His strong and rough body fluctuated with an aura that caused the surrounding space to distort. Du Xiaofu broke through. At this moment, he was shrouded in golden brilliance, and the space trembled. He felt a gorgeous golden passage appear in front of him. The aura that spread in the golden passage made Du Xiaofu feel that he could obtain great benefits. It could nourish his soul and body. Therefore, he stepped in without hesitation. The golden passage seemed to be extremely long. Du Xiaofu felt that he had passed through countless spaces before finally reaching the end. Golden brilliance shone in front of him, and then the space fluctuated. He felt a dazzling light coming, and a familiar big city appeared in his sight. The big city was the Stone City. Du Xiaofu couldn't be more familiar with it. Du Xiaofu saw that the Stone City was holding a memorial ceremony. Countless people were kneeling on the ground, and some were shouting his name. The Drug Emperor, Big Sister, Second Brother, First Uncle, Second Uncle, Mysterious Dragon King, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Golden Condor King, Extinction Sword King, and many others. There were also many elders and experts of the ancient Heaven sect. Many familiar figures appeared in Du Xiaofu's sight. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that he could blend in with the countless people. He could feel everyone's thoughts. He was able to see through everyone's heart and their thoughts clearly. They were thinking of him. They were sad for him. Some hoped that he could become an expert. Some hoped that he could strengthen the desolate country. There were young people in the Stone City who hoped to become strong and protect the Stone City in the future. Suddenly, the signs in front of him changed. In Du Xiaofu's sight, another familiar place appeared. It was a vast city. Du Xiaofu didn't forget that it was the Enlightenment City. In Enlightenment City, the grand ceremony was also going on at the moment. Du Xiaofu felt that he could also pry into the thoughts of billions of people clearly. They were grateful for his protection. They were grateful for everything that he had done for the Enlightenment City back then. There were old people who were grateful to him. There were women and children who couldn't bear to part with him. There were young people who hoped to become experts and didn't want the Enlightenment City to suffer again. As long as I'm here, I'll protect everyone. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He was touched. Everything that he had done had a meaning. This was the meaning of protection. There would be people who would remember everything that he had done. As long as I'm here, I'll protect everyone. In the Enlightenment City, the Stone City, above the sky, golden light suddenly spread out. There was a familiar voice. Vaguely, there was an illusory figure in the sky. However, it disappeared in a short time. Du Xiaofu didn't know that the words in his heart would cause changes in the Stone City and the Enlightenment City. This was the power of faith pulling each other. It's the brave God King. I've seen it before. I won't forget it. That's the voice of the brave God King. There's no mistake. Miracle. This is a miracle. The brave God King has shown himself. In the Enlightenment City, hundreds of millions of eyes were trembling. Everyone was trembling. The brave God King had shown himself. He had shown himself in their prayers. That's Third Brother's voice. It's Third Brother's figure. There's no mistake. In the Stone City, Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong raised their heads. They looked at each other and trembled. The Rock Emperor has shown himself. It's the Rock Emperor. The Stone City was in an uproar. People were running around to spread the news. The experts of the Ancient Heaven sect were also amazed. They had witnessed the scene with their own eyes. It was extremely mysterious. Roar! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu heard a dragon's roar. An aura rippled towards him. It seemed to be connected to his aura. Then the space rippled. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu saw the Stone Dragon Empire's Dragon City. Then he saw the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was filled with joy. It was decorated with lanterns and streamers. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. They were both peerless and outstanding. They were like a golden couple. The Great Wheel Sect's holy son, Dongli Chihuang, and our Stone Dragon Empire's first princess, Cheng Xingnan, are engaged. They are a match made in heaven. The Great Wheel Sect will definitely protect our Stone Dragon Empire in the future. The first princess and the great wheel sect's holy son are engaged. The entire empire is celebrating. They are a match made in heaven. In the imperial dragon city, a voice entered Du Xiaofu's mind. Engaged. She's engaged. Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat and a ripple appeared in his heart. The scene before him then turned into a mass of light and shattered before disappearing. Spirit Realm Alpha Hall. In the sky above, the golden light disappeared. The morning sun finally poured down from the sky and illuminated the entire mountain range. It was warm and refreshing. The figure in the sky floated in the air for a moment. Finally, his body trembled slightly. Under the mask, the tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The light in his eyes was like lightning shooting out. There were purple flames erupting and starlight shining. Under the gazes of the numerous sky pivot hall disciples in the distance, a terrifyingly overbearing aura soared into the sky from within the young body. It caused the clouds in the sky to split apart as if they were being pushed apart by a large invisible hand, while the aura rushed towards the depths of the clouds. The thin, purple, soft-armored body stood tall in the air. The majestic aura that spread out from his body was like a peerless, ferocious beast that had awakened. It rushed into the endless sky. What a terrifying martial emperor! Feeling the terror of that aura, numerous murmurs filled with respect and envy sounded out in the entire sky pivot hall. Today's update is complete. I have finally broken through to the martial emperor realm. The grand event in the Central Plains is about to begin. Chapter 851. Are you engaged? Congratulations, I wish you happiness. In the air, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and suppressed the complicated feelings in his heart. He didn't know why, but he felt a faint heartache. He then bitterly smiled and murmured, "The saint of the Great Wheel sect is indeed worthy of you. But what can I give you? I only have revenge for my family and the revenge for the school. I can't fall down because I don't have anyone behind me, so I can't be your support. The school's revenge is as deep as the ocean, and it's hard to have feelings for each other. My heart has already been taken care of by someone else, and we will be strangers from now on." Suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart, Du Xiaofu loosened his clenched fists. He immersed his consciousness into his body and sensed everything that was going on. As he probed with his mind, Du Xiaofu felt that there was a little golden ape entrenched within his divine watchtower. It was exactly the same as Du Xiaoyao's original body. It was his meridian soul that had already gained sentience. This was also the difference between the Martial King realm and the Martial Emperor realm. Within the Naiwan Palace in his mind, the ball that was formed by mental energy and spiritual strength had already turned into a small, illusory figure. It was like a miniature version of himself and looked exactly like him. Du Xiaofu knew that it was his primordial spirit. After becoming a 7-star spiritual talisman master, a spiritual talisman master would be able to form his own primordial spirit. If his physical body was unfortunately destroyed, as long as his primordial spirit existed, he would have a chance to recover, just like his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen, and his master, the Honorable Equipment Master. A martial cultivator's primordial spirit could only be formed at the martial honorable realm. Du Xiaofu withdrew his primordial spirit and carefully sensed the changes in his body. He realized that his body had once again undergone a complete transformation. As he probed, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that there was a crystal clear feeling in his body. Even his internal organs, bones, muscles, and acupoints were filled with light. That was the benefit of being cleansed by the starlight energy. In his body, the expanded spirit watchtower and the surging celestial energy, as well as the vigorous spiritual energy in his primordial spirit, were completely different from before he broke through. Boom! This change caused Du Xiaofu to feel a burst of joy in his heart. He clenched his fist tightly and could not help but punch towards the air. This was a simple punch with a faint electric glow wrapped around it. Immediately, the space trembled, and a series of energy sonic booms resounded. The surrounding space was directly distorted and shattered. A spatial vortex vaguely appeared, as if it was about to explode the space. Faint, black spatial cracks spread out from the vortex. It was such a simple punch, yet it was so powerful that Du Xiaofu felt that if he were to meet someone like Chu Jianghuang, he would be able to easily kill him with a single punch. "Xiaofu brat, your strength has increased tremendously." Kuang Zun's voice rang out, and two figures silently appeared beside Du Xiaofu. They were none other than Kuang Zun and Yu Xianzi. "Greetings, eldest martial uncle and second martial uncle." Du Xiaofu smiled and bowed. He had to thank the two elders in front of him for this breakthrough. No need for formalities. It's good that you've broken through. There's still half a month before the Heavens Pride Tournament. Prepare well. If you can't enter the top 10, I'll take care of you when I return. Also, don't forget about the Yin Spirit Crystal. Kuang Zun looked at Du Xiaofu with anticipation. The 7-star hall finally had a chance to enter the top 10 in the Heavens Pride Tournament. Du Xiaofu was slightly stunned. Heavens Pride Tournament. Yu Xianzi looked at Du Xiaofu's puzzled expression and said to Du Xiaofu, "It's the Heavens Pride Tournament that I told you about before. It's held once every 30 years. When the time comes, all the young people in the Middle Continent will participate. The 3 sects, 3 factions, 1 valley, 2 schools, and even our 7-star hall will participate. It's incomparably dangerous, but there are also great opportunities inside. At the same time, it's the responsibility of the entire Middle Continent." Then, Du Xiaofu learned about the history and information of the Heavens Pride Tournament from Yu Xianzi and Kuang Zun. Rumor had it that a long, long time ago, the heavens and earth were in turmoil, and living beings were slaughtering each other. It was the end of the world. One day, a supreme expert descended and stopped the slaughter with his own strength. He sealed the entire battlefield and left behind a thunder god cauldron to suppress the evil spirits on the battlefield. Back then, when the heavens and earth were in turmoil, there were more than billions of evil spirits on the battlefield. It was an ancient land that was full of mysteries. As time passed, countless living beings were born. Within the sealed ancient land, the living beings that were born were all evil spirits. In order to prevent the evil spirits and evil spirits from gathering and eventually becoming uncontrollable, the ancient land seal would open once every 30 years to allow people to enter and cleanse the evil spirits and evil spirits. At the same time, they would obtain endless opportunities. However, the seal also had restrictions. It could only allow cultivators below the martial royal realm to enter. In the end, they could obtain great benefits. However, all of this could only be obtained by the younger generation. As for the older generation, even if their cultivation had not exceeded the martial royal realm, once they entered the ancient land, they would immediately be suppressed and killed. Therefore, every 30 years, the ancient land seal would open, and only the younger generation could enter. This was also the responsibility of the entire Middle Continent. Rumor had it that once the evil spirits in the sealed land reached a peak, the seal would break. At that time, the entire Middle Continent would be plunged into misery and suffering and become a demon's domain. Every 30 years, the younger generation of the entire Middle Continent would enter to cleanse the evil spirits and evil spirits as their responsibility. At the same time, they also desired to obtain endless opportunities. Rumor had it that there was a possibility of obtaining an ancient inheritance in the ancient land. At that time, one would be able to rise out of the blue and become a top expert in the world. Xiaofu, in the Heavenly Pride competition, you will lead the disciples of the 7-star hall to participate in the ancient sealed land. It is extremely dangerous inside. Although the evil spirits are cleansed every 30 years, there is no lack of powerful evil spirits and evil spirits. In a courtyard on a mountain peak in Dubhe Hall, no disciple could get close to it. This was the forbidden area of Dubhe Hall. Yu Xianzi looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and continued to warn him. If you're unlucky, it's not impossible to encounter an evil creature that surpasses the Emperor realm. Every time, even the 3 sects, 3 schools, and other forces like the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, and other forces, there are many more people who have died in the sealed land. Therefore, you must not be careless and be careful. However, if there is a chance, you must fight for the final benefits with all your might. It will be a great opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have such an opportunity in the future. Second, Martial Uncle. What kind of great opportunity will there be at the end? Du Xiaofu asked curiously and made a mental note of it. Even second Martial Aunt, Fairy Yu, felt that it was an enormous opportunity. One could well imagine how enormous that opportunity was. It was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. That is divine thunder body tempering. It can directly improve martial veins and spirit roots. Quang Zun said to Du Xiaofu first. His rough figure and aura rippled as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Xiaofu, do you know why the One Valley, 2 sects, and 3 factions in Spirit Realm are afraid of our 7-star hall? In fact, our 7-star hall does not have the rich foundation of the One Valley, 2 sects, and 3 factions. Looking at eldest Martial Uncle Quang Zun, Du Xiaofu shook his head. The One Valley, 2 sects, and 3 factions are restraining each other. No one wants to let others obtain Spirit Realm. This is the main reason. Quang Zun's eyes lit up slightly as he continued to say to Du Xiaofu, more importantly, they know that we and your master are not to be trifled with. If any of the forces of the One Valley, 2 sects, and 3 factions provoke us, they will suffer great losses. Du Xiaofu nodded. He did not doubt eldest Martial Uncle Quang Zun's words at all. With eldest Martial Uncle and his master's strength, if the 7 of them worked together, the 9 forces of the One Valley, 2 sects, and 3 factions would suffer great losses and pay a terrible price. The 9 forces also restrained each other. That was why Spirit Realm was in such a state today. The 9 forces could not touch Spirit Realm and the rise of the 7-star hull. They are afraid of us because there are 6 human sovereigns among the 7 of us. Quang Zun looked at Du Xiaofu with undisguised pride. He said, Boy, do you know how many martial veins and spirit roots are divided into? As far as this disciple knows, martial veins are divided into human outstanding, human monarch, and human sovereign. Du Xiaofu was shocked. There were 6 human sovereigns among the 7 hall masters of the 7-star hull. Sima Muhan of the Ancient Heaven sect was also a human sovereign. Such people were too rare, even rarer than phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, every human sovereign was terrifying. It was not a big problem for them to kill people of the same cultivation level. They were not people of the same cultivation level as them. By the way, eldest Martial Uncle, why are there only 6 human sovereigns among the 7 of you? Is there anyone else who is not a human sovereign? Du Xiaofu was curious. He did not know which hall master was not a human sovereign. Sovereign Quang chuckled proudly. Yu Xianzi looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, There is also your master, Xiahou Fenglei. He is not a human sovereign. Chapter 852. So my master is slightly weaker. Du Xiaofu murmured. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect his master to be slightly weaker among the 7 hall masters. Quang Zun smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, Your master isn't a human sovereign because he is a human sovereign that surpasses the human sovereign. Among the 7 of us, the strongest wasn't me or 6th brother, Purple Sky Sovereign. It was your master, Xiahou Fenglei. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his heart trembled fiercely, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. So his master, Xiahou Fenglei, was actually the strongest among the 7 hall masters of the 7-star hull. Martial veins aren't just divided into outstanding human, human king, and human sovereign. Above them, there's also human sovereign. That's an existence that surpasses the human sovereign. Even human sovereigns can't compare to them. It's said that only some legendary ancient clans have human sovereigns. Yu Xianzi's eyes flickered. She sighed and said, "Above human sovereigns, there's the strongest sovereign. That's a legendary existence. That's the sovereign of humans." It said that the sovereign of humans only appeared in ancient times. Those sovereigns among the sovereigns eventually became almighty in this world. They're the strongest existences in this world. No one can compete with them. Sovereign. Those two simple words made Du Xiaofu's body tremble violently. It was as if his blood was boiling. Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the martial veins in his body trembled slightly when those two simple words entered his ears. Sister seems to be a natural-born sovereign. A slight smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's lips. His sister was a woman who was no different from him. She was a natural-born supreme being, the strongest existence in the world. Du Xiaofu was proud of her because she was his biological sister from the same mother. I think Xiao Jing should have recovered by now. A comforting smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Now that she had her own heart, his sister would definitely be able to recover in that clan. In the ancient land seal, there will be a chance for divine thunder body refinement. However, there are only 10 places. You must enter the top 10. This opportunity cannot be missed. Kuang Zun said to Du Xiaofu, "I will do my best." Du Xiaofu said, nodded. Now that he had broken through Martial Emperor Realm and 7-star Talisman Master, he was confident. The Divine Thunder Body refinement. Although Du Xiaofu didn't know what level his martial and martial spiritual root were, he couldn't his martial and spiritual chi. Although Du Xiaofu his martial and spiritual martial. S is mu martial nilu. Muz's is ren. Esta. S bites B's heaven. S genius heaven. S heavens is. Du Xiaofu planned to return to Migra's palace first before going to the ancient land seal to meet up with the others from the 7-star hall. Du Xiaofu learned some helpless news from Kuang Zun and Fairy Yu. Inside the ancient land seal, one could not use any external force, including puppets. One could only rely on one's own cultivation and strength. Any external force would be restricted inside. This was naturally not good news for Du Xiaofu. If he could use the dragon puppet on him, it would be a strong guarantee. Unfortunately, he could not do so. Kuang Zun and Fairy Yin were worried about returning to Migra's palace. They were afraid that they would meet the mysterious expert who pretended to be the hall master of Alioth Hall. GMO Du Xiaofu had to spend some effort to convince Kuang Zun and Fairy Yu. His luck was not that bad. Moreover, the appearance of the 6 hall masters of the 7-star hall had already intimidated the mysterious expert. He would not show himself for the time being. Little Xing, the aura on your body seems different. In midair, Du Xiaofu leaped into the air and left. Little Xing came out of his arms. The aura on his body was very different from before, which surprised Du Xiaofu. Ayo, ayo! Little Xing raised his head and mumbled in a low voice. His golden eyes looked at Du Xiaofu as they rolled around. You want to eat spirit herbs again? You wastrel. Du Xiaoyao is so much better than you. Du Xiaofu stared at little Xing, but his hand subconsciously took out a few spirit herbs and put them in front of little Xing's mouth. He muttered, "If I didn't promise her to take care of you, I wouldn't have bothered with you. If you dare to starve me to death, my father will definitely not let you go." A crisp and tender voice rang out from little Xing's mouth, after which he opened his mouth and swallowed the few stalks of spiritual herbs. After chewing on the spiritual herbs in his mouth, he rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and completely ignored Du Xiaofu. You can talk. Du Xiaofu's body suddenly trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. This little ingrate could actually talk, and it seemed to be a girl. What's so strange about that? I was only able to talk after breaking through, when you were breaking through. Little Xing Xing chewed the spirit herbs in his mouth and spoke in a childish voice. As he spoke, rays of light shot out from his mouth. Qi Du Xiaofu landed on a mountain peak below and looked at little Xing Xing. He was dumbfounded and asked, "You just said your father. Who is your father?" "I don't know who he is, but when I was breaking through, I heard the words my father left in my mind. He said that he would definitely come back to find me." Little Xing Xing looked at Du Xiaofu and his golden eyes rippled. His childish voice said seriously, "Anyway, you are also my father. I was born because of you. In the future, you must take good care of me and give me more spirit herbs to eat. I feel that if I eat more spirit herbs, I will be able to break through faster. Since when am I your father?" Du Xiaofu was stunned and stared at little Xing Xing in front of him. This little guy was obviously a demonic beast. How could he be his father? However, this little guy's father was most likely the real dragon. This made Du Xiaofu a little afraid of offending this little guy. The real dragon in the legends was extremely powerful. However, could this little guy's father really be a real dragon? "Anyway, you are my father." Little Xing Xing rolled his golden eyes at Du Xiaofu. After eating a few spirit herbs, he still wanted more. However, he did not ask Du Xiaofu for more. After his childish voice faded, he once again burrowed into Du Xiaofu's arms. "What's going on? Am I a father just like that?" Du Xiaofu was stunned on the mountain peak. After a long while, he smiled bitterly. Then his body flashed a few times and disappeared in the direction of the Migra's palace. 30 years have passed again. The Heavens Pride competition and the Ancient Land Seal is about to open. Who knows how many young people will obtain great opportunities because of this? That ancient land is a dangerous place. This time, who knows how many young people will not be able to come out after entering? This is a grand event. Countless young people in the entire central region will participate. Outstanding talents and human kings compete. The last 10 people will obtain the greatest benefits. If you want to be the last 10 people, it will be a fierce battle. It will be a battle between the strongest young people in the central region. Only the strongest 10 people will have the qualifications to participate. When the time comes, their names will resound throughout the central region. Sooner or later, they will become giants. I wonder which 10 people will be able to enter the top 10 this time. Naturally, they will be the most powerful people in the one valley, 2 sects, 3 sects, and 3 factions. It will be too difficult for the disciples of the other forces to compete with them. That's not necessarily true. In the past, there have been records of dark horses. Those dark horses usually have the strength to compete with the top young disciples of the 9 great forces. It's too difficult for such dark horses to appear. Who do you think will become the Heaven's Pride this time? It's really hard to be sure. I heard that the Great Luan sect has the Saint Dongli Chihuang. His cultivation has reached a terrifying level. There is also the immeasurable sex Jiu Ling rumor has it that her cultivation has already broken through to the martial emperor realm. There is also the profound talisman sex Zhu Shui. She is also a terrifying disciple of the profound talisman sect. There is also the Shindu Gates Jiang Rolin. She is the fairy of the Shindu Gate. There is also the Spirit Heaven Valleys and Lingjun. It is said that he is the most talented person in the Spirit Heaven Valley in the past 1,000 years. There is also the Huijian sex Wu Ming. His sword Dao cultivation is so high that even the elders in the sect feel ashamed of their inferiority. Don't forget that there is also the Sky Snake sex Shi Longyang, the profound underworld sex Ming Rongyin, and the ancient heaven sex Ruo Shui Han and Shinling. It is said that they are all people with terrifying talents. Chapter 853. The entire spirit realm and even the entire central state was talking about the grand event that happened once every 30 years. The Prodigy Tournament was the focus of the entire central state. Countless forces were waiting anxiously. For ordinary forces, They didn't hope that their disciples would be able to obtain the last great opportunity in the prodigy tournament. However, they all hoped that the disciples of their own sects and clans would be able to obtain the legendary inheritance of the ancient experts in the sealed land of the ancient lands. It was rumored that countless treasures were left behind in the sealed ancient land. Many heavenly treasures were born there. Those who were fated would be able to obtain them. The Prodigy Tournament was a great cleansing of the sealed ancient land. More importantly, it was a competition between the younger generation of the entire Central State. The final 10 strongest youths would be able to stand out from their peers in the Central State. Their names would resound throughout the Central State, and they would become famous throughout the entire Central State. As for the top youths of the various forces, they would naturally become the focus of everyone's discussion. They were the most likely to become one of the final 10. However, this matter couldn't be confirmed. One had to know that there were great dangers in the sealed ancient land, and there were still many people fighting for supremacy. It was hard to say who would be able to walk to the end and stand out from the rest. The night was like a curtain. The moonlight shone in the sky, covering the 800 miles of Central State's long river. Above the vast body of water, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. Unknowingly, dark clouds gathered in the sky and blocked the moonlight. The moonlight was swallowed up by the dark clouds. Whoosh! After a while, above the body of water, a huge whirlpool spun endlessly. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. It was as if there was a huge world inside the body of water. Waves of terrifying energy spread out from it. Roar. Within the dark body of water, the deep roars of beasts could be heard continuously. Whoosh! The energy waves from the whirlpool grew stronger and stronger. It was as if something was about to spit out. Then the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. Huge waves surged like thunder. The huge waves were like a tsunami. White waves swept in all directions. Whoosh! Then the entire whirlpool began to rise like a waterfall. It was as if something terrifying was revealed from the whirlpool. Waves of terrifying ancient aura rippled out from the whirlpool. Then, within the vast body of water, a huge silhouette began to appear. It stretched into the distance and covered a huge area. Under the dim moonlight, runes shot into the sky. Several huge mountains appeared within the body of water. It was as if they were uprooted from the bottom of the water. They appeared in the world of the world. The mountain peak towered high, multicolored light spreading out, the aura ancient, as if it came from a distant ancient space. Suddenly, 3 figures flew out from the whirlpool and landed on the waters of the middle plains. Sister, Xiao Luo, we will come back to see you. 3 figures floated in midair, and a young girl stood in the middle. She released a serene melody that was extremely beautiful. The young girl's beautiful hair was loosely tied up behind her head. She had a bewitching temperament, but there was also a kind of pure and holy beauty, especially those pitch-black and ethereal eyes under the night sky. It was enough to engrave her in one's heart with a single glance. Okay, remember to come back and talk to me when you are free. A sound of nature came from the ancient mountain. As the voice faded, the space in the mountain range suddenly trembled. Then the entire space rose. Rumble, the surrounding space was like a fried dough twist. Space ripples began to twist together. The water that had just calmed down shook again. The waves surged as if they were going to devour everything. Then everything disappeared again. It was as if the ancient mountains had never appeared. Roar! Deep in the body of water, the roars of beasts could be heard. Among the 3 figures, the small figure on the left was a golden macaque the size of a baby. The golden macaque's entire body was glittering and translucent gold. The hair on its head was brightly colored, and its long and dense eyelashes were slightly curled up, covering a pair of bright and deep light golden eyes. The faint golden light in his eyes was unfathomable and exuded a noble demeanor. I'm finally back. It's been more than 2 years. The golden macaque stretched. There was a faint golden mark between its eyebrows. It was like a flickering flame. It looked mysterious. As it spoke, the mark slowly disappeared. I wonder where third young master is now. A young man on the right spoke. He was dressed in a black robe and had an imposing figure. His facial features were distinct and deep like a sculpture, and he emitted a cold and handsome aura. His dark and deep eyes were pure pitch black, and his entire person emitted the aura of a king that could shake the world. Let's go back to the dark forest first. We will be able to find my brother. The girl in the middle revealed a smile that was as beautiful as the epiphyllum of the world, a smile so beautiful that it could melt one's heart. I wonder what level that guy is at now. If he is not as strong as Little Tiger, it will be embarrassing. The golden macaque said with a gloating face. It hoped to see that guy's face when he was defeated. With third young master's talent, even if I have obtained great benefits in the past 2 years, I will not be able to compare to him. The young man in the black robe had a look of awe on his angular face. He knew very well that even if he had obtained amazing benefits in the past 2 years, he could not compare to third young master. Roar! After a while, the black runes around the young man in the black robe surged and turned into a black tiger. It spread its wings and leaped into the sky. Its body was black, and black runes shot up into the sky. The girl and the golden macaque jumped onto the tiger's back. As the black tiger flapped its wings, a terrifying airwave swept out. One could clearly see a faint golden ripple spreading out like a tsunami. Then the black tiger's body disappeared in the sky. The young master is back. Migre's palace. As soon as Du Xiaofu arrived at the mountain gate, a disciple at the gate ran excitedly to inform him. Greetings, young master. In Migre's palace, all the disciples, protectors, and deacons bowed respectfully. 1.5 months ago, at the Seven Palaces meeting, the young master defeated Lin Weiqi and Dongli Diao, killed official Qin of the martial Marquis realm, and became the champion of the Seven Palaces meeting. At the Seven Palaces meeting, 5 of the legendary hall masters of the Seven Palaces had appeared and truly proved the identity of the young master. At this moment, in the eyes of all the disciples of Migre's palace, they were full of respect for the young man in purple soft armor. He was the direct disciple of the hall master, the number 1 person of the younger generation of Spirit Realm, and came from their Migre's palace. After a while, Elder Zhu Xiu and the other elders of Migre's palace were seated in the great hall of Migre's palace. Young master, did you get any benefits from the 7-star light pool of Dubhi Palace? Elder Zhu Xiu asked with anticipation. When Du Xiaofu had told him to leave, he had told them that he was going to Dubhi Palace with the hall master of Dubhi Palace, Guangzun, and the hall master of Merak Palace, Yuxinzi. Therefore, it was not difficult for Elder Zhu Xiu to know that according to the rules of the Seven Palaces meeting, the young master should have entered the 7-star light pool to cleanse his body, purify his spirit platform, and obtain endless benefits. Of course I got some benefits. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He did not tell Elder Zhu Xiu and the others about his breakthrough. Elder Zhu Xiu and the other elders of Migre's palace did not ask. Then Zhu Xiu looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, Young master, what happened at the Seven Palaces meeting? How could the hall master of Alioth Palace be fake? Regarding the change at the Seven Palaces meeting, not just Zhu Xiu and the others, everyone in the 7-star hall was curious and speculating. Even many factions in Spirit Realm and Central Continent were nervously watching and inquiring. This matter had shaken the entire Central Continent. Regarding the hall master of Alioth Palace, the other hall masters have already taken control of this matter. Everything is fine. Du Xiaofu said to everyone. As for the details, it was not convenient to tell Elder Zhu Xiu and the others at this time. Young hall master, is the hall master well? After hesitating, Zhu Xiu asked again. The other elders and experts looked at each other. That day, at the Seven Palaces meeting, All the hall masters of the 7-star hall had appeared, but only the hall master of Migra's palace had not been seen. Zhu Xiao and the other elders had many questions in their hearts. Elders, don't worry. I believe that Master will be able to return to Migra's palace soon. Du Xiaofu looked at everyone. During this prodigy tournament, he had to find the Yin Spirit Crystal when he entered the sealed ancient land. As long as he obtained the Yin Spirit Crystal, his master would be able to recover as soon as possible. That's good, that's good. Hearing this, Zhu Xiao and the other elders and experts smiled with anticipation, waiting for the hall master to return to Migra's palace. As Du Xiaofu was now the young hall master of Migra's palace, he naturally could not escape knowing some of the matters of Migra's palace. Elder Zhu Xiao and the other elders and experts then told Du Xiaofu about the situation of Migra's palace. From this, Du Xiaofu learned that Migra's palace was also good at making money. Their power was so great that it surpassed Du Xiaofu's original imagination. With the artifact forging skills of Migra's palace, the artifacts they forged were in short supply. There were also many puppets and other items that could not be bought in the outside world. In addition, in the past 1,000 years, Migra's palace had controlled more than 80% of the artifact forging material trade in Spirit Realm. Their business spread throughout Spirit Realm, and even in other places of Central Continent, they had many collaborations. Today's update is complete. Chapter 854. The Migra's palace controlled most of the weapons in the spirit domain. Almost all of the high-grade talisman weapons and Dao weapons came from the Migra's palace. This made countless experts have good relationships with some of the elders in the Migra's palace. This kind of invisible force was not to be underestimated. Young Master, recently, someone from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion wants to see you, Elder Zhu Xiao said. He found out that the young master was participating in the Myriad Weapon Conference because of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's recommendation. Therefore, he remembered the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Du Xiaofu also remembered that some of the conditions he promised the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion hadn't been fulfilled yet. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Shangguan He, also took good care of him. I owe the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion some favors. If possible, the Migra's palace will take care of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in the future. Also, I want a few people from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to enter the Migra's palace to study the forging experience left by my master. I have already seen the forging experience. Although it's a treasure for a talisman master, it's not a big deal to spread it out. Consider it as me returning the favor to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Elders, do you think it's okay? Du Xiaofu asked everyone. He wasn't too familiar with the Migra's palace's situation. Moreover, the people sitting here were the elders and seniors of the Migra's palace. They had sacrificed a lot for the Migra's palace, so naturally it was up to them to decide. This is a small matter. I'll arrange it. Elder Zhu Xiao nodded. There were outsiders who came to study the forging experience and methods left behind by the palace master. For example, Guang Hongwing was one of them. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Zhu Xiao. Du Xiaofu nodded. He was going to participate in the prodigy tournament soon. He would probably only have time to meet the people from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion after the prodigy tournament. Elder Zhu Xiao said, Young Master, the prodigy tournament is about to start. Our Migra's palace usually only allows 10 people to participate. Does young master have any opinions this time? Then I'll bring 10 people. You can arrange it. There's still half a month, so it'll probably take 5 days. I'll be in seclusion for the next 10 days. Du Xiaofu said. He could meet the people from the other palace. In the prodigy tournament, he had to get the Yin Spirit Crystal from the sealed ancient land. There was no mistake. Therefore, in these 10 days, Du Xiaofu wanted to prepare well. He had just broken through to the martial royal realm and a 7-star talisman master, so he needed to stabilize his cultivation. As for the mysterious move The golden-winged great pang's innate ability, the thunder ultimacy, the stars ultimacy, the grass of immortality, the dark insight grass, and the purple flame demonic phoenix's innate ability, he needed to be fully prepared. After that, Du Xiaofu copied many of his master's refining methods from the Weapon Sovereign's secret weapon manual and the Holy Body manual onto jade slips and gave them to Elder Zhu Xiao and the others. This made the group of elders extremely excited. Many of their aged faces were so excited that they lost control and became moist. After a while, Du Xiaofu laid down a seal in the secret chamber of the Migra's palace. Light flowed out from between his eyebrows, and the ancient, desolate space appeared before him. A misty, ancient, desolate qi spread out, and he entered the ancient, desolate space. Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged. He planned to use the 10 days he had in the ancient, desolate space to comprehend the profoundness of the various techniques. The Prodigy tournament was attended by countless people from the younger generation of the middle ground. Du Xiaofu was looking forward to it. He wanted to fight for the shocking benefits. Of course, as a young man, Du Xiaofu also wanted to know how strong his cultivation was in such a grand event. If he couldn't suppress everyone and compete with the top experts of the middle ground, how could he rebuild Tianwu Academy? How could he fight against that clan? From his eldest Uncle Kuang Zun and second Uncle Feiyu, Du Xiaofu also knew that the ancient land was a place of great danger. It wasn't strange for the top experts of the younger generation of the 9 major powers to die there. Therefore, one needed to have absolute strength. Qi! Du Xiaofu formed a seal, and his body was enveloped in golden light. He circulated the golden demonic rocks cultivation technique and comprehended the profoundness of the innate ability. Within the 7 stars light pool, the starlight energy purified the spiritual platform. Du Xiaofu originally had the nether demonic grass in his body, which could suppress all evil. This allowed Du Xiaofu to enter a state of comprehension in an extremely short amount of time. At dusk, the setting sun shrouded the stone city. Faint rays of sunlight illuminated the sky. The stone city was already a land of treasures. Swoosh, swoosh! Outside the stone city, in the calm sky, 3 streaks of light suddenly flew over from the sunset. 3 auras surged in the sky. After a few flashes, they appeared in the sky above the stone city and landed in front of the Rock Emperor's tomb outside the Du family. Of the 3 figures, only 2 landed on the ground. One was a charming and holy girl with an extraordinary, noble temperament. On her shoulder stood a golden macaque, which rippled with an aura that made one's heart tremble. The other was a black-robed youth. His eyes were pure black, and his entire body emitted a king's aura that could shake the world. The arrival of the 3 auras immediately alarmed the experts of the Du family. Whoosh, whoosh! Within the Du family, the medicine king Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the silver-winged demonic condor, the mysterious flood dragon king, the extinction sword king, and the golden condor king immediately flew out. During this period of time, they had been guarding the stone city as a precaution. Who are you? The Rock Emperor's tomb is a forbidden area. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. In front of the array, the disciples of the World Society blocked them. Their auras fluctuated sharply. Get out of the way. The girl spoke. Her graceful figure was trembling, and her pitch-black eyes were moist. With a slight wave of her hand, dozens of World Society disciples were blown away, but no one was injured. The little golden macaque on the girl's shoulder exuded a golden talisman mystic inscription, and a dazzling golden light spread out. Then it followed the girl and the black-robed youth into the talisman array. Back off. Du Xiaoman's eyes trembled as she looked at the girl and the golden macaque among the 3 figures. Her beautiful figure was excited, and she immediately went forward to ask the World Society disciples who were about to warn them to back off. That's the Deputy Palace Master, the silver-winged demonic condor, blue flame red leopard, and subduing tiger tyrant mastiff trembled. That girl was none other than the Deputy Palace Master, Du Xiaoqing. It's them. Medicine King Yi Wuming's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Hurry up and open the array." Chi la la! Suddenly, a talisman array master went forward and formed a seal, turning it into a talisman rune to retract the array in front of the tomb. Huff, huff! As the array was retracted, the tomb was suddenly filled with multicolored radiance. Above the tomb, 2 spiritual herbs covered the entire barren hill, covering the sky and earth. Multicolored radiance soared into the sky, and energy fluctuations enveloped the entire stone city. In front of the tomb, the Peerless girl walked towards the tombstone with trembling steps. Looking at the words, "Tomb of the Barren Country's Rock Emperor," Du Xiaofu, her ethereal eyes were moist, and tears streamed down her beautiful face. Swish, swish, Medicine King Yi Wuming, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Black Dragon King, and other experts flew over and stood quietly behind the girl. Chapter 855. Sister Xiaoman, what happened to brother? After a while, Du Xiaoqing caressed the tombstone and turned around to look at Du Xiaoman. She had rushed back to the dark forest from the central province. After arriving at the chaotic demon city, she had learned that her brother had been dead for a long time. Too many changes had happened in the past 2 years. When they heard the news, they immediately rushed back to the stone city. Everything was laid out before their eyes. At this moment, Du Xiaoqing's heart was filled with unbearable pain. She didn't expect that after separating from her brother, it would be forever. She couldn't accept it. We don't know either. He was severely injured and returned. His life force had dissipated. In the end, he didn't want to tell us. The ancient heaven sect, and we tried our best, but we still couldn't keep him. Du Xiaoman walked up to Du Xiaoqing's side and said, "I'll tell you the details later. Don't be too sad." "Brother." Du Xiaoqing raised her head. Within her beautiful figure, dazzling mysterious runes suddenly burst out like countless threads of energy. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky and swept out in all directions. What a powerful aura! That terrifying aura instantly caused the Medicine King Yi Wuming's expression to change. Under that aura, even he couldn't resist it. Roar! Under this terrifying aura, the silver-winged demonic eagle, blue flame red leopard, subduing tiger mastiff, mysterious dragon king, stone turtle king, ice python king, flame carp king, and other demonic beast experts suddenly prostrated themselves. That aura was so terrifying that they couldn't resist it at all. "Third young master!" The black-robed young man shouted. His eyes trembled. Suddenly, a tiger's roar came out of his mouth. Roar! This tiger's roar caused a sound wave to surge into the sky, and it was like a surging wave that shook the heavens and the earth to the point it rumbled and shook the hearts of all. The sound wave surged like a thunderclap. This tiger's roar spread out and resounded through the savage Beast Mountain Range. It caused the demonic beasts in the savage Beast Mountain Range to prostrate themselves and tremble. The Vice Palace Master's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level. The silver-winged demonic eagle and the others were shocked. The aura from Du Xiaoqing was many times stronger than 2 years ago. Is that the little tiger's human form? It has reached such a terrifying level. The Medicine King Yi Wuming looked at the black-robed young man. That familiar aura and the tiger's roar. It was the aura of the king-scaled demonic tiger's body. At this moment, Dr. Wuming was shocked. The aura of the king-scaled demonic tiger had also reached that level. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder and looked at the tombstone. Her eyes moved, but she did not show much reaction. There was an astonishing commotion. Under the dusk sky, Stone City trembled. A tide of people rushed out and stopped to look in the direction of the Du family. Then news spread that the Rock Emperor's sister, Du Xiaoqing, had returned. She was a terrifying expert. After a while, only the Medicine King Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Jinwu, Du Zhixiong, the silver-winged demonic eagle, the mysterious flood dragon king, the golden condor king, the solitary sword king, and a few other experts were present. Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger's expressions were solemn and sorrowful. They learned from Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong what had happened after they left. Hearing that her brother's vitality had dissipated and that he couldn't obtain the dragon chi from the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace, Du Xiaoqing's aura fluctuated sharply. Her eyes were filled with anger. Hearing that her brother had died, Du Xiaoqing's ethereal eyes were filled with tears. She was heartbroken, and her delicate body trembled. Sister Xiaoman, my brother, is the brave god king of the Stone Dragon Empire. The first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire had a good relationship with my brother. Why couldn't she obtain the imperial palace's dragon chi to prolong my brother's life? If my brother could hold on until now, I could bring him to Sister Xiaoluo. My brother would definitely be fine. Du Xiaoqing's eyes were blurred. Her heart was filled with sorrow. If her brother still had a chance to live, she could bring him to Sister Xiaoluo and he would definitely be fine. Du Xiaoman's eyes were also red. She was filled with sorrow and helplessness. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi is too important to the Stone Dragon Empire. The Stone Dragon Empire couldn't bear to part with it, and Xiaofu didn't want to force it either. As for the first princess, Qing Xingnan, a few days ago, she was engaged to the Great Wheel Sect's holy son. Before Xiaofu's vitality ran out, he went to the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Dragon City. Although he didn't say anything, I know that he wanted to see the first princess one last time. Until now, the first princess, Qing Xingnan, hasn't come to Stone City. The Stone Dragon Empire is despicable. Du Xiaoqing was furious. Her peerless face turned cold. The Stone Dragon Empire isn't a good thing. Little Tiger angrily said. He slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, shattering it into pieces. Where's Brother Qing Chen? Du Xiaoyao asked. The mysterious Flood Dragon King, Ice Python King, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and the others looked at each other. They didn't know about Jin Qingchuan's existence. Senior Qing Chen has been in seclusion for a long time. But before he went into seclusion, he said that there's a turning point for the better. He told us to wait a little longer, Du Xiaoman said. Du Xiaoyao didn't say anything else. Her eyes were filled with doubt. She then smiled and said to Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger, Little Qing, Little Tiger, don't worry. I'll talk to you about something later. Oh, right, Little Qing, the Central Continent Prodigy Competition is about to begin. The World Alliance is also planning to participate. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Do you want to go? Du Xiaoman asked. She knew Du Xiaoqing's strength. If Du Xiaoqing went, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the sealed ancient land. Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao roughly explained the situation of the prodigy competition. The World Alliance was also planning to send their younger generation to the prodigy competition. They had to leave tomorrow morning. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Du Guo, and Du Hao from the Du family, and the strongest of the younger generation, would also be going to the prodigy competition. Even the silver-winged demonic condor would be going. Among the demonic beasts, the silver-winged demonic condor was definitely one of the younger generation. Since Big Brother isn't here, I'll go to such a grand event. Du Xiaoqing nodded. She knew that if Big Brother was here, he would definitely participate in such a grand event. Du Xiaoqing then said to Du Xiaoman, Sister Xiaoman, you guys go first. I still have some things to do. I'll come back later. The next morning, the entire Stone City was gently shrouded in a thin mist. There were birds chirping in the forest, flying back and forth in the sky above the Stone City. Roar, a black tiger flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Little Qing, why are you going to the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial capital? Du Xiaoyao asked Little Qing on Little Tiger's back. I'm going to avenge Big Brother. The Stone Dragon Empire is too despicable. Du Xiaoqing's eyes were cold. She was furious that the Stone Dragon Empire didn't replenish her brother's life force. That guy isn't dead. I'm sure he's still alive. Du Xiaoyao said to Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger, I can sense him. He's still alive and well. I specially checked last night, and his corpse wasn't in the tomb. Only the heavens knew that when Du Xiaoyao went to investigate last night, in front of the grass of immortality and dark insight grass, he almost couldn't help but swallow them. If he wasn't afraid that Du Xiaofu would come back to settle the score with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold back. You said Big Brother isn't dead? Big Brother is still alive? Du Xiaoqing's gaze stared intently at Du Xiaoyao. Her gaze, which was still cold just now, immediately became pleasantly surprised. Of course he's alive. How could he die so easily? Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes and said, but the people of the Du family don't know. He must have encountered something. I'm afraid he's just pretending to be dead. He doesn't want to implicate the Du family. Brother Qing Chun, that guy, definitely knows the situation. It's good that he's not dead. Big Brother is still alive. Du Xiaoqing was ecstatic. She was so happy that she almost danced. Her smile was like an epiphyllum. Roar! Little Tiger roared happily and flapped its wings. Du Xiaoyao frowned. But the Stone Dragon Empire has gone too far. If you want to avenge that guy, then go. In the misty space, the space fluctuated and dense mist filled the air. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and immersed himself in comprehending the mysterious style. He needed time to comprehend all kinds of profound meanings. In the vast mountain range, the mountain peaks soared to the sky. The mist filled the air and the spiritual energy was oppressive. It was like a fairyland. The palace on the mountain peak was surrounded by spiritual birds and exotic flowers. In front of the palace, a 21 or 22-year-old young man in a red robe slightly raised his head and looked at the sky. There seemed to be a soul in his eyes that no one dared to look at. His red robe was embroidered with many exquisite patterns that seemed to blend perfectly with him. His tall and slender body was perfectly outlined. Holy Sun, we will depart for the prodigy competition tomorrow. Is there anything else you need? An old man came forward and asked the young man respectfully, There is a great opportunity in the sealed ancient land. I will obtain it. However, the benefits of the Stone Dragon Empire are also extremely important to me. They are not inferior to the benefits of the divine lightning. As the young man spoke, faint golden hair flowed behind his head. His entire body seemed to be enveloped by light. His voice was light, causing those who heard it to feel a surge of warmth entering their hearts, causing their minds to ripple. He was the holy son of the great Luan sect, Dongli Chi Huang. He was a reincarnated expert of the great Luan sect. He had an unimaginable position in the sect. Holy Son, do you have any plans? The old man raised his head and asked, I don't want Shengnan to know about this. Everything must be done flawlessly. We can't even let the great Luan sect appear. Dongli Chi Huang said, Then what should we do? The treasure of the Stone Dragon Empire must be obtained by the Holy Sun. The old man was puzzled. The Stone Dragon Empire is nothing to worry about. However, I don't want Xingnan to know about it. Dongli Chi Huang's eyes glowed and he said indifferently, I feel that the barren country is an opportunity. The barren country's strength should be above the Stone Dragon Empire. It will be enough if the barren country starts a war with the Stone Dragon Empire. The old man's eyes flickered and he said, The barren country has the ancient heaven sect behind it. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to take action. Chapter 856. It's just a small country. The ancient heaven sect won't do anything for a small country. Besides, I'm just borrowing their strength. Dongli Chi Huang smiled and said, The old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire is worried about his life and wants to improve. I heard that there are treasures in the stone city of the barren country. I believe the old emperor will be interested. The barren country and the Stone Dragon Empire have been enemies for a long time. As long as someone does something in the middle, it will be enough. I understand. The old man nodded and smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. The prodigy competition will last for half a year. I hope I can hear good news in half a year. Dongli Chihuang smiled and said, At that time, if I can get the benefits from the Stone Dragon Empire, I will reach new heights. The old man nodded and said, Then I'll congratulate you on your triumphant return. Stone Dragon Empire, Imperial Dragon City. The sun was shining brightly in the calm sky. Suddenly, 3 figures flew across the sky. 3 figures, 2 big and 1 small, were wrapped in rainbows. They broke through the sky and disappeared. This is it. In a short time, the 3 figures landed outside the Stone Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. A little golden macaque landed on the shoulder of a beautiful young girl. The 3 figures were Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Xiaohu, who had come to the imperial capital, Dragon City. Is the Imperial Dragon Qi in the Imperial Palace? Du Shaoqing looked at the magnificent Imperial Palace and asked Du Xiaoyao, who was on her shoulder. The Imperial Dragon Qi is in the Imperial Palace. I heard it's a treasure. It's the accumulation of the Empire's fortune. Du Xiaoyao glanced at Du Shaoqing and said, What do you want to do? Since they don't want to give up the Imperial Dragon Qi to save my brother, I'll destroy it. I want to avenge my brother. Du Shaoqing puffed up her cheeks. She was furious. She wanted to destroy the Imperial Dragon Qi to vent her anger. Do you think that guy will go crazy if we do this? Du Xiaoyao's gaze turned, and he was a little worried. My brother must have given the first princess face. That's why he didn't ask for the Imperial Dragon Qi. The first princess is heartless. She wanted to follow my brother. Why should he give her face? Du Shaoqing was angry. Although she didn't know much, she could feel the first princess, Cheng Shennan's relationship with her brother. All right, the Imperial Palace's Dragon Qi is a treasure. I wonder how it tastes. Little demon, Du smiled evilly. That smile was obviously malicious. The Imperial Dragon Palace. The Imperial Palace. As Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Xiaohu appeared in the air in front of the Imperial Palace, a dozen armored Imperial Palace guards rushed out from the Imperial Palace. Their auras were fierce as they berated Du Shaoqing and the others. Get out! Little Tiger yelled. His voice was like a roar. Air waves rippled in the air. His voice was like thunder. In a split second, a terrifying force of pressure swept out from Xiaohu's body like a tornado, sweeping towards the palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. Little Tiger's strength had reached a terrifying level. Bang! 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 Dozens of Imperial Palace guards were smashed into a mist of blood by Little Tiger's yell. Emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, come out! Du Shaoqing looked into the depths of the Imperial Palace. Her yell echoed throughout the Imperial Palace and Dragon City. Someone's breaking into the Imperial Palace. A strong enemy is coming. The Imperial Palace trembled. People rushed to the streets and gathered in the direction of the Imperial Palace. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, noble qi surged from all over the Imperial Dragon City. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, many figures leaped into the air from within the Imperial Palace. Most of them were Pulse Spiritual Realm and 5-star Spiritual Talisman Masters. There were many noble qi, but not many. There were many marquis in the Imperial Palace. However, most of these marquis were guarding outside. There wouldn't be many of them in the Imperial Palace. I wonder who's come to the Stone Dragon Empire. A faint voice came from the depths of the Imperial Palace. A figure wrapped in a faint golden light flew over. An invisible force spread out. The figure flashed and appeared in the sky above the Imperial Palace. In the faint golden light, a dense and majestic qi spread out. It seemed to be connected to the Imperial Palace. It was like a dragon had descended. It was an old man in his 80s. His long black hair fell to his shoulders. A few strands of golden hair were very eye-catching. His eyes were deep and rippled like the vast sea. Greetings, grandfather. Inside the imperial palace, several people flew over. The first was a beautiful girl, the second Princess Chengyan. Beside her was a chubby young man, the third Prince Cheng Chao. Seeing the old man, the two of them bowed respectfully. The old man was the emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, Cheng Fanshi. Looking at the two figures and the little golden monkey in the sky, he felt the qi from the black-robed young man and the beautiful girl. His eyes flickered. It's them. Chengyan looked at Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. She had seen them in Tianwu Academy. Naturally, she knew them. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a short time, dozens of figures flew over from all over the imperial palace. Their noble qi surged. The first few people were the North Vanquishing Lord, the South Vanquishing Lord, the East Vanquishing Lord, and the others. Ouyang was also among them. Seeing Du Shaoqing and the other two, the North Vanquishing Lord and the others were shocked. Other than the little tiger, they naturally knew Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. You're the emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire? Du Shaoqing looked at the old emperor, Cheng Fanshi, with a cold look in her eyes. I'm the previous emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire. Cheng Fanshi's eyes narrowed. He had seen this girl before and knew her background. He said to Du Shaoqing, I know you. You're the sister of the brave God King, Du Xiaofu. May I know why you're here today? Emperor, something's wrong. Du Shaoqing looked directly at the Emperor Cheng Fanshi and said, Hand over the dragon qi, or I'll raise the imperial palace to the ground today. What? Hearing Du Xiaoqing's words, everyone in the sky was dumbfounded and trembled. The North Vanquishing Lord, the South Vanquishing Lord, and the East Vanquishing Lord also looked at each other. The imperial palace's dragon qi is where the fortune of the empire lies. It can't be handed over to anyone. Little girl, for the sake of your brother, the brave God King, you can leave. Cheng Fanshi's eyes were blazing. Asking for the imperial palace's dragon qi was tantamount to destroying the empire. As the emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, he represented the dignity of the empire. Naturally, he couldn't lower his head. However, he knew that the girl in front of him didn't come with good intentions. She had just killed more than a dozen guards, which was enough to express her intentions. My master has contributed greatly to the Stone Dragon Empire, but the Stone Dragon Empire doesn't want to replenish the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. What's the use of the Imperial Palace's dragon qi? Destroy it. Little Tiger stepped forward, a domineering and fierce ferocity spreading from his pitch-black eyes. His awe-inspiring, kingly aura caused the surrounding figures to tremble. The old emperor, Cheng Fanshi, also felt apprehensive. Only then did he confirm that the young girl and the black-robed young man in front of him had come for the dead Du Xiaofu. The brave God King has contributed greatly to the empire, and the empire will remember it. However, the Imperial Palace's dragon qi is the fortune of the empire. I can't hand it over. Even if the brave God King was still alive, he would understand. Moreover, the brave God King also understood it. The Emperor Cheng Fanshi said as he looked at Du Shaoqing and the little tiger. He was afraid of the girl and the youth in front of him. So this girl is here for Xiaofu. What should come will come. The North Vanquishing Prince's eyes moved. The experts of the Xie family were standing beside him. Xie Fei was also among them. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly as she watched quietly. My brother is no longer here. Why are you still talking about him? Do you think my brother is easy to bully? Du Shaoqing was furious. However, the Emperor Cheng Fanshi shouted coldly, I'll ask you one last time. Hand over the Imperial Palace's dragon qi, or let me raise the Imperial Palace to the ground. Little girl, this is the imperial capital of the Stone Dragon Empire. It's an important place in the Imperial Palace. Although your strength is extraordinary, I'm afraid it's not enough. For the sake of the brave God King, go back. The Emperor Cheng Fanshi said. His torch-like eyes were rippling. Although the girl and youth in front of him were extraordinary, this was the Imperial Palace. The Emperor Qing Fanshi wasn't afraid. Razed the imperial palace to the ground. The little tiger shouted as he stepped forward. "How dare you! Take a step forward and kill, without mercy." A commander of the imperial palace guards leaped out. He was a martial marquis and was already a half-king. As the commander of the imperial palace guards, he had a high status and was very fierce. "And the little tiger shouted as he turned into a black ray of light. His aura suddenly exploded. It was a terrifying and domineering aura that made people's hearts tremble. When the aura exploded, it resonated with the heavens and earth. Not good. The old Lord Emperor seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed greatly. Boom! Everything happened too quickly, faster than anyone could have imagined. The black-robed young man appeared in front of the guard commander like a bolt of lightning. His eyes were filled with ferocity and killing intent. He lifted his hand and punched out. Bang, bang, bang. The commander of the Imperial Palace Guards was a half-king. He didn't have the chance to dodge, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. His eyes were filled with fear as he died with remaining grievances. The surrounding people were shocked and terrified. The mysterious youth only used one punch to kill a half-king. "How dare you!" the old Lord Emperor roared. He couldn't hold back his anger. His body was wrapped in golden light as he punched towards the little tiger. This punch shook the void and a dazzling golden light appeared. The surrounding heaven and earth energy surged with terrifying might. At the same time, the little tiger's fist glowed with black runes, and a claw attack grabbed towards the old Lord Emperor. The claw attack was filled with black mist. It was unfathomable and seemed to be able to swallow everything. Boom! The fist and claw collided with a loud bang. Then there was a violent explosion in the air. Thump! Thump! The little tiger's figure suddenly staggered back a few steps. However, the old Lord Qing Fanshi's body was also shaking. Although he seemed to have the upper hand, his old face was extremely shocked. Roar! The little tiger staggered back with a fierce look in his eyes. Suddenly, black runes spread out from his body, and he turned into his true form. A huge black tiger suddenly spread its wings and circled in the air. The gigantic black tiger was crouching, its body densely covered in ink-black scales. It was as if it was cast from the deep night sky, yet it also emitted a deep golden color. Its wings glowed with a golden light, and the mighty aura it exuded was like that of a supreme tiger, the first ascension of a beast emperor. Looking at the terrifying, huge black tiger in front of him, the old Lord Qing Fanshi's eyes were filled with jealousy and shock. He could sense the supreme aura of the tiger clan emanating from the giant black tiger, but he couldn't tell what kind of tiger clan, demonic beast it was. Roar! The black tiger roared and flapped its wings. Black runes soared into the sky, bringing with it a tornado-like airflow that swept across the sky. The fierce tiger pounced on its prey like a black thunderbolt. It raised its tiger claws and fiercely tore at Qing Fanshi. This claw seemed to want to tear the sky apart. It was accompanied by a fierce and domineering fluctuation that shook the surrounding space until it was on the verge of collapse. Crack! Crack! Below, at the edge of the imperial palace, a large number of golden palaces were shattered. The ground cracked open. "I just reached the beast emperor realm. It's not enough," the old Lord Qing Fanshi shouted. The aura in his body gushed out without reservation. It was the aura of a martial emperor at the peak of the mysterious peak. He turned his hand and shook it, forming a hand seal with the majesty of an emperor. A golden palm seal surged out, covered with endless runes and royal aura, and collided directly. Boom! The claw and palm seals collided. A large number of runes surged. The ink-black runes collided with the golden runes. In the dazzling light, the golden palm seal shattered and the claw seal dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh! The little tiger's huge body was pushed back again. The air billowed and the ground below exploded. A large number of palaces were destroyed. Thud, thud! This time the old Lord Chung Fancher's body was also pushed back. It seemed that he did not have the upper hand at all. The old Emperor Chung Fanting's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was astonished. The Black Tiger's cultivation base was only at the initial stage of the martial marquis realm, but it was not weaker than his martial emperor realm, which was at the peak of the mystical realm. The tiger tribe's supreme aura was too terrifying. Boom! The old Lord Emperor's gaze was solemn. In his hand, a battle saber flashed with runes. Its powerful aura was terrifying. It almost filled the entire void. This was a top-notch high-grade Dao artifact. The ancient aura emanating from the battle saber seemed to have surpassed the level of a Dao artifact. The aura was frightening. The old Lord Chung Fancher had obtained this battle saber from Dongli Chihuang of the Great Luan sect. As for Dongli Chihuang's battle saber, it was from the 3 emperors of the 3 great empires that he had killed in Enlightenment City. Do you have a top-notch Dao artifact? Du Shaoqing walked up to the little tiger and said to the little tiger, "Leave it to me." "Little girl, can you give me some face?" The North Vanquishing Prince's eyes moved. He took a few steps forward, wanting to stop Du Shaoqing. It seemed that he wanted to stop Du Shaoqing, but in fact, the North Vanquishing Prince knew that the old Lord Emperor was powerful and had a top-notch Dao artifact. Moreover, the inside of the palace was extraordinary. He knew very well how powerful it was. He did not want these hot-blooded guys to be hurt. Of course, the North Vanquishing Prince did not want these guys to really raise the palace and Dragon City to the ground. This was not what he wanted to see. At this moment, the North Vanquishing Prince's heart was very complicated. "Old Lord, my brother respects you. You are my brother's family, so I respect you too. So please don't stop me. I'm here to seek justice for my brother." Du Shaoqing turned around and said to the North Vanquishing Prince. She knew that the North Vanquishing Prince was her brother's family, so she still respected him. Chapter 857. Shaoqing. From the crowd, a beautiful silhouette walked out. She had a graceful figure, exuding a cold aura. Her large and beautiful eyes flashed with coldness, making it difficult for strangers to get close to her. But at this moment, when she stared at Du Shaoqing, a smile could be seen in her eyes. She was Ouyang Shuang. She had been in the imperial capital's Wang residence for a while. However, her beautiful figure was much thinner than before. "Sister Shuang, I'm here to seek justice for my brother." "Don't stop me," Du Shaoqing said to Ouyang Shuang. "I can't stop you. Be careful." Ouyang Shuang nodded. She stood at the side. She knew that she couldn't stop Ouyang Shuang and couldn't participate. "Sister Shuang, let's talk later." After Du Shaoqing finished speaking to Ouyang Shuang, she turned around and looked at the old Emperor Chung Fancher. Within her pure eyes, a red light started to spread from her body. It was as if flames were jumping. A terrifying green and red light started to spread from her body. Boom! A terrifying aura swept out. The energy waves were like a volcano that was about to erupt. A terrifying aura instantly descended on this ancient land. At this moment, the old Emperor Chung Fancher's old face was filled with shock when he felt the terrifying aura from Du Shaoqing's body. The peak of the Beast Emperor realm. Chung Fancher was shocked. At this moment, the aura from Du Shaoqing's body had already reached the peak of the Beast Emperor realm. She was only half a step away from the other side of the Beast Emperor realm. That suppressive aura was accompanied by a burning aura. It caused the air in the surrounding space to evaporate into white smoke. The surrounding living beings all felt pain on their skin. Under that burning aura, they felt as if their souls were about to be set on fire. Humph! Du Shaoqing snorted and waved her hand. Rolling flames accompanied by mysterious runes erupted like a volcano. They instantly enveloped Chung Fancher. The flames were so hot that it made people crawl in pain. Even their souls would wither. Chung Fancher was shocked. That aura made him feel a great danger. He immediately waved the saber in his hand, and a saber light swept toward the green and red flames. The surging flames suddenly wrapped around the blade light in a strange manner and speed, forming a blazing sea of fire. With a terrifying might, it incinerated the blade light into nothingness. Chila! Within the sea of flames, Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure flashed out. In her slender hand, a handprint seemed to have pierced through space, instantly passing through Cheng Fancher's war blade and suppressing the surroundings with great pressure. Then it landed on old Emperor Cheng Fancher's body like a bolt of lightning. Sovereign Qi protection. The sudden change made Cheng Fancher's soul tremble under the pressure of Du Xiaoqing's might. His expression suddenly changed. An invisible aura in his body resonated with the imperial palace. A golden, dragon-shaped shadow immediately coiled around his body. Chila! Du Xiaoqing's handprint landed. The golden, dragon-shaped shadow immediately trembled. After a while, it was destroyed by the mysterious runes in the flames of the handprint. However, the handprint also dissipated. Imperial Palace Dragon Qi Protection. Du Xiaoyao floated alone in the air. Looking at the disappearing golden dragon-shaped shadow on Cheng Fancher's body, her eyes flickered. Dang dang! Although Cheng Fancher blocked Du Xiaoqing's attack, he staggered back in one blow. His old face began to pale. So powerful! The nobles who were watching were all shocked. The girl's strength was too terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, the depths of the imperial palace trembled. It came from the direction of the Golden Dragon Palace. Golden clouds began to emit. It was as if the entire imperial capital dragon city had come alive. The space kept trembling. An immense pressure extended from the sky and the earth. Then, a figure leaped out from the depths of the imperial palace. A chubby middle-aged man in a dragon robe leaped into the air. Golden clouds covered his body. There was a golden dragon-shaped shadow faintly circling around him, emitting the aura of an emperor. Greetings, Emperor Cheng. As the figure appeared, countless people in the imperial palace bowed. North Vanquishing Lord, South Vanquishing Lord, and East Vanquishing Lord were no exception. They all bowed. That was Emperor Cheng. He had never left the imperial palace. Even when the three empires invaded the imperial capital, it was the old emperor who stepped in. At this moment, Emperor Cheng floated in the air. His aura connected the sky and the earth. It was as if every move he made contained the power of heaven and earth that could suppress everything. For the sake of the brave God King, miss, you should leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Emperor Cheng spoke. His voice was filled with great majesty, causing the entire imperial capital dragon city to tremble. Looks like you're the emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire. You bullied my brother. I'd like to see how you're going to be rude. Du Xiaoqing curled her lips as she gazed at Emperor Cheng's aura and faintly felt some fear. That aura was unusual. It wasn't Emperor Cheng's aura. It was the aura of an emperor that connected the sky and the earth. Miss, don't blame me for being rude. I have to capture you first, so that the imperial capital dragon city won't be destroyed by you. Emperor Cheng's eyes moved. A special golden light flickered in his eyes as he blinked. At the same time, a golden light was emitted from his body. It channeled a terrifying energy in the imperial palace, like an erupting volcano. Roar! In the end, that power turned into an enormous golden dragon. Its entire body was golden, and it was several hundred meters long. The giant dragon's shadow was majestic and ferocious. It shone with boundless golden light. Accompanied by the aura of the heavens and earth, the entire imperial capital dragon city trembled. Billions of people trembled in fear. Finally, it flew towards Du Xiaoqing. The imperial palace's draconic qi. The North Vanquishing Prince and the other kings were shocked. That was the imperial palace's draconic qi. It was the most terrifying thing in the Stone Dragon Empire. The draconic chi gathered the fate of the empire and the faith of countless people. It was the power of the heavens and earth. Du Xiaoqing walked forward gracefully. Every step she took, a fiery lotus formed under her feet. She looked holy and charming. She was ethereal like a fairy in the fire. She waved her hand, and a huge cyan-red flame condensed into the shadow of a cyan-red giant bird. It flapped its wings and appeared. In an instant, a terrifying aura descended on this part of the heavens and earth. The cyan-red giant bird's shape was like a phoenix or a crane. It stood on one leg with red markings on its body and a white beak. Its body was covered with red stripes and beautiful cyan feathers. At this moment, countless eyes in the sky trembled under the pressure of the cyan-red giant bird. Everyone's meridians and souls couldn't help but tremble. Those who were weaker were directly crushed to the point of prostrating on the ground. It's the Baifeng divine bird. It's the Baifeng divine bird. It's rumored that Du Xiaoqing is the true form of the Baifeng divine bird. It looks like it's true. The Baifeng divine bird. That's an ancient divine bird. The surrounding kings were shocked. That shadow was the Baifeng divine bird. It was an ancient divine bird, a terrifying divine bird in the legends. Whoosh! The Baifeng divine bird flapped its wings and met the golden dragon's shadow head-on. It then opened its mouth, and roaring flames accompanied by mysterious runes erupted like a volcano. The high temperature of the flames made people's souls tremble. It formed a blazing sea of fire. The two phantoms collided with each other, emitting a dull sound, causing the vast void of the imperial palace to rumble and tremble violently. At this moment, if it weren't for the protection of the great array in the depths of the imperial palace, it would have exploded. With such a collision, the surrounding kings were also forced to retreat. Their faces were pale. That frightening collision shook the souls of the nobles. That kind of power was too terrifying. The Baifeng divine bird shadow and the golden dragon's shadow were rapidly changing their movements. They were like living creatures, constantly urging the beast energy to collide with each other. The shadows flew, the golden dragon roared, and the Baifeng divine bird flapped its wings. They kept exchanging blows. Golden light shone brightly, and the flames created huge waves. Whoosh! After a while, the two shadows almost disappeared at the same time. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure staggered back a few feet. Her face was slightly pale. The terrifying golden dragon had the power of heaven and earth. It had the advantage of time and place. Du Xiaoqing was at a disadvantage. Emperor Cheng's body shook. He had the upper hand. This was the imperial palace. Emperor Cheng had the imperial palace's dragon energy to use, not to mention the beast emperor realm cultivators at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Even if stronger cultivators came, as long as they were in the imperial palace, they would be protected by the heavens with the imperial palace's dragon energy. The imperial palace's draconic energy. What a treasure! Du Xiaoyao's eyes shone. She felt the imperial palace's draconic energy. It was a great treasure. If she could devour the imperial palace's draconic energy, it would be greatly beneficial to her. You're quite strong. However, this is the imperial palace. No one is allowed to behave atrociously. Emperor Cheng's eyes shone with majestic golden light. Suddenly the void trembled. A shining golden seal appeared in front of him. There was a golden dragon on the seal. The golden light was like a rising sun. Roar! With the appearance of the seal, a dragon's roar was heard. It had a mysterious and ancient aura. The seal shone brightly, affecting heaven and earth. The pressure spread throughout the imperial capital Dragon City and was still spreading in all directions. The golden dragon imperial jade seal. All the kings were shocked. That was the golden dragon imperial jade seal of the imperial palace. It contained the fortune of a country and gathered the power of faith of a country. It was nourished by the imperial palace's draconic energy. It was definitely a terrifying treasure. At this moment, the golden dragon imperial jade seal shone brightly and covered Emperor Cheng. It made Emperor Cheng's aura even more terrifying. It was as if he could resonate with heaven and earth. The imperial palace's draconic energy wrapped around him, forming an extremely powerful and majestic force. Under such pressure, Du Shaoqing and the little tiger also started to look serious. What a powerful treasure! I don't think I can eat it. Du Xiaoyao's eyes moved. It could feel the extremely powerful force contained in the treasure. The majestic force from the seal made it difficult for it to swallow. Chapter 858. Go! Emperor Cheng shouted as he threw out the golden dragon imperial jade seal in his hand. The imperial palace's dragon qi fluctuated and swept towards Du Shaoqing. The golden dragon imperial jade seal contained the long history of the empire. There were many emperors in the stone dragon empire, but there was only one golden dragon imperial jade seal. It was worshipped by the millions of citizens of the stone dragon empire and gathered the dragon vein energy of the empire. The golden dragon imperial jade seal was nourished by the imperial dragon qi, so it had a mysterious power and endless imperial dragon qi. It was definitely a precious treasure. It was even more precious than a high-grade Dao artifact. The golden dragon imperial jade seal couldn't be made by a talisman master. No matter how powerful a talisman master was, he could refine the shape of the golden dragon jade seal, but he couldn't refine the mysterious soul power of the golden dragon jade seal. It needed countless years of nourishment and the accumulation of a country's destiny to have such a pressure. Roar! The golden dragon jade seal swept towards Du Shaoqing, and it seemed to be supported by 6 enormous golden dragon silhouettes as it flashed in unison. The imperial palace's draconic qi surged, and it contained an ancient might that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it seemed as if it intended to crush all living beings in the surroundings. Du Shaoqing attacked again. A large expanse of green-red flame swept out, covering the sky and rushing towards the golden dragon jade seal. However, at this moment, the golden dragon imperial jade seal was protected by the imperial dragon imperial jade seal. With the help of the imperial dragon imperial jade seal, it forced Du Shaoqing back. Roar! The little tiger roared. Black runes surged on its huge body. It resisted the golden dragon imperial jade seal together with Du Shaoqing. Roar! The golden dragon imperial jade seal had 6 golden dragon shadows supporting it. Even with the help of the little tiger, they were still pushed back. The space around them twisted, and the entire imperial dragon city shook. The imperial dragon imperial jade seal's imperial dragon imperial jade seal was extremely terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted again. It was as if a terrifying lord had come into being. A dazzling golden light exploded like a scorching sun, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Just as Du Shaoqing and the little tiger were retreating, a huge golden ape with a translucent body suddenly appeared. Aolo! The golden ape roared. Its sparkling and translucent body was wrapped in multicolored light. Its eyes were intelligent, as if it was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything in the world. Boom! The golden ape suddenly punched out. Hazy light shone as if the world had just been created. The space in front of the fist became blurry and distorted, as if it could push through all directions and suppress everything. This punch directly blocked the golden dragon imperial jade seal and stopped it in midair. At this moment, the huge golden ape was like a supreme being that came from the beginning of the world. The misty aura caused all the surrounding creatures to tremble. That thing is a precious treasure. It is nourished by the destiny of a nation and the dragon qi of the imperial palace. It contains the most majestic dragon qi of the imperial palace and the mysterious energy of heaven and earth. It is protected by heaven and earth, and there is nothing we can do in the imperial palace. Let's leave the imperial palace. The golden ape turned around and said to Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger, its golden eyes slightly focused, "Humph." Du Xiaoyao snorted and then retreated. However, she formed a seal with her hands, and a monstrous green-red flame swept across the imperial palace. Sizzle! Suddenly the imperial palace was surrounded by raging flames. Large areas of the palace were razed to the ground and turned into ashes. Only the imperial palace was protected by a large array that resisted the flames. Roar! Seeing this, the little tiger's huge body retreated. At the same time, it flapped its wings and waved its tiger claws. A terrifying aura rippled, and a large area of the imperial palace collapsed. The ground cracked and collapsed in an instant like an earthquake. Retreat! Seeing that Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger had retreated, Du Xiaoyao released an inexplicable pressure with her fist and collided with the golden dragon imperial jade seal. Boom! A low dull sound resounded in the sky. The sound waves were sonorous and deafening. Runes and energy spread all over the sky. The terrifying energy caused everyone's pupils to shrink and the void to distort and explode. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the situation, Du Xiaoyao's body turned into a golden lightning and retreated quickly. In an instant, she was far away from the imperial palace. After retrieving the golden dragon imperial jade seal, Emperor Cheng's expression was extremely serious. He looked around and saw that the outer area of the imperial palace had been razed to the ground by Du Xiaoqing and the huge black tiger. Since the founding of the Stone Dragon Empire, the Stone Dragon Empire had never suffered such a blow. That sealed treasure is too strong. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure came to Du Xiaoyao's side. Her ethereal, beautiful eyes were slightly focused. The aura of the seal was something that she couldn't do anything about. Don't worry. As long as we are outside the imperial palace, even that seal can't do anything to us. I'm afraid that they won't even dare to leave the imperial palace. Du Xiaoyao said with certainty. Nothing could escape its prying eyes. This was its innate ability. It's a pity that we can't destroy the imperial palace to avenge the third young master. The little tiger transformed back into its human form. Its pure black eyes were filled with murderous intent. Du Xiaoqing, you have caused a ruckus in the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial capital and destroyed my imperial palace. Are you declaring war on the Stone Dragon Empire? Emperor Cheng looked at Du Xiaoqing from afar. The imperial dragon aura circled around his body, and his monarch's aura spread out. He looked at the raised outer area of the imperial palace, and his heart was filled with anger. This was a national humiliation. Since the founding of the Stone Dragon Empire, the Stone Dragon Empire had never suffered such humiliation. However, it happened during his reign. If it wasn't for the help of the World Society and the Heavenly Beast Hall, my brother and the experts led by him, the Stone Dragon Empire would have collapsed. If the desolate country were to declare war on the Stone Dragon Empire now, the Stone Dragon Empire wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Du Xiaoqing shouted. From Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong, she also knew about the battle at Enlightenment City. In the end, the Stone Dragon Empire didn't mention her brother at all. Thinking about it now, Du Xiaoqing was even more furious. She felt that it was unfair for her brother. Hearing Du Xiaoqing's words, Emperor Cheng, old Emperor Cheng Fanshi, and the others were all speechless. Emperor Cheng and old Emperor Cheng Fanshi also knew that if the desolate country were to declare war on the Stone Dragon Empire now, the Stone Dragon Empire wouldn't be able to resist, especially the three terror overlords before them. They could wipe out everything and kill their way to the imperial palace. The seal can't protect us forever. After the Prodigy tournament, I'll come again. The Stone Dragon Empire can't keep the imperial dragon aura in the imperial palace. Du Xiaoqing shouted. The seal was too strong. They could only think of a way to deal with it when the time came. In the imperial capital, Dragon City, countless gazes watched the three figures leave. Then they looked at the palace that had been razed to the ground. Everyone was silent. The noble kings were speechless. Du Shaoqing and the other two weren't a noble king's match. Shaoqing, are you going to the prodigy tournament? After a while, Ouyang Shuang asked Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao and Little Tiger in a side hall of the Lord of Jinnan's residence. Yes, I want to go on behalf of my brother. Du Shaoqing nodded at Ouyang Shuang. We'll be leaving soon. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time. Take me with you. I haven't been out for a long time. I can go with you, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Shaoqing. Sister Shuang, I heard that the sealed ancient land is very dangerous. It's a place of great danger. Du Shaoqing was worried. Ouyang Shuang was still a martial lord. It would be very dangerous for her to go there. With you guys around, I won't be in too much danger. Ouyang Shuang smiled. Her beautiful face was beautiful, but she looked a little haggard. She had lost her usual vigor. Du Shaoqing hesitated. Then, she looked at Du Xiaoyao and Little Tiger. She didn't know what to do. She didn't want Sister Shuang to be in danger. Don't look at me. She didn't ask me. Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Shaoqing and walked to the side. Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Shaoqing. Her big eyes rippled. Shaoqing, are you really not going to take me? If you don't take me, then I can only go alone. Du Shaoqing could only helplessly nod her head as she stared at Ouyang Shuang's large and beautiful eyes. All right, let's go together. Spirit Realm, Migra's palace. In the misty space, a purple, soft-armored figure sat cross-legged. Golden light rippled around his body like little golden snakes. Phew! A moment later, Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed. The golden light on his body shuttled back and forth. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Chapter 859. His eyes opened and radiance shot out from within. Golden lightning and purple flames flickered within them. They were full of vitality. Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and smiled. During the time he spent in the desolate ancient space, not only had he stabilized his cultivation and aura of the initial martial emperor realm, but his comprehension of various ultimates had also improved by another level. It's about time. Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched his body. Feeling the changes in his body and the vigorous energy fluctuations, a faint smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort in his heart. Young Hall Master, it's about time. This time, Tao Yu, Yuming Yuan, and the rest of the 9 people from Migra's palace will participate in the prodigy competition. Including Young Hall Master, there will be 10 people. At that time, there will be more disciples from Dubhe Palace and Mizar Palace. After a while, Elder Zhu Xiu said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded. Compared to Migra's Palace Hall, Fekta Palace Hall and Merak Palace Hall, the disciples of Mizar Palace Hall and Dubhe Palace Hall were many times more. Naturally, they would send out more disciples. Oh right, Young Hall Master, a young man has been waiting for you at Migra's palace for a few days. Elder Zhu Xiu said to Du Xiaofu. What's his name? Du Xiaofu was stunned. He did not seem to know anyone in the spirit domain. Elder Zhu Xiu smiled and said, Young Hall Master should still remember this person. He is the extraordinary young man that Young Hall Master saved from official Qin during the 7 Palace Conference. I think his name is Stone. Is it him? Du Xiaofu smiled. Naturally, he still remembered that young man. He had a good impression of him. After a while, Du Xiaofu saw the young man who was as strong as a bear in the side hall. He looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. He looked dull, but his cultivation was at the Martial King realm. He was able to enter the top 5 in the 7 Palace Conference. It was enough to show his talent. You're the Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng. It's good that you're all right. I thought something would happen to you. When he saw Du Xiaofu, the robust young man instantly stood up and revealed a smile, while the wisp of worry between his brows was restrained. Why are you worried about me? Du Xiaofu smiled. The robust young man looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, You are my savior. If anything happens to you, I will definitely avenge you." Du Xiaofu could not help but smile. He could see that this young man was simple and honest. These words came from the bottom of his heart and were not spoken casually. "What's your name?" After smiling, Du Xiaofu asked the robust young man. "I'm an orphan. I don't have a name or surname. The people in the village call me Stone." The robust young man smiled honestly. "Stone." Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he asked, "Let me ask you something. How did you learn that movement technique?" "Movement technique? Is it the movement technique that you taught me?" Stone raised his head slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu as he asked. "That's right. How did you learn that movement technique?" Du Xiaofu was curious. That was Dongli Qingqing's movement technique, the carefree steps. Back then he was taught by Dongli Qingqing, and this young man called Stone in front of him also knew it. "It's a long time ago. It's something that happened 3 or 4 years ago." Stone rubbed the back of his head as he recalled. Then he simply started from when he was young. It turned out that Stone was an orphan since young. When he had memories, he was in a desolate mountain deep in the spirit realm where all kinds of wild beasts and monsters roamed freely. He was raised by a black female ape. That black female ape treated Stone as her own. Stone drank the milk of hundreds of beasts when he was young. Thus, Stone's body was sturdy and he was extremely strong. One day, Stone accidentally found a village. It was a village that had lived in seclusion for thousands of years because of the war. They knew some basic cultivation techniques that could strengthen the body. An old man found Stone. At that time, Stone was like a wild beast. He couldn't speak and was afraid of humans. Later, under the guidance of the people in the village, Stone let down his guard and developed trust in them. He learned to speak and also learned the basic cultivation techniques. At the age of 10, he was able to fight tigers and leopards and capture giant pythons with his extraordinary strength. His peers in the same village couldn't be compared to him at all. Several years later, one day, Stone went hunting deep in the mountains. In order to chase a giant leopard, Stone fell into a canyon. However, by chance he obtained a huge inheritance and a demon-slaying axe. Just 3 or 4 years ago, Stone was hunting when he encountered a fairy-like girl besieged by powerful monsters. He went forward to help, but in the end he was defeated and was seriously injured. In the end, he was saved by that fairy-like girl. Later, that fairy-like girl said that my movement technique was clumsy and that I needed more practice. Therefore, she taught me this movement technique. After that, I never saw that fairy-like girl again. Stone said to Du Xiaofu in one breath. Could it be her? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. From Stone's description, he felt that the fairy-like girl should be Dongli Qingqing without a doubt. However, 3 or 4 years ago, Dongli Qingqing appeared in the spirit realm. Right now, he didn't know where she was. Artifact Emperor, do you know that fairy-like girl? Why do you have that movement techniques chant? Stone asked curiously. He always thought that Artifact Emperor Qiaofeng and that fairy-like girl must be related. I'll tell you about this in the future. Keep in touch with the movement techniques chant that I taught you. However, you must remember not to pass it on to others, Du Xiaofu said to Stone. At this time, the fairy-like girl's figure appeared in his mind. Stone nodded and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, Artifact Emperor, I heard from the disciples of Migra's palace that you're going to participate in some prodigy competition. I also want to join Migra's palace. I want to go with you. Is that okay? Why? Du Xiaofu stared blankly, then asked with a smile. You are my savior, and a person whose name resounds throughout the spirit realm. If I follow you, I will definitely become an expert in the future. I will become a great hero whose name resounds throughout the world. When I came out, I promised the uncles in the village and Grandpa Village Chief that I will make a name for myself in the outside world. One day, I will become a great hero whose name resounds throughout the world. At that time, I will return. So I must do it. Stone said seriously. That was his promise to the village. He could not disappoint the uncles in the village and Grandpa Village Chief. Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in front of him with a smile in his eyes. He said, "But only artifact symbol masters can join the Migra's palace. You are a cultivator. You cannot join the Migra's palace." "Then what should I do?" "I want to follow you. I will do anything you ask me to, as long as I stay by your side." Stone looked at Du Xiaofu with expectation. At the Seven Palace Assembly, the young man in front of him shocked him and was also his savior. So, Stone felt that he must follow an expert like the artifact Emperor Qiaofeng. In the future, he could also become someone like him. "In the future, call me Third Young Master. You can temporarily follow me. However, I have a condition. If you can't do it, then don't follow me." Du Xiaofu said seriously to Stone. "Only one condition. I can only follow you. 10 conditions? 100 conditions?" Stone was instantly excited. To be able to follow the young man in front of him, let alone one condition, he would agree no matter how many conditions there were. "Just one. In the future, if I ask you to do anything, you must listen to me. Do not doubt me," Du Xiaofu said. This stone was simple and had extremely high talent. He was a rare, unpolished jade. If he could carve it with a little guidance, he would definitely be outstanding in the future. And if there was a chance for Stone to join the World Society, in less than 5 years, he would be able to control a region. Just this. Of course, there is no problem. Stone was slightly stunned. How was this a condition? He immediately nodded his head in a simple and honest manner. However, his eyes were clear and revealed some intelligence. The next morning, in the Migra's palace, a group of 11 young men and women left on flying demon beasts. It was Du Xiaofu, Taoyu, Yumingyuan, Stone, and the others. This time, only the younger generation could enter the sealed ancient land. Bailey Su naturally could not follow and could only wait in the Migra's palace. Originally, Elder Zhu Xiao and the others wanted to arrange for the experts of the Migra's palace to send them off. According to the usual practice of the previous prodigy tournament, every time the Migra's palace sent out a disciple, there would be experts escorting them along the way to avoid any accidents. In particular, Elder Zhu Xiao and the others knew that the fake Alioth Palace Master would not let the young master go so easily. They were even more worried. In order to persuade Elder Zhu Xiao and the others, Du Xiaofu spent a lot of effort. The prodigy tournament, the sealed ancient land, was located in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, near the border of the Spirit Domain. It was rumored that the Divine Thunder Mountain Range had been visited by top experts in the ancient times. There were traces left behind by the divine thunder that destroyed the world. For countless years, not even a blade of grass grew there. There were still traces of thunder and lightning. As the prodigy tournament approached, the entire central state was in an uproar. The young disciples of the major forces and the extraordinary disciples of the clans were all rushing to the Divine Thunder Mountain Range. The 9 great forces of the central state, the 1 valley, 2 religions, and the 3 sects and 3 schools, peak younger generation, also began to set off. For a time, the Divine Thunder Mountain Range was bustling with noise. Numerous figures flew through the air and arrived at the Divine Thunder Mountain Range. As soon as they stepped into the vast Divine Thunder Mountain Range, they could feel the excitement and shock. Today's update is complete. Today is also the Little New Year. Little You wishes everyone a happy Little New Year. Chapter 860. Densely packed figures covered the mountains. Most of them were young men and women. Although there were some elders and middle-aged men, they were all escorting disciples to the Divine Thunder Mountain Range. So many people. On the back of the flying beast, Stone looked down at the mountains below and the densely packed figures in the air. It was like a black mass of ants. He gasped. Du Xiaofu was also a little moved. In the vast mountain range, there were densely packed figures everywhere. That kind of visual impact was extremely shocking. In the mountain range, the auras were mixed and the noise was loud. Among them, there was no lack of king-level auras. In the entire Middle State, almost all the extraordinary young people had gathered here and gathered in the divine Thunder Mountain Range. This was a grand event for the entire Middle State. Entering the sealed ancient land and eliminating the evil creatures was the responsibility and duty of the entire Middle State. Everyone was duty-bound. However, the Prodigy competition was a grand event for the entire Middle State. It was a true grand event for the entire Middle State. All the young people in Middle State would participate. In the end, the Prodigy competition would be known throughout Middle State and the world would know about it. Looking at the densely packed people in the mountain range, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel a little moved. The blood in his body was boiling. Young master, the people from the other halls should be here soon. On the back of the flying beast, Tao Yu asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu said they should be here already. They said they would gather at the 10th peak. The 7-star hall always gathers at the 10th peak. The first 9 peaks are occupied by the 1 valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 3 groups. Every time the Prodigy competition is held, the 7-star hall will be at the 10th peak. Tao Yu said with some pride in his eyes. Before the sealed ancient land, there were a total of 10 peaks. On the top of the 10 peaks, other than the 1 valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 3 groups, only the 7-star hall could occupy the 10th peak. In the sky above the mountain range, many demonic beast mounts flew across the sky. Many powerful auras spread out, and their figures swept across the sky like a gale. The densely packed silhouettes had reached the front, and not many people were still in midair. The closer the space was to the front, the more crowded it was to the point where it was hard to find a foothold. Only the powerful cultivators from the large sects were able to move forward. The divine Thunder Mountain Range was extremely vast. At the front was a vast plain. However, this plain was covered with black fog all year round. A terrifying aura spread out, making it impossible for people to get close. At the edge of the plains, there were 10 towering mountains. From the foot of the mountains to the waist of the mountains, there were densely packed figures, and the noise was monstrous. However, it was relatively quiet on the mountain peak. Only a few hundred figures were there. On the 6th mountain peak, hundreds of young men and women stood together. Every single one of them was a giant amongst men. As they stood quietly, the formless aura that they emitted made one's heart palpitate. In particular, the young men and women at the front were even more outstanding. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize many of them. The people on the 6th mountain peak were the people from the ancient heaven sect. Yin Machen, Mi Zixia, Gezong, Jiaoming, Siruofeng, and the peak existences of the younger generation of the ancient heaven sect were all gathered here. Sima Muhan was also at the front, standing in front of Yin Machen, Siruofeng, Mi Zixia, and the others. Within her lively eyes, there was a faint purple glow that fluctuated with intelligence and charm. It was enough to be called a peerless beauty. At this moment, there was a woman beside Sima Muhan. She looked slightly older than Sima Muhan. This woman looked to be in her 20s. Her eyes were bright and spirited. Her eyebrows were slender, her nose was straight, and there were slight dimples on her cheeks. Her beauty was unparalleled. At this moment, the sunlight shone on this woman's face. Her skin was even more sparkling and translucent. She was as gentle as jade, and there was a faint ocean-like blue brilliance in her eyes. This was also a peerless beauty. Standing beside Sima Muhan, she didn't seem to dim at all. It couldn't cover the brilliance of her temperament. This woman was less cute than Sima Muhan, but more elegant and noble. She was untainted by dust. They all seemed to have arrived. Beside the elegant man and woman, there was a young man. Although this young man couldn't be said to be as handsome as Mi Zixia and Yin Machen, his face was sharp and angular. He had a head of thick black hair, and a pair of eyes under a pair of sword-like eyebrows that were dark and deep. His temperament was somewhat wild and unrestrained, and the corner of his mouth held a wanton and unrestrained smile. It said that this time there are quite a few people in those few sects with extraordinary cultivation and extremely high talent. The elegant woman said softly. Her voice was as gentle as water, like the sound of nature. Standing there, she was dignified and noble, like a budding lotus flower that was untainted by dust. In the end, we will know who is the strongest. The wild young man smiled. The wanton and unrestrained smile at the corner of his mouth became deeper and deeper. The noble and elegant woman smiled, then slightly glanced to the side. Her blue eyes contained a faint smile as she looked at Sima Muhan. Her pearly white teeth lightly opened as she said, "Sima Muhan, you haven't been normal recently. What's wrong?" Hearing this, Sima Muhan smiled. Her cherry lips were smeared with a light pink color like honey, and her silky black hair casually fluttered around her slender waist. She said softly, "Senior Sister Shui Han, I was just thinking that if that annoying guy was also here, I'm afraid that our Ancient Heaven sect would have a higher chance of winning this time." "That guy, is he that brat called Du Xiaofu?" "I originally wanted to spar with him, but who knew?" the wild young man sighed. "Senior brother Linling, you might not be able to do anything to him." Sima Muhan looked at the wild young man and smiled. Her eyes were filled with expectation as she said, "However, Grandmaster Qingyang said that there was an unforeseen event in the Stone City. Perhaps that guy is not dead. I heard that guy is extremely ferocious. To be able to defeat Junior Sister Muhan, I really don't have the confidence to win. If there is a chance, I would like to spar with him and see just how ferocious and powerful that guy is." The wild young man laughed. "You guys have to be prepared. This time, the Ancient Heaven sect will rely on you." In front of the mountain peak, a thin and slender old man in his 70s turned around. He was wearing a green and white robe. The old man had an ancient sword on his back. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and a few strands of white hair fluttered along with a white beard. He had an extraordinary temperament, as if an immortal had descended to the world. "Yes, Elder Qingyang." The group of Ancient Heaven sect disciples nodded in response. Their eyes were filled with respect and anticipation. "Grandmaster Qingyang, is that guy really not dead?" Sima Muhan stepped forward and asked Elder Gu Qingyang. She always felt that Grandmaster Qingyang knew something that he was not telling her. "Little girl, when the time comes, you have to protect yourself inside. There are some things that you will know in the future." Elder Gu Qingyang instructed Sima Muhan. On his old but extremely ruddy face, his eyes were abnormally clear. "Yes." Sima Muhan nodded. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that some unexpected miracle must have happened to that guy. From the attitude of her father and Grandmaster Qingyang, it was obvious that that guy was most likely not dead. Bang, 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 not far away. A deep sonic boom could be heard. The commotion was not small, and it was accompanied by the faint roar of a beast. On the mountain peak, Sima Muhan and the others looked over. It was the commotion coming from the 10th peak. "It's the commotion on the 10th peak. It seems that the people of the 7-Star Hall and the people of the Divine Light Court are fighting. On the mountain peak," Elder Husankuin looked at the commotion on the 10th peak and said, "After the marriage alliance between the Divine Light Court and the Great Will sect, they have become much more arrogant. It seems that they want to compete with the 7-Star Hall." Elder Yan Mingzi said. Elder Kong Zhonglei said, "It is said that the inheritance of the Divine Light Court's light ancestor has been obtained by a disciple called Cheng Xingnan. I think the light ancestor was quite a character back then. The 7-Star Hall is not to be trifled with. Let them fight," Elder Gu Qingyang said softly. Then he stood quietly with his hands behind his back like an immortal, making people respect him. The deeper they went into the vast mountain range, the more people there were. The densely packed figures covered the mountains. From time to time, there would be some fights caused by disputes. Chapter 861. If some people wanted to move forward, it would naturally cause the experts in front to be unhappy. It was normal for them to fight. Fortunately, everyone knew what was going on, so they didn't go to war. There were only some small conflicts. Du Xiaofu looked down from the flying demonic beast, and he could hear the sounds of quarreling and fighting. He pondered in his heart. He was afraid that in addition to purging the evil creatures in the sealed ancient land, there would also be a fierce struggle between giants. The 10th peak is just ahead. I believe the people from the other halls have already arrived. Let's go and meet up with them first. Tao Yu said to Du Xiaofu. When he arrived, he looked at the countless figures in the mountains with a solemn expression. He could sense quite a number of powerful auras in the vicinity. Among the densely packed figures, there were quite a number of extremely terrifying experts hidden. All right, let's meet up with the people from the other halls first. Du Xiaofu nodded. Now that the divine Thunder Mountain range was filled with all kinds of experts and forces, it was better to meet up with the people from the other halls first. After a while, 10 towering peaks appeared in the mountain range ahead. They were exceptionally tall and majestic. The peaks were barren, and there was a faint aura of thunder and lightning in the air. From the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, there was a densely packed crowd. On the 10th peak, the crowd was in an uproar. There were faint traces of energy in the air, as if there were powerful experts fighting just now. Young Hall Master, there seems to be something wrong below. It's the people from the 7-star hall. Looking down, Tao Yu's expression turned solemn. He could feel the unusual uproar from the crowd on the 10th peak. Du Xiaofu's expression was already solemn. With his mind, he could feel the traces of fighting just now. Tao Yu said that the 10th peak had always been occupied by the 7-star hall. Now that there were traces of fighting on the 10th peak, it must be related to the 7-star hall. Below are Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Yu Bai, and the others, Yu Mingyuan said. He saw Lin Weiqi from the Alpha Hall, Dongli Jiao from the Mizar Hall, Yu Bai from the Alpha Hall, and the others from the Alpha Hall. Whoosh, whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure jumped down from the back of the flying demon beast and landed on the mountainside. At this moment, there were hundreds of figures on the mountainside. Judging from the badges on their shoulders, they were undoubtedly members of the 7-star hall. At the front of the crowd were the outstanding Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Yu Bai, Wu Masheng, and Sun Wu. There were also Elder Yin Xuanlong, Elder Yun Ziqin, Elder Chui Fu, Elder Yao Xing, Elder Cloud Leopard, and other experts from the 7-star hall. Du Xiaofu's silhouette landed on the ground, looking at Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Elder Yao Xing, Elder Cloud Leopard, and the others. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Elder Yao Xing or Elder Cloud Leopard, all the experts of the 7-star hall had pale faces and serious injuries. Elder Cloud Leopard of Mizar Hall and Elder Yao Xing of Alcade Hall. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were the most serious. Elders, what's wrong with you all? Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Cloud Leopard and the others with a puzzled expression. Someone who could injure Elder Cloud Leopard and Elder Yao Xing was definitely not ordinary. Swoosh, swoosh! As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Shirtu, Tao Yu, and the others also landed on the back of the flying beast. Looking at the injured Elder Cloud Leopard and the others, they were also puzzled. You're here. Elder Cloud Leopard looked at Du Xiaofu with a miserable expression. He must have just fought with someone and was injured. He smiled bitterly at Du Xiaofu and said, We're not strong enough. We just suffered a little loss and also caused the 7-star hall to lose face. I'm afraid the 7-star hall won't be able to get back this time. Elders, what's going on? Du Xiaofu was stunned as he looked at the hundreds of people in front of him. Other than some of the cultivators from the 7 palaces, the other young disciples were also injured. Those who were weaker seemed to have been affected by the shock waves, and some of them were seriously injured. Sigh. Elder Yao Xing smiled bitterly and sighed. The 10th peak has always been where the 7-star hall is, but this time it was taken away by the people of the Divine Light Court. They have many experts with them this time, and they even have venerable level experts as escorts. We can't beat them even if we work together. The people of the Divine Light Court attacked you elders? Du Xiaofu trembled. The words Divine Light Court made Du Xiaofu feel extremely complicated. He had a lot of grievances with the people of the Divine Light Court back then. At this moment, when he heard about the Divine Light Court, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of the woman who was already engaged. However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment. This time the Divine Light Court has venerable level experts and many other experts. We were directly swept down by them. Many disciples were affected, and I'm afraid they won't be able to enter the sealed ancient land, Elder Yin Xuanlong said. Elder Yin Xuanlong's eyes were filled with anger. He said unwillingly, "The Divine Light Court is really bold this time. When the time comes, the Seven Stars Hall will never let the Divine Light Court off." Xiaofeng. Lin Weiqi walked in front of Du Xiaofu. Her red dress was like fire. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "This time we came here because the Supreme Elder said that we will listen to you. You will also be our leader in the sealed ancient land. All of us will listen to you." Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at the hundreds of young men and women in front of him. Although he knew that he had won the Seven-Star Hall Conference and would be leading the people of the Seven-Star Hall into the sealed ancient land, he still didn't know what to do. But at this time, facing hundreds of outstanding young people of the Seven-Star Hall, his heart was still a little shaken. The Grand Elders of the Mizar Hall have also said that during this trip, no matter if it is inside or outside the sealed ancient lands, we will listen to you. Dongli Jiao also stepped forward and stood in front of Du Xiaofu. He asked, "What do you think about this matter?" "You young guys, the most important thing now is to enter the sealed ancient land to obtain opportunities and fight for a ranking." Elder Cui Fu looked at Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and the other angry young people and said, "We will naturally deal with this matter. The Divine Light Court has more experts than us now. We can't do anything about it. We will talk about it when the time comes. In short, the Seven-Star Hall will make the Divine Light Court pay the price." Humph! After entering the sealed ancient land, I will not let those people from the Divine Light Court go. Dongli Jiao said angrily. He couldn't do anything to the experts of the Divine Light Court outside. But when the time came, the experts of the Divine Light Court would not be able to enter the sealed ancient land. Dongli Jiao was not afraid of the young people of the Divine Light Court. He would deal with them one by one. "Young Hall Master, when the time comes, I will leave the sealed ancient land to you," Elder Yun Ziqin said to Du Xiaofu. "Elder Yin, you are too polite. Just call me Xiaofeng. I am not worthy of the title of Young Hall Master." Du Xiaofu cupped his hands. He was the Young Hall Master of the Migras Hall, but only in the Migras Hall. These elders were all experts of the various halls and were much older than him. Although his identity was special, he could not be rude. Elder Yun Ziqin smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. "Young Hall Master, you probably don't know yet. We have all received the news from the Hall Master. From now on, the Seven-Star Hall will be one. The Chief Hall Master will be Senior Kuang Zun, but the Young Hall Master will be you. After the Genius Tournament, the news will be announced to the public. Therefore, from now on, Young Hall Master will be the Young Hall Master of the 7 halls. 7 halls into one." Du Xiaofu was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect his eldest uncle and second uncle to make such a decision. "Therefore, you will be in charge of everything." Lin Weiqi looked at Du Xiaofu and frowned. "In the sealed ancient land, we need to regain our face in the hands of the Divine Light Court. Otherwise, the Seven-Star Hall will become the laughingstock of the Central Prefecture. You are the Young Hall Master of the Seven-Star Hall and must be responsible for the Seven-Star Hall. Otherwise, I will not listen to you even with the Hall Master's orders. Motherfucker, those bastards. We'll deal with them once we're in the sealed ancient land. We'll let the Divine Light Court know that our 7 Stars Palace is not to be trifled with, Sun Tian cursed. Fury was rising in his heart. Of course we can't let them go. We will deal with them first. Yu Bai also cursed. If the Supreme Elders of our hall come, the Divine Light Court will not have a place to be so arrogant. Then we will deal with the disciples of the Divine Light Court inside. We will not let a single one of them go. Hearing Lin Weiqi's words, the crowd was in an uproar. All the young disciples were furious. They hadn't even entered the Heavens Pride competition yet, but they had already suffered such a blow. They were all young and full of vigor. Naturally, they were unhappy and angry. Although the 7 Stars Hall usually did things their own way, once they encountered an external enemy, they would always work together to deal with them. Chapter 862. Elders, are you all right? Du Xiaofu glanced at the excited disciples and smiled bitterly. He then looked at Elder Cloud Leopard and Elder Yaoxing and asked. He could tell that Elder Cloud Leopard and Elder Yaoxing were the most severely injured. Little Xingxing seemed to have rushed out from Du Xiaofu's arms to see what was going on. He poked his little head out of Du Xiaofu's arms and looked curiously at Elder Yaoxing and Elder Cloud Leopard with his golden eyes. We're fine. The Divine Light Court wouldn't dare to do anything to the 7-Star Hall. Elder Yaoxing said to Du Xiaofu. His strength was enough to deal with any Emperor-level experts, but he couldn't do anything to the many experts of the Divine Light Court and the extraordinary Venerable-level experts. However, at this moment, Elder Cloud Leopard looked at little Xingxing in Du Xiaofu's arms and frowned slightly. He looked very puzzled. The invisible aura on that little head made him tremble for no reason. That's good. Du Xiaofu nodded when he heard that Elder Yaoxing and Elder Cloud Leopard were fine. He then looked at the mountain peak and said, Are the people of the Divine Light Court up there now? Young Hall Master, what are you doing? Hearing this, Elder Chui Fu's rather old face was slightly stunned. This mountain has always been the territory of the 7-Star Hall. If this is the case, I'm afraid that the 7-Star Hall won't be able to regain our reputation. Even if we kill all the disciples of the Divine Light Court inside, it won't have much effect. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. They had lost face in front of the entire Central Plains. Even if they could kill all the disciples of the Divine Light Court in the sealed ancient land, it wouldn't have much effect on regaining the reputation of the 7-Star Hall. At this moment, as the young Hall Master of the 7-Star Hall, even if he was only the young Hall Master of the Migra's palace, Du Xiaofu knew that he had to do something. After all, he could not disgrace his master, the revered Equipment Master. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the excited crowd quieted down and looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. Young Lord, there are many experts from the Divine Light Court. With our current strength, we really can't contend with those people from the Divine Light Court. Elder Yun Ziqin said to Du Xiaofu, Elder Yun is right. Now is not the time to seek revenge on the Divine Light Court. Lin Weiqi looked at Du Xiaofu. Although she wanted to take revenge and regain the dignity of the 7-Star Hall, she didn't want to. She also knew very well that the top experts of the 7-Star Hall had not come at this time, so she couldn't gain any advantage from the Divine Light Court. No matter what, we can't just let it go. If we really can't, we can't let the people from the Divine Light Court stay up there, even if we have to destroy the 10th peak. Du Xiaofu's indifferent voice was heard, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes under the mask. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, his seemingly indifferent voice made the blood of the disciples of the 7-Star Hall boil, and they were all extremely excited. Let's go up the mountain, Du Xiaofu said softly. There was some helplessness in his eyes, but more than that, there was a trace of coldness. Du Xiaofu's first goal in entering the ancient sealed land this time was naturally to obtain the Yin Spirit Crystal for his master, the revered Equipment Master. Secondly, he wanted to compete with his peers in the Middle Continent and have the opportunity to obtain that great opportunity to take another step on his path to becoming an expert. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had never thought of complicating matters, but now that this matter had come knocking on his door, there was no way to avoid it. The Divine Light Court had forcefully seized the 10th peak in front of the entire Middle Continent and swept away the disciples and elders of the Seven-Star Hall. This was undoubtedly a slap to the Seven-Star Hall's face. If the Seven-Star Hall did not take revenge on them, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Middle Continent, no matter what the Seven-Star Hall did in the future. Du Xiaofu did not care about the fact that the Seven-Star Hall had merged into one, and that he was the young Hall Master of the Seven-Star Hall. It was just that his master, the revered Equipment Master, was one of the 7 Hall Masters of the Seven-Star Hall. The fact that the Seven-Star Hall had been slapped in the face this time was absolutely a matter of principle. Sometimes a sect also needed to endure a little. This kind of matter, even if it was 1 valley, 2 schools, 3 sects, and 3 schools, they could not avoid. However, such a slap in the face was the bottom line of the Seven-Star Hall. If they showed weakness in front of the entire Middle Continent this time, the reputation of the Seven-Star Hall would definitely be greatly damaged in the future. Even his master, the revered Equipment Master, Quangzun, and Second Senior Fairy, you would also be greatly disgraced. His master was the Hall Master of the Migras Hall. The revered Equipment Master, Quangzun, and Second Senior Fairy you had already intended to merge the Seven-Star Hall into one. Du Xiaofu knew that whether he was the young Hall Master of the Migras Hall or the young Hall Master of the entire Seven-Star Hall, even if he was only the disciple of the revered Equipment Master, he still had a responsibility and obligation to protect the Seven-Star Hall and protect the reputation of his master, the revered Equipment Master. This time, Du Xiaofu also knew that he was the leader of the Seven-Star Hall. This was a test and trust for him. If he let this matter go, how would he be able to face the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall in the future? Moreover, compared to that clan, the Divine Light Court was really too weak. If he did not even dare to do anything in the face of the Divine Light Court today, then how would he be able to contend against that clan in the future? Go up the mountain and take revenge. Even if we destroy this place, we can't let the Divine Light Court get it. The group of disciples of the Seven-Star Hall immediately went up the mountain excitedly, including many disciples of the Yuheng Hall. Du Xiaofu's action, in the face of the experts of the Divine Light Court, was still fearless and did not retreat. Without a doubt, he immediately won the favor and support of all the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall present. In addition, most of these disciples had seen the strength of the young Hall Master in front of them at the 7-Hall competition. Therefore, at this moment, his extraordinary strength, coupled with his fearless courage and temper for the Seven-Star Hall, won the approval of all the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall and won the hearts of most people for Du Xiaofu. These disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, who were able to participate in the Heaven's Pride Tournament, were naturally not weak. If any of these disciples of the Seven Stars Palace were to go out alone, they would all be dragons and phoenixes among men. They all had the capital to be proud of themselves. Moreover, they were disciples from different palaces. It was not an easy thing to get all of them to agree on one person. Strength alone absolutely could not make everyone approve of him. However, Du Xiaofu at this moment, under such an opportunity, did it. These young disciples were all young and full of vigor, and they naturally did not feel good about being humiliated in the Seven-Star Hall. If it were not for the elders stopping them, even if they knew that they were no match for him, they would have rushed up long ago. The disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were not inferior to the disciples of the Divine Light Court. Seeing Du Xiaofu's reaction, the elders of the Seven-Star Hall were also stunned and hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the young and full of vigor had already rushed up, they could only feel helpless. Damn it, let's fight. If we don't get back at him, I'm afraid we won't be able to show our faces in the future. Elder Yao Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rolled up his sleeves, and followed. The younger generation was not afraid. So what was there to be afraid of? In the beginning, if it were not for the sake of protecting the younger generation, Elder Yao Xing would not have retreated so easily. Although the venerable level expert of the divine light court was powerful, he was also not to be trifled with if he really went all out. Let's go, we'll fight it out. Elder Cloud Leopard's temper was not inferior to Elder Yaoxing's, and he immediately followed Elder Yaoxing. Elder Yin Ziqin, Elder Chui Fu, Elder Yin Xuanlong, and the others looked at each other, and their eyes flashed as they followed. Seeing the group of disciples of the Seven-Star Hall rush up the mountain in excitement, they immediately attracted the attention of many people on the mountainside. The Seven-Star Hall and the Divine Light Court just fought a big battle, and the Seven-Star Hall was defeated. It seems that they are going to get back at them. The Divine Light Court has recently formed a marriage alliance with the Great Luin sect, and it seems that they have become much more domineering. Didn't the Seven-Star Hall just lose? Did another expert come to support them? You don't know, right? The person who just came is the Weapon Emperor, Qiaofeng. He is the disciple of the Weapon Sovereign and also the champion of the Seven-Star Hall Conference. He's just a junior. Can he compete with the experts of the Divine Light Court? It seems that there will be a show to watch. There were waves of whispers, and many people immediately crowded up the mountain, planning to take the opportunity to watch the show. Although the Seven-Star Hall and the Divine Light Court were not as powerful as the One Valley and Two Sects, there were still powerful existences, second only to the One Valley and Two Sects. At this time, the two mountain sects were fighting, and not many people wanted to miss such a show. Above the mountain, clouds and mist were drifting, and looking down at the sky, one's vision was wide. At this moment, the 10th mountain was occupied by hundreds of people who were looking at the vast plain in front of them, surrounded by black mist, as if they were waiting for something. In front of these hundreds of people, there were many experts standing. There were also a few young men and a beautiful woman in orange clothes, who stood out among the hundreds of extraordinary young men and women. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise at the foot of the mountain. Some disciples looked back at the foot of the mountain and saw many figures flashing from the foot of the mountain, and they seemed to have bad intentions. It seems to be the people from the Seven-Star Hall. They are back. Some people recognized that many of the figures were the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, and they immediately frowned, while others sneered and looked at them with disdain. Those guys who are not afraid of death are here again. Don't tell me they want to be tortured. In front of the crowd, there were several outstanding young men, and there was a young man in luxurious clothes. He was wearing a light gray cloak embroidered with lightning patterns, which flashed brilliantly as if it was real. The beautiful woman in orange clothes did not have any fluctuations in her eyes, but she looked at the black mist in front of her, as if she was sizing something up. Go and see what's going on. In front of the crowd, there was an old man in a loose purple robe, who looked to be in his 70s. He frowned slightly and said to the several old men and burly men beside him, "I'll go and see." An old man walked out and was about to dash down to see what was going on. Qiaofeng of the Seven-Star Hall challenges the Divine Light Court. Does the Divine Light Court dare to accept the challenge? However, at the same time, there was a faint voice at the foot of the mountain, like a sudden clap of thunder, resounding through the clouds and echoing in the mountains. Chapter 863. Their voices reverberated through the mountain range. Many people in the dense crowd immediately raised their heads to look at the mountain before them. Quite a number of gazes from the surrounding 9 mountain peaks immediately shot towards the 10th peak in unison under this clamor. Wisps of powerful, obscure auras from the surrounding 9 peaks immediately peaked at the 10th peak. As his voice fell, many figures flew up from the bottom of the mountain and landed on the top of the mountain. The first person was a young man with long black hair tied behind his head. He carried a mysterious square box on his back and wore purple soft armor. Purple flames could be seen in his eyes under the purple mask. Numerous gazes filled with curiosity and disdain landed on Du Xiaofu's body one after another as they sized him up. The few outstanding young men also cast their gazes over. The orange-clothed lady turned her head. At this moment, Her gaze also landed on the purple-armored young man. Immediately, her heart faintly trembled. She felt a sense of familiarity from the young man. It was as if she had met him before. Swoosh, swoosh. Dong Li Jiao Lin Wei Qi, Shi Tu, Tao Yu, Sun Wu, Elder Yao Xing, Elder Cloud Leopard, and the others landed behind Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd, and when his gaze finally landed on the woman in orange, his eyes trembled and his heart rippled with waves. The tall lady was the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, Cheng Shengnan. When he was breaking through to the martial emperor stage, he accidentally saw her getting engaged. She and the Holy Son of the Great Will Sect were like a golden couple. We are strangers now, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He looked at the lady and calmed himself down. He suppressed the emotions in his heart. At that moment, Du Xiaofu realized that 3 figures appeared in his mind. The first one was the fairy-like lady. Then it was Qi Yishi. Finally, the tomboy appeared in his mind. The lady in front of him gradually disappeared. The 3 beautiful figures filled his heart, causing his heart to no longer waver. Are the people of the 7-star hall here to be tortured? An old man walked out from the Divine Light Court and glanced disdainfully at Elder Yao Xing, Elder Cloud Leopard, and the others. He then looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold smile and said, Ignorant Junior, you'd better go back to the 7 Stars Hall and cultivate for a few more years before coming back. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man and coldness flashed in his eyes. How could Du Xiaofu forget this old man? After Du Xiaofu killed Du Xiaofu, it was this old man who wanted to attack Du Xiaofu. In the end, Gu Qingyang of the Ancient Heavens sect arrived. He was so frightened that he did not dare to move. When Du Xiaofu saw that the old man's aura was only at the peak of the mystical martial emperor realm, he felt a chill in his heart. It would not be difficult for him to kill this person now. Qiao Feng of the 7-Star Hall wants to challenge the Divine Light Court. The Divine Light Court dares to take the place of the 7-Star Hall. Do they only rely on their numbers? They don't even dare to challenge us in front of the entire Central Continent. It seems that the Divine Light Court is nothing more than this. Du Xiaofu's indifferent voice was mixed with profound qi and resounded throughout the mountain range. Although Du Xiaofu wanted to kill the old man in front of him to take revenge, he knew that it was not the right time to do so. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Chang, and the other disciples of the 7-Star Hall stood behind Du Xiaofu and looked at the young lord in front of them. His black hair fluttered behind his head, and his aura was domineering and arrogant. He was still fearless in the face of the Divine Light Court. Behind the mountain peak, countless gazes and auras swept over and gathered on the mountain peak. The voice mixed with profound qi was loud enough for countless people in the mountain range to hear it clearly. Kid, you want to challenge us? Do you think the Divine Light Court? The old man sneered and his voice was cold. However, before the old man finished speaking, Du Xiaofu directly interrupted him. He looked straight at an old man who looked to be in his 70s and was dressed in a wide purple robe. His voice was still mixed with profound qi as he said, The Divine Light Court has a martial venerable. Don't tell me that they don't dare to accept the challenge. No one in the younger generation of the Divine Light Court dares to accept the challenge and is willing to hide like a coward. Then why don't they send a martial venerable and send me away? With the sharp and vigorous power of his primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu could easily sense that the old man in the wide purple robe was the only martial, venerable expert in the Divine Light Court. A martial venerable was an existence that surpassed the martial emperor realm. There were not many experts of that level in the entire central region. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, there was an uproar in the mountain range. Is the 7-Star Hall's Qiao Feng going to challenge a martial, venerable expert of the Divine Light Court? The Qiao Feng is not ordinary, but I'm afraid he can't challenge a martial, venerable expert. I'm afraid the martial venerable of the Divine Light Court won't fight. Even if he wins, it won't be honorable. It seems that the Divine Light Court and the Seven-Star Hall have already formed a feud. Whispers broke out around the mountain. The feud between the Seven-Star Hall and the Divine Light Court was enough to arouse everyone's interest. However, there were also people who understood that the Qiao Feng was of the younger generation after all. The Divine Light Court status was extraordinary. Even if he defeated the Qiao Feng, it wouldn't be honorable. If he fought, it would prove that he was bullying the young, and it would make the Divine Light Court lose all face. Qiao Feng of the Seven-Star Hall is smart. The martial venerable of the Divine Light Court won't dare to fight. It seems that the rumors are true. This time, there is indeed a troublesome person in the Seven-Star Hall. On the peak of the 9th mountain, hundreds of people were looking at the 10th mountain. A delicate and beautiful woman looked ahead with a faint smile. Senior sister, Zhu Shui, do you think Qiao Feng of the Seven-Star Hall is more powerful, or Cheng Shengnan of the Divine Light Court? There was a purple-robed young man beside the beautiful lady. He asked curiously, "What is it?" The lineup on this mountain was from the Profound Talisman sect, one of the 3 sects and 3 factions. The beautiful man and woman were Zhu Shui. At this moment, she was the adopted daughter of the Profound Talisman sect's master. The Profound Talisman sect's master had never married and had no children. Therefore, Zhu Shui's status in the Profound Talisman sect was even higher. In addition to her awakened spiritual root, her cultivation and strength were already superior to those of the same generation in the Profound Talisman sect. Cheng Shengnan of the Divine Light Court has obtained inheritance of the Divine Light ancestor. Naturally, he is very powerful. However, it is rumored that Qiao Feng cultivates both martial arts and talismans. During the Seven-Star Hall's assembly, he has already killed a martial emperor. He is definitely not weak. Zhu Shui said softly. She looked at the mountain in front and murmured, "There are many human kings and human sovereigns in this heavenly pride battle. There are countless experts. If he is here, he will definitely shine and compete with those of the same generation in the central state. Senior sister Zhu Shui, what are you talking about?" Hearing Zhu Shui's soft murmur, the purple-robed man asked. The purple-robed young man was Guoming. Although his talent was not as good as Zhu Shui's, his cultivation and strength had improved tremendously under the care of the Profound Talisman sect and Zhu Shui. He was definitely famous among those of the same generation in the Profound Talisman sect. I didn't say anything. The sealed ancient land has not opened yet. It's good to watch the show first. Zhu Shui smiled beautifully. Her beautiful eyes continued to fall on the 10th peak. That Qiao Feng is cunning and clever. I'm afraid that Lei Zuin of the Divine Light Court won't be able to lower himself to attack him. On the 6th peak, Elder Qiao Mingzi smiled and looked at the 10th peak with great interest. The Divine Light Court is not a good organization. Elder Gu Qingyang said. He was a little unhappy when he mentioned the Divine Light Court. Back then, his precious disciple had been surrounded and killed by the people of the Divine Light Court. He did not have the slightest good impression of the Divine Light Court. "Kid, you don't have to talk nonsense in front of me. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but since you want to continue to pester me, I'll fulfill your wish." The purple-robed elder was a true venerable level expert who had come to escort the disciples of the Divine Light Court. He glanced at Du Xiaofu indifferently. There was no fluctuation in his voice at all. There was a faint coldness in his indifferent voice. Then he looked at the extraordinary young men and the orange-robed woman behind him and said, "Which one of you will go and finish him off?" "Elder, I'll go and teach that arrogant kid a lesson." As the old man's voice fell, among the several outstanding youths, a young man in luxurious clothes walked out with a somewhat arrogant attitude beside the orange-robed woman. This young man was wearing a light gray cloak embroidered with lightning patterns. It flashed brilliantly as if it was real. This young man was extraordinary. He had an extraordinary temperament and a vigorous aura. Xiaohui, I'll let you go. Don't embarrass the Divine Light Court. If you win, I'll remember your merit. The venerable from the Divine Light Court said to the young man called Xiaohui. He seemed to be quite confident in his strength. Thank you, elder. Xiaohui was elated when he heard this. It was an opportunity to gain the favor of Elder Rinlei. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohui walked out from the crowd. His aura fluctuated slowly as he looked straight at Du Xiaofu. It seems that someone from the Divine Light Court finally dares to accept the challenge. However, let's raise the stakes for this battle. If I lose, the 7-star hall will never set foot on this mountain. From then on, you will have to avoid the disciples of the Divine Light Court when you see them.